welcome to this tutorial stream for UnMetal. This is going to cover the basics about what you need to learn UnMetal Any Easy. This may help you in getting prepared for perfect or unperfect runs, for normal or hard runs, but for the main focus of this stream is going to be Any Easy. This is being ran on the PC version of the game. As you can see in the bottom right hand corner of the game, we're on version 1.0.10. At the time of this stream, the consoles are still on 1.04, I believe. They've got a little bit of catching up, and I know that there are still more patches to come because the MGSR community still quite regularly has conversations with the UnMetal developers. So, you know, depending on if you're watching this on YouTube, things may have changed in that time. But right now, this is where we're at. Now, whilst this is being run on the PC version and the console versions are almost, apart from obviously the patch differences that I've just mentioned, are almost identical. The only thing with them is that the PC version has access to loads more hotkeys than the console version. Let's go switch on some music. There we go. So for the purposes of this speedrun, this speedrun tutorial, I'm not going to be focusing on hotkeys very much because I want to keep this sort of universal between PC and console. So I don't want a console player to come in and go, oh, I can't do all of these hotkeys. So if you're interested in doing hotkeys, it is more of an advanced thing. We'll talk about them a little bit in a bit, but I'm gonna, I want to try and cater this to both PC and console. All right, so before you get started with the game, we have some settings to go through. Firstly, it's probably important that you have at least completed a casual playthrough of UnMetal. If you've never played the game before, you really should play a casual playthrough first. Firstly, because it will give you saves, and also allow you to set up your hotkeys. Hotkeys are kind of funky in UnMetal. It's a bit awkward. But the way hotkeys work in the game is that you set them up during a run. There's no setting up of hotkeys outside of the game in the menu as we are here. You have to set them up whilst playing. So the best thing to do is to set them up and do them as you're going along in your casual playthrough. And then once you've finished, those will then transfer over to your next save. You'll have to load a save from your current run and then start a new game, and it will then load your hotkeys. It's a bit awkward. It is how it is. B-Man has been working on a hotkey generator, which I'm not going to go into too much detail here because it's still sort of early in development and stuff like that. But this is obviously the main screen of UnMetal. So first of all, we've got a few options that we need to go through, and we have some notes here for you. So these are the settings that you must, or at least I would highly suggest that you use before you get started. So if we head over to the options menu, under video, you can do what you want with that. Doesn't matter, any of those work. I play in a window. I wouldn't lock it to 60 FPS. I would leave it open if I were you, but it's completely up to you, whatever works best for your setup. Secondly, sound. You can do whatever you like with the sound. I would probably have slow subtitles off because I'm pretty sure that will affect you. Slow subtitles is, if you don't have subtitles on, then it probably doesn't make a difference. But if you do have subtitles on, don't have slow subtitles on. What slow subtitles does is it allows you to, it pauses in between every subtitle, so that you have the opportunity to progress to the next subtitle when you're ready. It's good for casual plays. It's obviously, that doesn't sound very good for speedrunning, so don't put slow subtitles on. Adjust subtitles to the right is a handy tool. If not like me, you prefer to have, if you're streaming the game and you like to have the game full screen and you just in a little little window in the bottom left hand corner of the game, then adjust subtitles to right. It will just shift them over to the right so that they're out of the way of your webcam, which again, more of a casual thing, but some titles do appear in the game, so can be useful for speedrunning. It's again up to you. Just make sure slow subtitles is off. Next one, under gameplay, this is a must. This is not a suggestion. This is not my guide or advice. This is, you must do this. For any submission to speedrun.com, speedrun timer must be enabled. That will display a speedrun timer in the bottom right hand corner of the screen, and at the end of each chapter it will show you your time for that chapter, times for all of your chapters that you've done so far, and also your best chapter times that you've done ever. So it keeps a record of them. You must have speedrun timer enabled. If speedrun timer is not enabled, your run will not be verified on speedrun.com. Gameplay tips and tutorial tips should also both be off. Now, you don't have, you're not speedrun.com, we don't care if you have them on or off, but they're going to slow you down because you're going to get tips come up that you're going to have to skip. So turn them off, but if you keep them on, it's not the end of the world. It's just, but speedrun timer must be on. Controls, you're pretty free to do whatever you want as far as redefining the controls are concerned. One of the differences between the PC version and the console versions, now, my experience of console only comes from the Switch version. I only have the Switch version. I don't own a PlayStation 4. I don't own an Xbox One. I can't tell you much about those. I know they're similar to the Switch version, and for all intents and purposes, they're all kind of the same. But one difference that I know between the Switch version and the PC version is the inventory button is forcibly mapped to options or back on the PC version. You cannot change this. This is baked in. Everything else, everything you see here that isn't grayed out, you can't change up, down, left, and right. Why would you want to? But all of these you're free to do with whatever you want. These are not the default, what you're seeing here. These are what I have set. The main one being that X is roll. X is not normally roll. I don't actually know what the default is. It's been so long since I used them. But I moved a couple of things around because I wanted it to be a little bit more like Metal Gear Solid. So that's why I have X on roll, I have circle on punch, I have triangle interact. I don't have square on shoot. I tried that at one point, I didn't like it. But yeah, that's why I do this. Now, but inventory open close being on back, I find is really awkward. I used to play this with an Xbox controller because I found it easier to hit the back key on an Xbox controller. I am now playing this with the DualShock 4. Because the DualShock 4 we have access to DS for Windows. If you don't know what DS for Windows is, check it out if you've got a DualShock 4 or a DualSense, because it's very, very helpful. It is a free application that allows you to change the controller bindings of your DualShock 4 and more stuff. There's more stuff you can do. You can customize the light. You can you can lock the analog stick so they only go 4 ways, which I've actually done with this as well. So my right analog stick is my hotkeys, and I have it locked so that it's only looking at up, down, left, and right. The 4 corners don't do anything. It doesn't recognize those. That's really, really helpful. So what I have done with this is I have made the inventory open and close button to be L1, which should be showing up on the controller here, and it isn't. So you'll have to give me a second just to swap the player number over that. Should have checked that before I got started. Hopefully it's just on player 2. There we go, that's better. So that is showing on screen as L1, but it is actually pushing back. If I push back, you can see that it's hitting L1 on the screen. So that is why. Soapy Sam, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome to the stream. This is the UnMetal tutorial. So those are your controls. So you can do what you want with those controls. This is just what I have. I would strongly recommend you keep select option as X or whatever your primary button is. Stuff like that. It's, again, you're free to make your own decisions about what you do. Just make sure that everything's set. You will find that you have 1 spare button. So if you notice, I actually haven't got L1 mapped anywhere there. The game has 1 free button. So do what you want with it. So those are your controls. Obviously, if I click reset controls, it'll go back to the default. Stick sensitivity is completely up to you. Do what you want with it. Skip speed, you want to put this to max. Now, on the console versions, I don't believe skip speed is in the current patch. You will need to wait for the next patch. But it is coming, believe me. But skip speed is how quickly dialogue skips in the game. So when you get a piece of dialogue or you get a cutscene, you hold circle or B to skip that dialogue, and depending on what your skip speed is, depends on how long you have to wait. If you have skip speed set to max, you can preemptively skip dialogue. So as you're running around, you can hold B or hold circle, and you will automatically skip dialogue. If you don't have skip speed set to max, you'll have to wait for the dialogue and the skip prompt to appear, and then press the button. So make sure you have skip speed set to max, because you will be learning when you need to hold the skip button ready for an upcoming cutscene or dialogue. The final one is button style PlayStation. This is probably exclusive to the PC version. You can change between PlayStation, Xbox style buttons on the screen. I've gone with PlayStation because I've got a PlayStation controller on the screen. So everything I say, I'll be talking in PlayStation controls, but you know, you're sensible enough to know what the Xbox equivalent controls are. Or at least I'd hope so. You're a speedrunner after all. So that's it for controls. We've done that. The last one, of course, if you're on the PC version, I would also highly recommend going down to enter code and entering the code Apache Smash, and then hitting OK.
Yo, it's Apache Smash. Thanks for entering my code. Let's play UnMetal.
And now loads of soldiers in the game will be replaced by Metal Gear Speedrunner's very own Apache Smash, who was instrumental in the collaboration between Metal Gear Speedrunners and the developers of UnMetal and making it what it is. And as a thank you, they put his voice in the game. So yeah, that's again exclusive to the PC version. You must have downloaded the Creator DLC pack for that to happen. You don't have to enter that code, but I'd highly recommend it. If you're playing through casually, he has some absolute. There was one moment when I played through casually, I had his dialogue on that I just like pissed myself. It was so funny. But anyway, that's it for settings. We've gone through everything on the setting checklist down there. So, does that mean we're ready to play? Well, sort of. There's a couple of other things that are important, and I think it's probably important to get those out of the way before we get started. And for that, we're going to have a quick look at the UnMetal Wiki. Woo! So this is the UnMetal Wiki. All of this, all of the information, or most of the information that's on here at the moment has been written by me. And here it has lots of different information about certain things, and a couple of things that it's important that you know before we get started. So we're going to have a quick look at some of the stuff that's on here. So game versions we've kind of already covered. There is a Vita version of the game as well, which is a much earlier version of the game. The game was actually released on Vita back in April, and then refined, tuned, and made better, ready for its release in September on PS4, Xbox One, and PC, and Switch. So the Vita version is a very early build. It was only released physically. You can't download it. You can't buy it from the PlayStation Store. You can only buy it as a physical release. It was a very limited release, and as a result, copies of the Vita version are extremely expensive. Sergeant Silent, who is a member of the community, does have a copy of it, and has done speedruns of it. I don't have a copy of it. I don't think I ever will, because it's so bloody expensive. All right. So, game mechanics. XP. This game has an XP system. We'll look more about it when we actually get started. But the main point to take away from XP is that every time you take a guard out stealthily, i.e. they have not seen you at all. This isn't where they've spotted you and you've managed to take them out before they've raised an alarm. No. If you take a guard out without them seeing you at all, you will gain XP. This is very important because we want to level up throughout. You also earn XP by beating bosses. Here are all the level upgrades. We will not go through all of them now. If you want to go and have a look at this, then go to metalgearspeedruns.com, click on Wiki, and go to the UnMetal section. You can find this list. We will talk about the various upgrades as we unlock them. But just know that you're trying to get to level 6. For an any percent run, you should be hitting level 6. What is Jesse's fastest general movement speed? So in order of fastest to slowest, running with sprint whilst no enemies in the room. So the first upgrade you're going to get at level 2 is sprint. So whilst there's no enemies in the room and you are just running around, that is Jesse's fastest normal movement speed. There are a couple of things you can do that are quicker, but not just in normal traversal, in certain circumstances. Then it's rolling, so constantly rolling on the floor is the second fastest. Running with sprint whilst enemies are in the room. So whenever enemies are in the room, you should be rolling. Roll. Only time you shouldn't be rolling is if there are no enemies in the room and you're already level 2. And then finally, of course, the slowest running without sprint. Makes sense. And as I say, other movements such as Tiger Punch, Rhythm Rolling, Chloroform movement, and other stuff are different speeds, but they will happen at different times. What is Rhythm Punching? Rhythm Punching we will have a look at when we get started. But basically, the way Rhythm Punching works, if you just mash the punch button, you won't punch at full speed. There seems to be some sort of buffer when you input a punch for you to then be able to input your next punch. So if you input too early, in that your previous punch hasn't ended and you're inputting then, it adds a bit of time before your next input is recognized. So we have to punch in a rhythm. It's a very precise one. It is something that will just take practice, and we'll have a look at that when we get started. What is rhythm rolling? Rhythm rolling is the same as rhythm punching, but you add a roll to the end. It is very, very difficult. I can't just do it. It just happens sometimes. So don't worry too much about it. It's very, very advanced tech, is rhythm rolling. What is save scumming? Save scumming is very, very important tech. Save scumming, and we will use this throughout the run. But what save scumming is whenever you are on low health, whenever you're bleeding out is the main one. Whenever you're bleeding out, if you hit a save point, you will see you'll get a little indicator in the bottom right hand corner. It says save, and you'll get a little boop, 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 to say that you've saved and you've hit a save checkpoint. If you're bleeding out and you then load that save, you will no longer be bleeding out, but also in most cases you will also heal back to full health. Now, you won't always heal back to full health. There are some checkpoints that don't work like that. Don't know why. I have no idea why some of them work and some of them don't. It just is how it is. There are also some checkpoints where you can, if you've got an alert, you can cancel the alert. Again, they don't all work, and in some cases, if you've got an alert, checkpoints won't even work. For some reason, some do and some don't. Again, it's just kind of the way the game is played, and it's something you will learn as you go along. It is what it is. So that is save scumming. We're going to use save scumming a lot. There's a couple that we're going to use even when we're not bleeding or we're not in an alert, because it also sometimes resets the room and resets guard patterns. The main one with that is if you've knocked out a guard and there's another guard patrolling, if he goes and finds the downed body of his friend, he will then get him back up and they'll both start running around trying to find you. If you load a save, they'll reset their positions. Very, very helpful. XP farming is exclusive to the Vita version, so we're not going to look at it. And stage clear ranks is about perfect and unperfect. We're not doing a perfect run. We're certainly not doing an unperfect run. We're doing an 80% run, so you don't need to worry about perfect and unperfect. But just to quickly advise, because it will come up on screen in a couple of levels, perfect is getting every XP and every secret in a level. Unperfect is doing that and also getting a bunch of developer-made challenges, which is still kind of being worked on. There's a couple of bugs to be fixed with those, so it's still a bit sort of up in the air. It's also not unperfect isn't available on console yet. It will be when they get version 1.10. All right, with that, we've had a decent look through the wiki. We've got sort of prepared. We've got our settings correct. We can now get started with the game. So we're going to do something that you as a speedrunner will never, ever do. We're going to go to start new game, and we're going to start from chapter 1. As a speedrunner, once you've finished your first run, and once you're comfortable with the game, you will never boot up the game and start a new game. You will not load chapter 1, because you could do that instead. You could go load game and load into your previous game, or you could select a chapter and load chapter 1. I'm on a new save, which is why none of the chapters are here, so don't worry about that. So we could do that, but we're not going to do that. We're going to start a new game. I'll talk more later about what you would do at the start of a game when we get to it, but it's very, very important. So start new game. Yes, we're going to do an easy run. easy, medium, and hard are obviously just normal difficulty levels. Iron Man is hard, but you're not allowed to use a potty, and there are no save checkpoints. The only thing you can do is go to the toilet to save the game. We're scared about running Iron Man. We're not going to worry about that. As soon as you click easy, the timer will start. First thing you're going to do is you're going to click easy, and you're immediately going to hold circle, or whatever button it is you use for skipping dialogue. For me, it's also punch, because there is immediately a cutscene. So we're going to want to skip that cutscene straight away. Okay, so we're in the prison. Nothing happens until you start moving. As soon as you start moving, another dialogue comes up. So you're going to keep holding circle. So whenever you know a dialogue or a cutscene is going to come up, you need to hold circle. So if you've played this casually, you should know what you're going to be doing. You're going to be grabbing these items. You're going to be combining them to make a wire to do that. I actually don't know what they do because it's been so long since I've watched those cutscenes. We're going to interact with this guy. Again, this tutorial, I am kind of assuming that you have played through the game already. Don't worry about these hotkeys when we're not going to worry about these hotkeys. Grab the key and leave. Again, hold B or circle the entire time, because as you come out of that room, there's going to be another cutscene. So show you what that actually looks like. I'm not going to do this every single time, but if you hold B before every cutscene, before every dialogue, it speeds up massively. So here's how just that bit should look. Hold B, punch that. You want to punch one and then the other. So hold B, that, key, hold B, come outside, skip, done. Stay here at the screen. So that's the importance of holding B when you know a cutscene is going to come. You don't worry about it too much. It is kind of sort of advanced stuff, but once you get the hang of it and you know the game and you know when they're going to come up, it's going to become really, really useful, and it's going to save you a bunch of time. The other thing that we did in there, which was important, we'll talk about, I now can't get back inside, is items in the game. Let me, I'm going to have to go back to the main menu. Start again. Items in the game take a short amount of time before you can pick them up. For example, if I immediately go over to this wire, you notice for like a second, I couldn't pick it up. I had to wait. Same again with the toilet paper. You have to wait. Now, not all items do it. Items that you pick up off enemies, particularly if it's ammo, those tend to pick up straight away. Some health kits will pick up straight away, but more often than not, you'll have to wait a second for an item to drop. So in a lot of cases, it's better to leave an item alone and then restart. So if I load back the game up, it's actually quicker to then go and punch and then grab both items, because by that time, both items are ready to pick up. So it's something to think about throughout the run. You also notice that I did rhythm punching. So let's talk briefly about rhythm punching. We don't need it. We don't need rhythm punching that much. It's not going to be a huge time save, particularly when you're starting out. But if you can get into the habit of doing it early, it's going to help you a lot, and it's going to mean that you're ready for it. So if I just spam punch, sometimes I get it. I was actually spamming it so fast that it was doing it in the right time. But if I just sort of do it at any sort of time, it doesn't quite work. But if we punch in a rhythm, that is rhythm punching. Yeah, it's probably easier to show against like a box or something. So we'll go find some boxes to play with. Remember, hold B, or bum, right? So here's a normal punch. No, that was a rhythm punch. There's a little dialogue there. This is good. We can play with these boxes. So I'm just mashing, and actually I'm getting it right. You shouldn't really be able to just mash and get it, but that seems to be quite... Unless they made it easier, and I hadn't noticed. You can sort of see the difference. As I think rhythm punching is easier than when I first started learning it. Either that or I just naturally do it now, so you can see sort of every so often Jesse is kind of stopping slightly and it's not quite as fast as it could be. But with a good rhythm, so that's slow punching, and then rhythm punching. No, hang on. Now I can't get rhythm punching right. So nice and fast. Punch, punch, punch. Punch, punch, punch. Not punch, punch, punch. Punch, punch, punch. That's rhythm punching. Say, it is a bit more of an advanced thing. It is something you're just going to have to practice, and just come up to these boxes. Come straight out here, up to these boxes, and you can hear it. You can hear it when you're getting it right. So it's something just to practice. All right. Now, what did we talk about earlier with movement? Talked earlier about movement is until you get sprint, rolling is your fastest thing. So you are going to be constantly rolling. Throughout stage 1, you are going to be constantly rolling. By the end of stage 1, you should be level 2 and you can take a break from rolling. But throughout the whole of stage 1, you want to be rolling. And there's no real rhythm here. Just keep mashing. Just keep mashing X and rolling. Don't get any of these items. But again, another thing good to just practice, just get into a habit of just learning to roll. Just keep practicing it. All right, we're going to go down into the next screen.
I thought everyone...
You want to hold B again. If you one of the things with your button config, if you change up your button config so that B is no longer so that circle, sorry, I said I'd do this in PlayStation terms, so that circle is no longer punch, then it can screw up which buttons then also act as skipping dialogue. I found this more with the Switch version, so I had to do some funky stuff with the Switch version. I never had a problem on the PC version because the PC version has nice normal controls. I don't know why B and A are swapped the other way around on a Switch. It's a pain in the ass. But whenever you've got a dialogue option like we just did there, so if I go back here, you notice as I approach this dialogue here, I'm gonna punch so that I'm now ready to hold B or circle, and I just hold it throughout. It skips the dialogue, selects the option, and then we go. And all we're gonna do is we're just gonna run away. A lot of the time, whoops. A lot of the time, you're just gonna ignore guards unless it's really really quick or easy to get XP from them. In most cases, you're just gonna ignore them. You're invincible whilst you're rolling. Try and get past that guard. There we go. You're invincible whilst rolling. So if a guard ever shoots at you, try and roll to dodge the bullet. Like we did with that guard. This guard here, I'm actually going to load it so that I can show you. You should be able to just run straight up to him. So let's actually do this properly. So hold B, one guard on the night shift. Just going to dodge that bullet and just keep going. For some reason there, the alert just ends. Punch him out. And grab this handkerchief. We're going to use that handkerchief later. There are more handkerchiefs in the game, but that one is the easiest and quickest to obtain. So make sure you grab that one. You only need the one. Don't need any more. And we're going to keep rolling. This guard here, let him spot us. That's fine. Just keep rolling away from him. This time the alert hasn't gone off. You're going to go and punch this box out. And you're going to pick up that bandage. The moment you pick up that bandage, you get a save and a checkpoint. Remember what we said about save scumming? We can now load that save, and we've no longer got the alert. That's one of the only times you can do it with alerts. Alerts don't work very often, but that's one of the only times you can use it. It's probably the most useful. Then we're going to punch this out, and that is discover the sewer. Go and talk to Colonel Harris. Yeah, I'm going to roll. I'm going to punch this guy out. This guard, we don't need... you can get XP from this guard, but you'd have to punch one of these boxes, wait for him to come down. You can just run into him or roll into him, punch him out. This guard, you want to... he's got a radio that you need, but remember what we said at the very start with items? They take a couple of seconds to be able to, for you to pick them up. So we're going to search him, and then we're going to ignore the radio. I'm going to search him and immediately run up, ignore the radio, and we'll pick it up on the way past. In here are the 2 circuit boards that we need. So we'll grab those. Now, if you are a newer runner and you want to do this, there is a secret here. You go up here, you punch out this terminal, grab that secret. You don't need to go left or right in here. Just go straight up, punch the terminal, grab the secret, and leave. Most advanced runners don't grab that one because it takes a little bit of time to get to and back from. There are quicker secrets. I personally don't grab that secret anymore. It's not very helpful. But if you're first starting out and you just want a little bit of extra stamina, a little bit more health, I would highly recommend grabbing it. So, go back out here. This radio here, it is very important that the moment you pick up this radio, you instantly open your menu. Instantly open your inventory. The reason for this is there are 3 sets of dialogue here. There is one of Jesse saying, I found a radio, but it's unencrypted, they'll be able to hear us. There's another one when you then combine the radio to say, I've now made it unencrypted. And then a third one just after that one to say, I should go and give this to Harris. You skip the one of those dialogues if you craft the radio before any of them happen. So if I craft it, tell you what, I won't craft this radio.
The guard's radio without encryption.
So that's 1. That's 2. There's the third one. There's a third one. I swear there's a third one. Have they? This is the oh, sugar. I'm actually going to load that. I want to make sure we've got enough XP. The only thing is because I've always done this for quite a few patches, there's a very good chance they change something in a patch and I just don't know it. So grab both circuits, roll under here. Right, I'm just going to grab the radio.
I picked up the guard's radio.
So that's 1 dialogue.
I had the circuit. I just had to attach it to...
That's 2 dialogues. I know where I went wrong now. Then attach the radio. That's 3 dialogues. That was 3 dialogues we had to skip through there for that because of that. But if we do this again. Whoops, I got shot. I'm gonna load that. I don't want to be bleeding out here. Again, rolling is quicker than running. Get the radio. Ignore the radio. So previously, we got 3 dialogues. But this time, if we grab the radio and immediately open our inventory,
I picked up the guard's radio.
We picked up the guard's radio, and there was only 1 other dialogue there because we skipped the one about I've got the radio, I just need to encrypt it.
Here you
Thank you, Glenn. All right, so we go and give Harris the radio, and now we need to reach Grenade Guy. So this is all being split into the splits that are available. Oh, need to load that. Okay, so this room here, we go into here. We don't want to pick up the coin. You don't need the coin in an any % run. But you do need the radio from this guy. So keep holding triangle once the coin pops out. And you want to just stand next to the coin like this, and you'll only pick up the radio. You pick up the coin, there is a dialogue, and you have to skip it. This guard, we really want to try and make sure that we get his get XP from him. One thing you see that I did there is that I punched him once, moved to the other side of him, and then punched him again in the opposite direction. Just means that his body comes over here. Why are there guards? I have no... Oh, because one of them found the other one's body, so they've come to investigate. If I now load game, those guards are fine. They're back in their patrols. They will not come back up here. Another advantage of saves coming. So if I just punched him here, his body would end up over here. And then when I get the eye patch from him, the eye patch is going to be here. So I come all the way over here to grab it. Whereas if I punch him back here, the eye patch only ends up here. Now, it's an eye because I've already picked up the eye patch. You don't need the eye, you just need the eye patch. Right. This room is a really good example, first of all, of one of the things that makes UnMetal tricky. This room isn't tricky, but it's a really good example that explains why UnMetal can be quite tricky. Guard routes in UnMetal are random. Let me keep the game going so you can see this guard. Guard routes in the game are random. They start on a specific set before you reach them, but that specific set will change. To load game now. That specific set will change. So if I go back into here, he might start in a different position. I'm gonna need to load again. So he spotted me a lot quicker that time because he started in a different position. Now that I've loaded, he's reset back to whatever the game decided that was going to be. So now he will always, if I load again, he will be in the same position again. There you go. He's right there. So one of the difficulties about this game is that whenever you enter a room like this with guards, you just have to assess the situation and make a decision about what you're going to do and how you're going to tackle that room. Are you going to try and get XP from this guard? Are you just going to try and get past him without him spotting you? Are you going to have to take him out even if he spots you? These are all the decisions you have to make every time you enter a room with guards. Like this. Some rooms that have guards, we have the decisions pre-made. But a room like this, we just have to make a decision about what we're going to do and what's going to be fast. The two things you have to weigh up are what is fast and is it possible for me to lose just a little bit of time to get XP? XP is very, very important. You want to be leveling up effectively. You need to be level 6 before the end of the game. Ideally, you want to be level 6 about halfway through chapter 9. If you don't get to level 6, particularly by the boss, the ninja boss, Takuma, it becomes quite difficult. There are other moments in the game where having certain levels is also very helpful. So you have to weigh up your options. How much time am I going to lose trying to get XP from this guard? Should I just not bother? This guard here, as I enter this room here, I immediately know getting XP from this guard, I gotta wait for him to walk all the way over, and even then he still spots me. So that one, just take him out. And you want to make sure if you are going to get spotted, you're in a position where you can take them out before they call an alert. You really, in most cases, you don't want an alert in this game. In fact, there are certain times where you might get them and we deliberately go out of our way to avoid them. So we're going to see this a lot throughout every room. How do you tackle each room? And that's where the learning comes from. It's something that you're going to have to practice. It's not really something you can teach. You can practice each room and sort of get an idea. Right, if the guard is here, I'll do this. If the guard is here, I'll do this. If the guard is here, I'll do this. But more often than not, it just sort of comes naturally to think about what you're going to do. All right, we're going to go in here, hold B to skip this dialogue. Doesn't matter there what you get. If you can avoid getting spotted by that guard and punch him over there, you can. It's not overly important though. I'm just going to quickly show what happens if you do get spotted by him. Oh, he's not turned. Sometimes that guard will turn and look down at you. It doesn't matter. You can't get XP from him either way. He's actually hidden behind this box now. We need that potty. You want to grab the potty and you want to grab the stick from in here. You don't have to use the potty, but is a safe thing to do. I use them because they're very, very helpful. So this guard here, we can get some XP from him because he was turned away. But obviously I stopped before we went into the room. So you have to make split decisions. This guard we can always get XP from. That guy's now really far away. He is a guard who it is very easy to get XP from. If that guard was sort of here where I am now, he would hear me taking out this guard and he would walk over here. And usually what I do then is I'd hide behind this box and I'd then pop out and take him out and get the XP because I want more XP. But as he was all the way on the other side of the room, it didn't make sense. It takes so long waiting for him to come over. It's not worth it. Head down to here. We'll take out this guard. Again, this is another one that's some nice free XP. These two guards here are joking. To take these two guards out, what you need to do, you can't get XP from these guards. Well, you can try and get XP from these guards. It is doable, but you're not going to do it in the middle of a speed run. You're not going to wait for the opportunity. You want to take them out quickly. So what you're going to need to do is you're going to run out in front of them. As soon as they start shooting, roll, and then you need to punch them simultaneously. You're going to have to keep swapping in between them. So run out, you get spotted, roll, and then punch, 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 kick, kick. You must swap between the two, because otherwise the other one will shoot you whilst you're waiting. So I don't know how... Ah, crap, the load goes back to here. That's all right, we can go from here. This guard here, he's all the way over there. It was going to take forever to get XP from him, so we're not going to bother. That guard actually hasn't seen me or heard anything, so we're just going to ignore him completely. We don't need to take him out. Take this guard out. No. Roll, punch, 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 punch. And then take out these two boxes. Because you need the rope and you need the...
Escaping prisoner.
Oh. Ah, that is because that guard came down. That guard came down because in the previous room above, I took out a guard and left a guard alive, so they started investigating. If that happens in that room, you should be able to get through this room that we're in now a lot quicker, so it shouldn't make a difference. Unfortunately, I'm now bleeding out, and yeah, it's not good. So I'm going to quickly speed my way back through here. Take that guard out. Remember, if you get spotted, you must take the guard out, because you do not want an alert. Again, he's moving up there, so we can just go down here.
Hey, Mike, can you tell them again?
Take that guard out. Roll, punch, 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 kick, kick. Take that. Take those. And now we need to get out before that guard from the top comes down. And we're through.
I reached a special...
Again, you want to hold B as you approach these bits. I'm going to move quickly because that guard was about to come in and investigate. Okay, first boss. This is Grenade Guy. Grenade Guy is actually one of the trickier bosses in the game. No word of a lie. Because he throws... Oh, they are still bloody investigating. Yep. If that happens, just load the game. Those guards won't come now. In fact, I probably should have loaded the game as soon as I got the save. So we're fine to sort of wait here for a second. Wait, he's not seriously coming to investigate still. He shouldn't be investigating. I've loaded a save. There we go. I've taken him out. I've taken him out now and got some extra XP. Really, that's actually a really handy point. If you ever in a situation where guards are coming at you from off screen like that, you can see the arrow. You can just sit there and punch them. So that's actually a really good learning point in the end. So, Grenade Guy. He throws grenades. That's why he's called Grenade Guy. We're going to take him out with this weapon. We need to combine the stick with the eye patch because we haven't done that yet. There's a dialogue at the end of it. Whilst we're here, we also need to create another unencrypted radio. There's a dialogue there. When you craft the slingshot, it's automatically put onto your into your weapon slot, so you don't need to worry about doing that. When you start the fight with Grenade Guy, the first thing you want to do is move straight away towards the box on the left-hand side. Because if he throws a grenade very quickly, and he usually does, you'll break that box and you'll get some more depleted uranium balls. And then with Grenade Guy, it's just simply getting slightly ahead of him and shooting him. You know, start your shot ahead of time. Again, it's not really something you can just sort of straight up teach. You'll get the idea when you go into it yourself. But it is simply just sort of anticipating where he's going to move. The awkward thing with Grenade Guy is when he stops to throw a grenade, and you won't know. Oh, I haven't crafted. Whoops. Of course, we crafted that after the save. I'm going to quickly craft those again.
With the radio.
So sort of stand it. You want to sort of stand. Don't stand. Oh, these bloody guards. This doesn't usually happen. I'm gonna just try and take.
Oh.
You should just try and take him out quickly. Again, if this happens to you with those guards, you should be able to beat this fight quickly enough where they don't come in and don't get in your way. Right, get out of the way of that grenade. Grab the uranium goes. So you just want to be slightly ahead of him. Now, if he stops to throw a grenade at you, you'll miss. It is random when he'll stop to throw a grenade. So you don't have to worry about that. That guard that I've just punched out, you shouldn't get that guard come in on this fight. Don't worry about trying to deal with those. But yeah, as I say, you just want to be slightly ahead of him and just shoot. I'll do it one more time nice and quick. The grenade guy through. You don't want to stand too far forwards. If you stand too far forwards, he's more likely to throw grenades at you. I still haven't crafted the bloody... I'm going to load, I'm going to craft now. Craft the eye patch. I'm going to craft the radio whilst I'm at it. Alright, so here's how Grenade Guy should look. To move towards the box. More uranium balls. Oh. Make sure you look up. I've run out of uranium balls, so I need to get more. There are uranium balls in every single one of these boxes.
Boss defeated.
Take that guy out. Now, if you can help it, and it's not always doable, you want to beat Grenade Guy as close to this side of the room as possible, because the bridge always appears here. If he's all the way over here when you beat him, then you've got to move all the way over there, and you've got to move all the way back. So sometimes, if he is on this side, it's worth waiting just a second for him to come over, a bit further over. I wouldn't, try and line it up perfectly so he's here. This was very lucky. But obviously, it's going to mitigate the time. Oh my God.
Are you okay?
These guards.
Wake up, Mike. What happened, Mike? Someone attacked me. Let's find him.
This is...
Escaping prisoner.
Right, I've taken these guards out. I don't quite know what was happening with these guards. It shouldn't happen. You're going to pick up the hook, and then you're going to leave. We're gonna roll our way out. I'm just going to... Just because I'm bleeding out and I don't want to be on a time limit, I'm going to grab that first aid kit. You won't need to grab that first aid. You shouldn't be using first aid kits in the first level. You shouldn't need them. It's just because those guards were doing my nutting. They shouldn't come in like that. It was just random chance that that's how this worked out. So I'm just going to roll our way out. Head over to the sewer. We still need to craft the grappling hook. The grappling hook, there isn't a dialogue after you've crafted it. So make sure you craft it. You'll then be on it and make sure you equip it. If you leave your menu, you're then going to have to, because if I now go over to the sewer, can't do anything. So once you've crafted it, make sure you immediately equip it as well.
I couldn't see the bottom.
And then leave. And that's chapter 1. And chapter 1 shouldn't take you 25 minutes. At the end of each stage, you'll be presented with a screen. It'll tell you how much XP you got, how many secrets you gained. If you got all the XP and all the secrets, you get perfect, but we're not going for perfect. It is worth noting that the in-game timer pauses during this screen and during this screen. I'm on a different save file, which is why that shows as a new record. So if you do need like moments to just sort of take a second, just relax, or grab a drink or something, don't leave it forever. If I was verifying a run and someone left for 5 minutes at this screen, I wouldn't accept it. If you need a few seconds, it's fine, but don't take the piss. It's worth noting, whilst the IGT is paused at these screens, it does not pause when you pause the game. It's the only moment throughout your run where the IGT is paused. All right, so coming out of here, there's going to be dialogue. There's going to be a cutscene. So when you push B to continue here, push it and hold it. Keep hold of it so that we go straight into chapter 2 and skip all the dialogue. At the start of every chapter, there is also a save, which is very helpful to know. Right, so chapter 2, we're going to grab the severed hand. We're going to immediately equip and use it, and then it gets rid of it. And now we're going to roll all the way up. Now, note I am still level 1. It is not unusual to still be level 1 at the end of chapter 1. Ideally, you want to be hitting level 2 off of Grande Guy, but if you don't, it doesn't matter too much. You'll get level 2 off the next boss, which is coming up in a second. But ideally, if you can, get to level 2 off Grande Guy. Again, hold B to skip that phone call. And we're into the next boss. This is Sergeant Rosco. Sergeant Rosco is unique because you have to kill Sergeant Rosco by... I don't want to take damage. You have to kill Sergeant Rosco by hitting him with this globe. So first thing you do is you punch the globe off, and then every time he pops up, you're going to hit him with this globe. I can't actually hit him from there, so I'm just going to do that. Got him. Just got him. Just going to wait. As soon as he pops up, punch. Punch the globe. You have plenty of time to line up your shots. And if you miss, just make sure that you move out of the way because he's going to shoot. Punch. This is the point where you should grab a first aid kit as well, because that first aid kit is pretty free. Now it does take him a second to pop back up, especially if he shoots and goes back down. He stays down for quite a while, so make sure you wait for him to pop back up. But when he initially first goes down, it does not take him very long. Actually kill him like that. Quickly load so that we can do the fight again. So what you want to do is you want to think about his pattern and you want to know where he's going to go. Now that second shot that I did, it looked like I couldn't hit him, and you can, but it has to be very, very precise. So instead, you need to get in an extra hit. So what we're going to do, I'm going to do the fight again, and I'm going to show you the extra hit that you need to put in. So immediately take it down, pop. Ah, I see where I'm wrong. I actually maneuvered a bit better to be in position for him, but if you want to get the first shot off nice and quick, the globe will end up here over on the left-hand side, and it's very difficult to hit him as he's over on the right. So as soon as you get the opportunity, you want to do another punch so the globe moves over here and hit. Wait for him to duck. Just wait a second. Wait a second after he's ducked and fire, so that the globe should be already in the air as Rosco is getting up. This is a very, very simple fight. There's not a lot to it.
Defeated.
And now on level 2. So, leveling up. It's pretty much determined already which level up upgrade you're going to take. You only get the same upgrades at each level. So for example, if I take Sprint, which is exactly what I'm going to take, you'll never ever get the opportunity to take Steel Fists. The next level up are two different upgrades. The next one is 2 different upgrades, so on and so forth. You can only ever have one of the 2 that you're presented with. For the most part, for most levels, we have already determined which is the best one for speedrunning. There is one level where it's a bit contentious, depending on what run you're doing, but for any percent, we'll talk about it when it comes up. For the first one, you want to select Sprint. Now, tiny little bit of tech here. Doesn't matter which one you start selecting. You get a meter across the bottom. See that meter that shows up? So you have to hold that until it's finished. If you start holding it on Steel Fists and then move across at the last second, that meter doesn't deplete. So as soon as you start that level up animation, keep hold of X. So I'll show you this off the back of Rosco. Gives me a good opportunity to show off Rosco at a decent speed. Grab the health kit partway through the fight.
Pissing me off.
You should grab that health kit as well when you go over to him.
Damn you.
You see, I'm just waiting for him to duck, and then a split second later,
Boss defeated.
hitting him. So I'm holding X as the level up screen comes up. Holding X, meter starts going, move over to Sprint. So it is important that you know which way round the 2 items are. If you're not comfortable with which way round the 2 items are, don't do that. Wait, select your option, and then go for it. Grab the key card from Rosco, and we can head down. There's a dialogue here, so hold B, circle. Now, one thing I said, but now that we're level 2, we have sprint, so we move faster. One thing I said earlier is that rolling is faster when there are enemies in the room. Shredders, like the one you see on screen there, counts as an enemy. Lots of things count as enemies, so in this case, we're going to want to keep rolling because it's faster. Now there are no enemies in the room, we can just run. We don't have to, we can just run now. Grab that barrel, plastic drum. There is going to be a monster that appears here. It's a fish monster. If you have to take out any fish monsters, you get a small cutscene that you have to skip. So ideally, we don't want to take them out. If you feel like you need to because it's easier, then just take them out, deal with the cutscene. It's not too much of a problem. There's a barrel behind that bit of scrap. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over, take it out, run away, and then roll past and grab the barrel. If you're not comfortable doing that, you don't have to. You can just play it safe. I'll take this out. So we could take him out.
Hold on, Mr.
We get the dialogue. We have to skip it. The other thing with that dialogue is you get a choice, so it does take a little bit longer. And then we can grab the barrel. But remember, you are invincible whilst rolling. So as soon as the monster starts to attack with its bite, roll and you'll dodge it. So I'm going to quickly do that again because I much prefer not getting the dialogue. So roll. Oh, I messed up my rhythm rolling there. I got past him in the end. Now, I'll go away, you silly idiot. There was a checkpoint there. If I move into this room, these fish appear straight away, and there is a barrel in here that I need to get. Now, what we used to do is we used to keep going. We used to grab that barrel on the way back, because on the way back there was a chance that these fish didn't spawn straight away. But there is actually a guaranteed method of making these fish spawn late, and it is to load that save. As soon as you hit that save point there, reload it. Because when you go into here, so assuming you move straight away, those fish don't spawn. And you can climb that ladder. You can climb that ladder straight away as well. You don't need to try and pick up the item. You will pick up the item as you climb up the ladder. Got a call, so answer the call and immediately skip it. There is a file in here that we need. As soon as you've got the file, give the colonel a call. If you don't give the colonel a call, you can't leave through this. You can't leave through this door. I think that load point goes. Oh, the save point was after the call. Yeah, if you don't make the call to the colonel, every time you pick up a file, you need to call the colonel. Otherwise, you won't be able to advance. All right. This is the first decent skip in the game. This is called the dog skip. It was found very, very early. It saves a decent chunk of time, and it really is the first ever skip in UnMetal. It was discovered first, and it's the first one that you do in the game, and it's pretty cool. As I say, it's called dog skip. The intended method of getting through this is there is a dog on the next screen. We're going to see the dog.
Heading east, I ran into a hound.
A hound, but we call it a dog.
You didn't hurt it, did you?
Oh, shut up. And if that dog gets you, it will attack you. As you can see, I have not... My HP is going down so quickly, and I can't heal. You can't heal during this bit, and you just die. So what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to run to the left. If I go out here, you're supposed to run to the left here, go through a couple of rooms here, and find a piece of meat. You then throw that meat, the dog will go for the meat instead of you. What we can do instead is what we call dog skip. So you're going to go to the center of the room, you're going to lure the dog over to the edge, and then you're going to roll past it. Now, you still get hit. As you saw, I still got hit and still got attacked. But because you're so close to the edge of the screen now, you can get past it. You don't have to go up to the top. I prefer to go up to the top left corner, because when done well, you can get 4 rolls in, and you're right at the edge. 4 rolls is very, very good. It's not easy to get those 4 rolls. I make that look easy, but it isn't. 3 rolls is more likely what you'll end up doing. If you get less than 3 rolls, you're probably dead. So I'll show you doing it down instead. So you can go down, off the screen, 1, 2, 3, and then even from here with 3 rolls, you get over here fine. But as I say, I prefer to give myself enough time by going all the way up to the top. Well, actually, when you first enter this room, don't go up, just go straight in, because you will always get the dialogue there. So I move up to the very top. Just as it's about to hit me, roll. In fact, I barely got touched by the dog there. I'm still bleeding because I got touched originally. Now, if you get 4 rolls, or if you get 3 really good rolls and you enter here with enough health, there is a save point that you can save scum and get your health back from. If you're not comfortable with it, if you don't think you've got enough time and you don't want to do it, then just use a... You should have health... You picked up 2 health kits from Rosco. Just grab a health kit and heal up. Except there is a small dialogue here and a guard runs across. So heal whilst that guard's running across. Oh shit! I genuinely did not know that guard shot Robert. Genuinely, that is the first time I've ever got that game over. I didn't know that's what happened. I've always taken that guard out straight away. I didn't know he killed Robert. That's insane. Cool. You learn something new every day. All right. But if your rolling was good, like if you got 4 rolls in here and got through, you've got plenty of you bleed out so slowly. Skip out the dialogue there. This guard down here, I'm going to pause it here because obviously I'm bleeding out. This guard down here is another example of you need to assess your situation and decide what you want to do. At the moment, he's down at the bottom of the screen. I need to take that guard out because he's got a radio that I need, but also I need to go into the room above me. So this very moment in time, because he's all the way down there, I'm going to go into the room first. In this room, you only need to break 2 boxes. Break that one to get a circuit, and break that one to get a wooden platform. Go back in this room. We're going to have to assess this again. Where's the guard? The guard's now there. I could do with the XP, so I'm just going to wait a second and get the XP from him. You then want to craft the radio. In fact, sorry, you want to craft the boat, because the boat doesn't kick you out of the menu. You then want to craft the radio, and that will kick you out of the menu.
After making the...
And there's a dialogue. Back over to Robert, hold B, and there's your save point. So, we've just hit a save point whilst bleeding out. If I now load the game, boom. We're at this exact same point, we're back on full health. And that saves you a health kit. So I've still got both health kits. I didn't have to use one. So the other advantage of save scumming is it saves your health kits. But if you're low on health as you enter this room and you don't think you're going to make it, just use a health kit. You know, trigger the dialogue for the guard to run across the screen, heal up, and then go and take him down. Dog skip on the way back is exactly the same. You want to go to the very bottom of the screen. You can get 4 rolls in, but it is so tight. I've only ever done it a couple of times. So you want to be aiming for 3. The important thing on the way back is you want your last roll to be as late as possible. Don't get the dog to come over. Don't just 1, 2, 3, because then you're starting as far away as you can from the exit. If I load this, if you start a roll and the dog hits you in the roll, you will complete your roll before you slow down. I'll show you this like this. So 1, 2, and I'm just going to keep running and roll. If you saw there, the dog started attacking, but the roll still completed. So make sure you do your last roll as late as possible so you are as far over before you slow down. This one, same again with this. You've got plenty of time. You want to be just running. Assuming your dog roll was good, you've got plenty of time before your HP wears off. Select the boat. But again, if you're not comfortable doing this, use a health kit. You don't have to bleed out. If you're not comfortable, use a health kit or use a bandage. We barely use bandages in the game, but you can use a bandage just to stop the bleeding rather than heal up if you want to save your health kit. But if you can and you're comfortable with it, save scum because it saves your health kit and it is faster. You don't stop in place and use the health kit. There is a save point after that dialogue. So again, load game. We're back on full health. We're no longer bleeding. We're exactly where we're supposed to be. This room is a bit of a pain. This room is a bit of a pain in the arse because of these fish. Sometimes they'll spawn quickly, sometimes they won't. You want to go and grab this secret. This is one of the secrets I will show you. You can make decisions on your own as to which secrets you get and which secrets you don't get. I will show you the secrets that I would recommend because it's the ones I take, but it's up to you whether you feel comfortable getting more or less. The main thing with most secrets, not all of them, there are some secrets that do slightly different things, but for the most part, secrets are extra stamina, they increase your health. That is useful for bosses later on. It's very useful in chapter 10 because there's a thing that we called the Death March, where you are just taking damage constantly and you want to try and mitigate that as much as possible. So I will show you the ones that I consider to be the most efficient and most effective. It's up to you whether you go for them. It's up to you whether you get different ones. It's up to you whether you get more. It's up to you whether you get less. But I will show you the ones. I'll show you all of them. I'll show you the ones which are accessible. There are some on an any percent run that you just wouldn't go anywhere near, so you shouldn't. I'll show you the extra ones, but I will point out which ones I would recommend, and this is one I do recommend. In fact, you should be getting both secrets in chapter 2. Roll under those guys. If you don't, again, you can afford to save scum here. You can afford to hold on. Try and avoid the damage if you can. You're going to use the floating platform to get past the grinder here. And again, with this, you kind of just have to judge it. Take it as you can. In here, if you get a good cycle, you can go straight through. Sometimes you won't get a good cycle there, and you'll have to wait for the grinders to get out of the way. Again, it's judging it as you go into the room. Here, you can put that on the corner so that you get past it straight away. You can, if the cycle's good, you can put it on that corner there. Let me show you following this grinder up, corner and in. Now, this next room, there is a piece of garbage that you have to break. Ideally, you want to break it with rhythm punching because it's faster. You are on a tight time scale because you want to get it punched out before these fish folk that are just appearing here now reach you. If you need to, force the fish folk away from you so you've got a bit more time. But you need to be getting across like that. If you don't get across there quickly, then you're gonna have a bad time. You may have to punch the fish. You may have to punch the fish folk out, and that is gonna waste your time. But sometimes you gotta do it. Sometimes you gotta take it as they come. But this time I'm not bleeding out, which is nice. Gonna run straight up here. Again, I've got a nice cycle here, so I can go straight across. Nice cycle there, so I can go across there. And again, this is a nice cycle. So I'm going to roll twice and across. If you are too slow on that, you will punch one of the fish. And at that point, you're probably just going to have to take them out. I would show it, but I don't want to have to go through that again. Ah, crud. That's all right. We can still save scum this. So we'll just keep going. Down here. Let the grinder do the work if you can. Punch that out. Be careful. That grinder comes all the way over. If you're going to punch that out from there, make sure you punch it and get out of the way. If the grinder is coming back towards you, you can put a platform here and punch it that way instead. Avoid that one. And then we've got the rat squirrel section. It doesn't matter which one you choose. It's quicker to take none because you don't have to move across, but doesn't actually make that much difference. Now, during this section, it is impossible to bleed out. So this is why it doesn't matter too much that you're already bleeding at this point. However, there is also a save point at the start. So if you don't like it, if you're worried about it, just load the save. But you cannot, or at least I have been through this section so many times whilst on near to no health whilst bleeding out and haven't died. I'm pretty sure it's impossible to bleed out during this section. You say that, Jack. You've told me that before. But I have seen my health bar drop to nearly nothing and I have not bled out. I've never seen it happen. If you are bleeding, your next save is there. So then you want to load your save there. You want to grab that barrel, or that plastic drum, climb up here. Up here, you need to grab that gasoline. I usually also grab this first aid kit. That first aid kit, for some reason, is coded to immediately allow you to pick it up. There is a health kit in there. If you want another spare one, you can go for it. For some reason, those health kits pick up straight away. The gasoline doesn't. If I go and grab that gasoline again, you have to wait for it. I'll show you that now. So you saw how I'll show you with the health kit. So if I go for this health kit, immediately pick it up. If I go for this gasoline, I have to wait a second. So as you have to wait a second, it doesn't take. You might as well just grab that first aid kit. So I'll show you what I would do here normally. So head over here, punch that out, and then grab the first aid kit, grab the gasoline, go again. All right. Now we're going to come to one of the more annoying sections of Chapter 2. You're going to grab this broken old flamethrower. Oh. I can't undo the save now. Also, I've just realised I haven't reached Sewerjunk yet. The splits weren't quite in the right place. As soon as you pick up the flamethrower, you want to combine it. So to combine it is plastic drum with the flamethrower to fix it, and then empty flamethrower with the gasoline to give you a flamethrower.
After the repairs, my flamethrower.
The reason for repairing the flamethrower straight away is because you get a save once you've done it. If you start moving away, if you haven't created it by the time you get to here, you'll just get that save anyway. What it then means is that if you die in the next section, and when you're first starting out, you're probably going to die in the next section. It is tricky, it's tough, it takes a while. If you die in that section and come back to this save, you're then going to have to construct the flamethrower again. So make sure you construct the flamethrower straight away so it's already constructed by the time you get that save. So, the flamethrower is a very unique item. It's only used in this stage of the game because it breaks. Well, if we can avoid it, we'll stop it from breaking. But the thing with it is it has a heat meter. So you can see above Jesse's head there is a meter. And as that meter goes up, it goes red. And if you keep it going too high, it explodes and kills you. So you have to keep an eye on that meter. So as you can see now, that save, I've loaded back that save, and I now have to reconstruct the flamethrower. That's why you should construct the flamethrower the moment you pick it up. So to do this, you're going to want to tap R or R2 or whatever weapon button you've got, and you want to do it quite don't tap loads, because if you do that, I nearly exploded. And obviously it takes time to cool down again. The taps you want to be doing, you want to be nice and steady. You can see, as you can see by the meter there, I'm able to pretty much keep this up. Not quite indefinitely. It is slowly going up, but it's taking a very, very long time. And that's the rhythm you want to be using whenever you're using the flamethrower. Don't hold it, because if you hold it, you will just die. Not really quick taps, because that goes up too high and explodes you as well. Again, don't forget to equip the flamethrower once you've combined it, because it doesn't do it automatically. So we'll do it on these tires again. So nice. Obviously, if you do it slightly quicker, you'll get through it quicker. You have to balance it. You need to keep an eye on your meter and know when to go faster and know when to slow it down. For this section, you're going to get a load of squirrels or rats. You're going to get rodents. It depends which whether you went for cheese or not. I'm just going to turn the game audio down because I realise it's very, very loud at this point. You're probably struggling to hear me. So depending on if you were a nut and you got squirrels, it'll be squirrels again. If you were a cheese and you got rats, it'll be rats. It doesn't matter. They both do the same thing. For this section, you want to, again, you have to balance it. You have to decide how much you want to risk and how much you want to play it safe. And by that, I mean, how often do you just run towards the exit and just shoot the tires? And how often do you quickly turn around, blast back at the rodents, and then keep moving? So for the most of the time, like when you're approaching rodents in front of you, you want to shoot them. And just occasionally, you just want to turn back around and shoot again. Rodents count as enemies, so you're going to want to be rolling whenever they're on screen. Just keep rolling. And just every so often, just turn around and just shoot them. Just gives you a little bit more time. I say, the more you get used to this, the more you practice, the more you'll know when you can just ignore them. There, I probably could have just ignored them. Here, I'm nice and far ahead of them. I won't need to turn around here. I can keep going, but I might do. I might want to, I might be on really low health and I might want to play it safe. If you're really struggling with this section, just take them all out. Once you've taken them out, they stop spawning. So if you're really struggling with this section, just play it safe and take them all out. But as you go along, you will learn what you can give and what you can take. By this point, you've already picked up a secret as well, so you've got slightly more health than normal. And again, if this is something you're struggling with and you don't have enough health, grab the secret in chapter 1 as well, because it will help you in this section. So, done well. Here is how this section should look. So we're going to roll, turn around and just quickly take those out. I can let those kill me. Roll. Whenever there's no enemies on screen, you want to just move normally. Take those out. Turn around once, I think there. Yeah, that's good. Roll away. Roll, roll. I'm going to turn around and just shoot them there. Quite quickly approaching me there, so we're going to go there. All the way down to the bottom. It's quite a few, so I'm going to turn around and shoot. Roll. Roll. And I think I'm fine here. For this section, there is a secret which I'd highly recommend you get. Again, you don't have to. It would be quicker if you don't. But it's useful in two ways. Firstly, it's another secret, so it's useful. Secondly, the moment you enter the room where the secret is, all of the rats disappear. And it's behind this wall here. As soon as you enter, the rats disappear. Also, because you've got the flamethrower, you can just... one tick of the flamethrower will get that stamina. I thought I was going to go all the way back here. So I'll show you this one more time. If you... punching that bit of garbage, you can punch it, but it takes longer. Just one tick of the flamethrower is all it needs. So this time I'm gonna try and be just a little bit more daring. My rhythm there with the flamethrower wasn't very good. I was right up to full heat. And as a result, I've actually taken quite a lot of damage. There we go, that's much better rhythm there. That tire there doesn't have quite as much health as the others. So you can usually get through that one a bit quicker. And as you want to start, something I didn't really say there, but I demonstrated there, you want to start shooting and keep holding left so that you're moving towards it in between shots. And then here... I was actually really close. See how low my health is there? That's really close. Shouldn't really be letting it get that close. There's a spare health kit here if you really need it. I usually don't go for it, but you can do if you want. All right, the next boss. This is Sewerjunk. Again, there was a save there. Because we're not bleeding, if you load that save, you won't go back to full health. And I strongly recommend you have health kits ready for Sewerjunk. There is a trick with Sewerjunk called flamethrower skip. I'll try and show it. It's not something you can set up every time. You can set it up, but if it doesn't kind of set itself up naturally, it can take longer to go for it than just doing the fight normally. So it's kind of advanced tech. I wouldn't worry too much about it as a beginner. It's something you can pick up later on. But the Sewerjunk coming up here, I'm going to swap to health kits so that I've got them. Not going to use them yet because I'd have to stop and wait. There's plenty of time during the fight to use them. So, a punch, because we skipped dialogue, and we're now into the Sewerjunk fight. Sewerjunk is going to appear randomly. You have to move into position, and you're going to have to flamethrower him. So he's randomly up here. Sometimes he'll start on the left, sometimes he'll start on the right. And as soon as you finish the first phase, health kit. Right. He'll now appear on the left here. If he appears on the left for the second time, you'll get dialogue. If he doesn't appear on the left the second time, so that time he appeared up at the top both times, he will always appear left on the third one. In this exact spot, he always appears here on his second or his third rise, because at this point, once you've done enough damage to him, you're going to get a dialogue.
And that thing had tentacles?
Now here, she's asked the lady that you're with, I can't remember if she's given a name, is asking Jesse how many tentacles it had. You may think you want to select 2 for 2 tentacles. You don't. You want to select 6 for 6 tentacles. If you select 2, he actually has 24 tentacles and has 24. I actually can't remember what 4 is.
It had 4 pairs of tentacles.
There you go, 4 pairs of tentacles, so it has 8. And you don't want 8. You want 2. You want 6. 6 is the smallest. So we actually go for the highest option because it gives us less. As you can see, Sewerjunk is now spawned in a completely different location. Oh. Gonna heal in between those bits. That dialogue only appears when Sewerjunk is here. We've done quite a lot of damage before getting to that state. So ideally, and again, this is completely random. You want Sewerjunk to appear there third, but it is random. You can't control it. And again, we're doing the exact same thing. He'll use his tentacles. You want to try and avoid damage. Just get as much damage off as possible. As you can see, because I haven't taken any damage, I'm now healed back up to full health. That's why we heal right at the start of that fight. Here, if he appears here, his tentacles will go down here. So you can stand here and shoot him that way instead. Now, did you hear that extra damage? There's a thing with Sewerjunk. I'm gonna have to start the fight again because we're about to finish it. I'll just select those. There's a thing with Sewerjunk where for some reason, once Sewerjunk has gone below the water, you can do 1 extra tick of damage. So if you wait for him to go down, and then we'll fire the flamethrower, and you'll hear 1 more tick. Did you hear that? That's Sewerjunk's extra tick of damage underwater. Don't know why it happens. Don't know what it is that causes it. But it happens, and it is an extra bit of damage. It is very helpful, particularly if you're trying to set up for flamethrower skip. So he's gone down. We're going to heal up. He's now in this position, so we know we're going to get the dialogue now. Oh no, we didn't get the dialogue because I haven't done enough damage to him, so he's going to appear here again. Now we're going to get the dialogue. 6 tentacles. Keep shooting. Again, get the extra little tick whilst he's down. Now, notice there, the tentacle hitting Jesse doesn't stop him from healing. Only the black and red balls do. You want to, so you can use that to your advantage if you want to get ahead. So you've got plenty of time in between these phases. If you do need to heal again, wait until he's gone down and just use another health kit. Heal back up. And once you're at a decent amount of health, you can just tank everything that he throws at you. That's why it's important to use a health kit at the start of this fight. So we'll do it again. And just turn around straight away. Pew, pew, pew. Start healing. My flamethrower's about to overheat, so I'm not going to go for the extra tick. He's appeared there, so we know we're getting the dialogue. Little extra tick. So where's he going to appear now? He's appearing here. So we're going to need to take out those tentacles. I still haven't healed back up yet, so I'm going to just try and avoid the black things. He's there. If he's there, his tentacles will always go. He'll always attack the closest point, so you can attack him from further away knowing you're not going to get hit. Now he's further this side, but because we were ready, because we were ready, we took the tentacle out before it sat down on us. Once you've dealt a certain amount of damage, and we're now beyond that threshold, the flamethrower is going to break.
I nearly had that thing.
You need to make sure that you select broke apart and not exploded. If you select explode, then the flamethrower will explode and you'll die. So make sure you select broke apart. At this point, you're now without a flamethrower, and there's two things you can do. First thing, you should swap back to the floating platform, and you should also select the slingshot. If you're in a good position with the slingshot, you can fire slingshots. Now, he's got too much health there, but you can also just run up and punch him. Unfortunately, I didn't do a very good job of that. The tentacle appeared, so I needed to have punched the tentacle out, and then gone and punched him. So you kind of have to judge it. Where are you stood? Where is he? Could you hit him with the slingshot? Have you got enough ammo, or do you just need to run over and punch him? So let's do that fight again, and I'm going to do it nice and quickly this time. So I'm going to quickly select my health kits. Extra little bit of damage. Heal. He's not going to do the dialogue because he's too close. He's now going to appear there again. 6. So where's he going to appear now? Up. I can just shoot straight up. Don't have to worry about the tentacles. I was at pretty good health there, and I've got a spare health kit, so I can just use another one now. Tick. Health is now really low, so it's going to break. So we're going to quickly swap to that, and we're going to swap to the slingshot. He's down here. Punch that out. Unfortunately, he's got back up. He's gone back down in time. He's all the way up here. So again, I'm going to have to and finish the fight that way. The end of that fight, again, you just have to judge where he is and where you are as to whether you're going to slingshot him or whether you're going to punch him out. In both of those situations, I couldn't land a slingshot on him, so I had to punch him out. Now, I will show flamethrower trick. Flamethrower trick is not easy. And in fact, it's actually quite difficult to... It's quite difficult to explain without being able to pause and not go to the pause screen. So I'm going to have to try and show you here. Just thinking how I can show this. It's actually a bit awkward with the health bar. Basically, there is a very specific point. There is a specific point on Sewerjunk's health where you will then once you get below that health, you will trigger the flamethrower breaking. So if you can get as close to that threshold as possible without going over it, then you can kill Sewerjunk on his next phase without breaking the flamethrower. So I'm going to try and set it up. This is why it's useful to heal during this fight, so that you can tank as much damage as possible for the very last one. There we go. If I do one more tick as he goes down, we'll wait for him to go down. Okay, I didn't get the extra tick, unfortunately, but that doesn't matter too much. But can you see where his health bar is now? I'm going to move up to the top so we can see it a bit better, because there's kind of a light and shadow effect going on here. Like if I move right up here, it's going to be easier to see. So if you look at where his health bar is now, you can see that there is a line in the tiling. So there's a little pipe, then there's a line going straight down. Yes, Mockingjay, this will be on YouTube. There's a little line going straight down to show the brick. As long as his health bar doesn't cross that meter, you will not go into the flamethrower break. So if I show you this again, if I now just do one little bit of tick of damage, well, that was 3 ticks of damage like that. You can now see we're past that line. When Sewerjunk goes down, flamethrower breaks. So what you want to, if you can, and like I said at the start of this, what am I doing? Heal during the fight. Like I said at the start of this, sometimes you'll find that you wait for ages for Sewerjunk to drop back down, and it's not worth trying it. You'll know, again, once you've practiced, once you're better, you know, and you understand this fight, you'll know when to go for flamethrower skip. And you'll be able to set it up. If you get this where you don't get this dialogue until his third rise, you're probably in a very good situation to try and do flamethrower skip. And this is the other reason why you want to heal up as much as possible, so that you can just tank and do as much damage. So I'm actually in a really good situation to do this. I think I can do one more tick. So I have to wait for him, which isn't ideal. But I can do one more. Ah, I was wrong there. Doing one more tick put him over. I shouldn't have done that. Okay, I've only recently worked this. There's only in the last few weeks that I worked out exactly where this threshold is. So this is very advanced. Do not think you need to learn flamethrower skip. You are perfectly capable of getting a good chapter 2 without flamethrower skip. But I want to teach it to you so that if the opportunity arises, you can go for it. Because you can get this boss done very, very quickly when flamethrower skip lines up well and it just works. Gonna heal again. I think I've done slightly too... Yep, I knew I'd done one tick too much.
You must have been.
So we'll try again. Because the other thing with flamethrower skip is it's one thing to set it up, you've then got to finish it. And by finish it, I mean you then need to make sure that on his very next pop-up, you do the rest of his health. You have to do it all in one go, otherwise the flamethrower will break. Try and get this set up. Heal up again so I can... That's why you want to be at full health. Or near full health. Because for the final stage, you want to tank everything so that you can just stand there. I'm going to heal up now. He's not quite there. That should be the threshold. As you can see here, we're having to wait for him to go back down. So that's a time where flamethrower skip just isn't worth it. But he is now at the right health. And we can just tank everything. Get that last tick underwater. You might have to get the last tick when he goes down underwater. But that is flamethrower skip. And you see, we've still got the flamethrower. We can still use it. We will lose it. As soon as we leave this chapter, we lose the flamethrower. You don't get to keep it. So that's flamethrower skip. As I say, that is very, very advanced. If you can't get it and you do not worry about it. And as I said, if you're having to wait for him to drop back down, sometimes it's not even worth going for it. But when all the damage aligns really nicely, you can get that fight done very, very quickly. One last little bit here. You just need to get the floating platform out. Don't get killed by any of these. And that is stage 2. There is a dialogue. Just hold circle. And that's stage 2. Oh. So this one, we did get both secrets. We got 7 out of the 12 XP. You're not going for all XP. You won't get all XP in stage 2 because we skipped a whole section with dog skip. All right, so that's stage 2. Stage 2 is the second longest stage in the game. It is a bit of a challenge to be thrown with straight away. So if you struggle with stage 2, don't let it put you off. I would say stage 2 is the second most difficult stage as well. Stage 9 is the longest stage, and I would say stage 9 is the most difficult. Stage 2, stage 7 are your two that they could be on par for second most difficult. But to have stage 2 thrown at you so early, it's tricky. All right. Stage 3. In the lion's den. Hold B so that we skip the dialogue straight away. Through here. Now, this guard, I talk about this guard every single time I do a speedrun. You don't have to punch this guard out. If you want to, you can just go straight through and ignore that guard. If you do it quickly, just to show you. If you do it quickly, you won't get an alert. Because that's another important note, and this is going to come up again later. You see here, I don't have an alert. I've gone straight into caution. If you get spotted by an enemy, you go into caution. As long as you leave the room before they start their radio call, you won't go to an alert. If I do that again and wait here, now you can see he started his radio call. I'm under an alert, and I can't. Well, there's a point with that. There is a save point which cancels the alert anyway. But in normal circumstances, I wouldn't be able to go through any doors. It is something you don't use it very often. There's one specific area in the game where we deliberately do that trick, and that's coming up later. But it is worth noting, if you're ever in a situation where you've been spotted and you know you can't get to the guard in time before he pulls his radio out, get off the screen and you won't get an alert. I think that it wasn't a load. Anyway, this guard. So I see so many runs where people completely ignore this guard and just run past him, and then piss about later on with the handkerchief or trying to go out their way to get XP from other guards. This guard is the freest XP in the game. You can see here, he's even looking left and right and he hasn't spotted. See, he's looking left and right and he still can't see me. Take this guard out. That is the freest XP you will get in the entire game. Just take him out. Whenever you have an opportunity for free XP, you should be going for it. Immediately take him out, and as you go through this door, hold B, or circle, you'll skip dialogue. Keep it held as you answer this call, you'll skip the call, and you'll skip the dialogue straight afterwards. Then you can let go. Into this room. This guard you should usually be able to get XP from him. He's usually walking in that direction. Again, if he's not, you might have to take him out. I'm still a little underleveled. This room is another room again where you just have to take it as it comes. I'm going to load it. Hopefully I get a different pattern. See, this guard now is all the way over there. If you're desperate for XP, you can lure him over. If you're desperate to get that XP, and to be honest, at the moment, I'm quite underleveled, so luring him over was a good idea. But again, you take each room as they come. So now here you can see these guards are in this position. So here, I know that I can just do that. And I know that I can run straight up here. For some reason, that guard doesn't call his radio. Let me just do this again. I'm going to get this XP because I don't want to be too underleveled to show you later. Ideally, if you take one guard out, try and take both. If there's two guards in the room and you can take both of them out, take them both out so you don't get into any trouble. But again, you have to take each room as it comes. There's a dialogue here, so we can hit circle. Before you go into this room, well, it doesn't actually matter because I'm not using hotkeys. But if you've been into your menu, you want to select the rusty wire going into this room. You can select it once you're in, doesn't really matter. If you're using hotkeys and you've got the rusty wire on a hotkey, select the rusty wire before you go in. Hold circle, and you'll be in this position here. She's aiming a gun at you. If you move or do anything, if you do anything else, though, Doctor will shoot you. You use the rusty wire, and then it doesn't matter what you select. Just hold circle to skip it. I'll run up here. Grab these. This is the one point in a speedrun where if you're in here for a while, you might get to hear Apache.
You have a broken jaw. Try to get some sleep.
Yeah, those lines of dialogue there, those are all Apache. And then the other important thing to do here, once you've grabbed the key card, is go up to here and fill up on first aid kits. Doesn't matter how many you've got. 6 is your max. So if I go for one more, I can't pick it up because I've got too many. But always max out on med kits in this room. Even if you've got 0, get yourself to 6. It's the freest opportunity to get back up to them. but also we want to make sure that throughout this entire stage, we're not using any medkits. The reason for that is we're going to come back into this room later, and if we don't have maximum health kits, there's going to be a dialogue and a cutscene that we have to skip. If we still have max, we don't get that cutscene and it saves a little bit of time. If we don't have max and we do get that dialogue and that cutscene, we do then get given the rest of them, but it's still quicker to just grab them from there. All right. Oh, no, that's the way we came. So we're going to try and blast through this section a little bit quicker because not a lot happens here. I'm going to break these boxes. Make sure you break just those 4. You don't need to break any others in here because these ones are all empty, if I remember correctly. Just going to quickly load because this can happen. For some reason, that call is really delayed. It's possible for you to get to the door and start going through it before the call comes up. And if you don't answer the call and try and go through the door, you keep getting this. So what I usually like to do is just wait at the door for a second. But make sure you grab those 4 boxes. You grab all of that ammo. From now on, throughout the entire run, whenever you've got an easy chance to get bullets, get them. It's the one ammo you are always going to need. So just get them. Okay, another room where we just have to deal with a guard. We've got an opportunity here to get XP, so we're going to take it. Again, we've got another room here with a guard. We'll just wait for him to move. So again, we've got an opportunity to get XP. He's got bullets on him. The next 3 guards, him and the 2 in the next room, all have bullets on them. You want them all. At this point, this is normally where I hit level 3, so I'm about on track now with XP. Caught back up again. For this level up, you want to take healing, because apply bandages and first aid kits twice as fast. You're going to apply your first aid kits faster. We want to be faster. Rapid recovery is pointless, because if we're going to try and regain HP, it's either going to be using a health kit, or we're going to save scum a lot. And rapid recovery is no use if we're save scumming, because we're instantly getting that health back. So healing. Go into this room. This room here is one of the trickiest guard rooms in the game. No word of a lie. Deciding what you do and how you take these guards out, again, you have to make that decision when you first come into the room. If you can get XP, get XP. Getting XP from that second guard would have been really slow, so I didn't bother. So I'm going to try and enter that room a bit quicker. Unfortunately, that guard is now not in the same spot. That guard is now all the way up there, so I'm just going to ignore him. If he's all the way at the top, just ignore him and you're going to be going up there on your way back through. So if he's all the way up at the top, just ignore him and deal with him later. As long as he doesn't spot. If he spots you, take him out. You don't want an alert at this point. Do not get an alert at this point. All right, so we're in this room. And that was the best way of taking those guards out, in my opinion. But as I say, you will have to make that judgment call every time you enter a new room. I'm going to load because I don't want to be taking damage. This guard's down here. I managed to get around him without him spotting me, so I get some XP. This guard's really close to the edge. Oh, he didn't turn. Whoops. Oh well. Right, where are they now? I can do that, and I can run. Ooh, unfortunately he turned, but oh well. The important thing with that room, again, if you're going to take out one of them, take out both of them. Although this one's not too bad if you only take out one, because there is a save coming up, so we can load that save to reset the guards. But ideally, you want to take out both of them. And again, with this room as well, if you come into this room, you're going into this room here. We're going in here to get an intel file. If you come into this room and both guards are wandering around down here, go into the room first. Go in here, see where the guards are when you come back out and deal with them then instead. Said decision making. A lot of decision making in this game. There is a secret behind this poster. There's actually a lot of stuff behind this poster, so I would highly recommend coming in here. The secret is in this box. You also want to get this box because it is a bullet slot. That'll give you extra ammo. It's the only bullet slot you're ever going to grab. This box is empty. Don't touch it. there are then 2 sets of bullets in here. This is why this secret is very important, because you've got 12 bullets that you just picked up, and that's very, very helpful. There is a health kit in this box, but you should still be at full health kit, so you don't need it. So take out those boxes. Then, when you come out, you want the file. Whenever you get a file, you need to ring the colonel, and there's your save point. If you haven't dealt with the guards, take out the guards. Make sure you grab the ammo. That guard, I haven't actually taken his ammo yet, so we'll take him. It is worth noting here, if you haven't taken these guards out before you've gone into that room, when you come back out of this room, if you get an alert after you've done that room, don't worry about it, because there is a save coming up here. Actually, it's a phone call. That phone call cancels the alert. I don't know why, but it does. So if you get an alert on the way out, don't worry about it. That's the call. Next, equip your pistol before you go on this ladder. Before you go on this elevator. Get on the elevator, go up, and immediately reload. Jesse stands still when he reloads, so ideally, we want to reload in positions where, like, we're on a ladder. Why do I keep calling it a ladder? When you're on a lift. So when you're on a lift and you're going up and down, you're not doing it. You're not doing anything. Ideal time to reload. Down here, there's be another call. And then we're in the drone room. Here, you just want to keep rolling. These are all classes enemies. Keep rolling. Try not to get hit, but it doesn't matter if you do get hit, because we can save Scar. I'll deliberately get hit. There we go. If you do get hit, don't worry about it, because as you move into here, there's a save point. We can load the save point. Again, don't use any health kits, because you will get the extra cutscene towards the end of the level. Just saves. There's plenty of save scumming in this level, so you shouldn't ever need to use health kits. You should just be able to save scum each time. Okay, this is the next boss. This is Megadron. Not Megadrone, Megadron. Don't know why they missed the E off the end, but they call him Megadron. This boss is kind of tricky, because you have to be very fast with your shooting. Now, I have shoot on R2 for me, and I can shoot reasonably consistently. But because this is a trigger, sometimes it can be a bit awkward, particularly in the moment, and I might not be able to get all of my shots off. So you may find that you actually want to swap shoot to a button where it's easier to mash, because you need to mash for this fight. I'm going to do, just move to the left, hold up, and start shooting. Now, unfortunately, I got flapped. You need to get near. I think you can afford to get 9 shots off here. If you can get 9 shots off before it moves up, before it drops the box, then you've done half of its health. If I check this here, I'm going to try and just do 9. There we go. So I've done 9 shots. I've got 1 bullet left. And 1 bullet again. So 9. So it takes 18 shots to kill it. And what I just did there, that is how you're going to defeat Megadron. You're going to pepper him with 9 shots. You're going to reload. You're going to pepper him with another 9 shots. The trick to getting this bit done well is getting those 9 shots off nice and quickly and then moving out of the way. Ideally, what you want to do is you don't hold up straight away. You hold up just after you start shooting, because what's going to happen is in between shots, Jesse is going to move up slightly. Now, it's not that easy to just. Again, it's something you kind of get a feel for. You know that you need to move up yourself and things like that. So I keep getting squashed, but I'll do it properly this time. You kind of have to judge it for yourself. Oh, I thought I was going to be high up enough there. But basically, as long as you are getting in 9 shots and then getting out of the way, you're fine. There you go. So that time I was able to move up so that it dropped the box, but I moved up away from it. I didn't have to roll. I had plenty of time. I've actually got all 10 shots off, so I now only need to do 8 shots. Obviously, you need to reload, which I didn't do. So that's the thing. In between, you need to do 2 things once Megadron's out of the way. So we're going to pepper him first. I'm going to roll. If you have to roll instead. Reload, and then start breaking boxes. And again, as it's being blown up, break these boxes. Because you want as much ammo as you can get. Unfortunately, the fight, it has now saved, so I can't... It has now saved, so I can't reload the fight. But you get the idea with the fight. Okay. You want to try and get as many of these boxes as possible. You can avoid them to save time, but that's why you want to try and break them as much as possible during the fight, so you're not then cleaning them up afterwards. I usually get them all except this one because it's kind of in the corner. Move. Skip that dialogue. Here, there's another pack of ammo there, and there is a suit there. And again, remember what I said about items take a few seconds to spawn? Well, once they've spawned, they take a second until you can pick them up. We're coming back through this room, so just break those boxes, break that box, break the cabinet, and leave. You'll pick these up on the way back. Otherwise, you'd have to sit and wait for them. Go down here. This is where we mix the chloroform. There's a dialogue as we enter the room, so hold circle. Skip it. This is where we mix the chloroform. Chloroform we use for what we call the chloroform skip. It's not so much a speedrunning skip because it is kind of intended. The game originally doesn't intend for you to do it in quite this way, but it's the fastest way of doing it. Basically, if you use the chloroform, Jesse smells it, falls asleep, and he gets captured. He always gets returned to the same point. No matter where you are in the level when you've used it, you will always get taken to the same point. So we use that to teleport back. We don't want to use it too early. The 2 components are in this box and this box. Those are the only 2 boxes you need to break. Do not go through that door to the south. If you go through that door to the south, you will not be able to do the chloroform skip. So once you've got them, craft the chloroform. You don't need to equip it. Can do if you want, but you don't need to. Right. So if I were to go through that door, I would then have to craft the chloroform with the handkerchief in order to make a chloroform rag and take the guard down out there. If you go through that door, you will not be able to leave until you've taken that guard out with the rag. So do not go through that door. Instead, go straight back up and go and grab the stuff that we left behind here. Anti-thermal suit. Those bullets, I've actually got too many bullets now. Don't reload at the end of that. After Megadron, you'll notice I haven't reloaded until after Megadron yet. You don't need to. Okay, I'm just going to roll. Remember, whilst you're rolling, you're invincible. So if you need to time your roll so that you avoid lasers, do that. But for the most part, you can just keep rolling. Actually, I'll show you. I was going to try and show you dodging a laser. There we go. So that's how you can dodge a laser. And the reason I told you not to reload is because we're going up the lift again. You can reload on the lift. There's a save there, so if for any reason you did get shot by any of those lasers, that's your save scum. We now want the thermal suit. Once you've equipped the thermal suit, I like to push circle straight away. You can't punch or roll whilst in the thermal suit. You can't shoot. All you can do is run around. So the first time you try and do something, Jesse will say, I can't do this because I'll tear the suit. So do it, get the dialogue out of the way. Because then also you can now just hold circle, because there's going to be another dialogue here. And then we immediately skip it. The thermal suit hides you from these detectors. You can see on the floor, on easy at very least. And I don't actually know if the current console patches have this. This was implemented later in the patch cycle. You can see on the floor where that detects. So here, I'm fine. If I took the suit off here, I get spotted. And you would have to load. If you get spotted by these thermal scanners, immediately load your previous save. Do not try and escape. Do not do anything else. Just load, because there's no way around it. Along this route, there are 12 batteries you're going to want to pick up. So you've got to break. You want to break the same boxes every time. They're always in the same boxes. There isn't one in there, but you cannot break this box. If I try and... You cannot break that box without getting spotted there. So I'm going to have to load. I'm going to have to equip the suit again. Let's hold B. I can go down here, hold B. Skip the dialogue. Take it off. Punch, put it back on. Always make sure you put it back on before you start moving. In fact, even here, I'm putting it back on already. So you have to break this top box and then this bottom box. As we're going to be going that way later, go in this room and grab this file. Make sure you grab that file and call the colonel. If you don't grab that file and keep going, you will have to go back for it, and it will waste you a hell of a lot of time. I recall Plywood accidentally forgetting it during the UnMetal Unleashed event, and it cost him so much time having to go all the way back for it, because we don't go past this office again. We're going to use the chloroform to skip past all of this. We don't have a return journey. So stick the suit on. Punch, punch, punch. There's a battery there. There are bullets here. If you still need more bullets, grab them. That's this one. Careful with it. This is one where I quite often get caught out. You only need to take a slight step forwards to be in range. Luckily, at this point, you've got another save here. Also, don't be too close to that box when you break it. Because if you're too close to that box when you break it... Oh, that one's alright, actually. Or is it that one? It's that one. If you're too... You can very easily... You can very easily get caught by the laser. So try and be... give yourself space. And then immediately put the suit back on. Over here. Suit back on. Break this one because there's a battery in here. Suit back on. Break that one because you have to go that way. Break this one because there's a battery in here. You can't break any of these ones. There's 2 more batteries here. Get both of those. Do not need to go in that room.
In the next corridor, I ran
You get given a choice here. Make sure you go detectors. Because detectors is the quickest option. Guards, there will be some extra guards. Sheep, there'll be hundreds of sheep in this room and you can't move. So, go detectors. Take detectors, up and around, break this box, suit back on, grab the battery. In here. Again, careful here. If you take the suit off whilst here, you'll get spotted. Luckily, we've already got a new save back here, so it's not too far back to go. But that... Oh, this one is one of the more sensitive sensors here. You can, even here, I think I'll get spotted. And I do. So it's very important that you are hidden behind that box before you take your suit off. So I'm going to go over. Suit back on. I like to grab those depleted uranium balls. We do use them again later in Chapter 9. So it is helpful to grab them. Those 2 boxes there for that battery. And that's your last battery. Now hold, because we already skipped the dialogue where Jesse's like, I can't break my suit. You can hold circle as you approach this guy. Stay near him. Before you enter this room, or once you're in it, it's up to you. Because I use hotkeys, I do it straight away. Select the chloroform. It doesn't matter if you wait until you're in the room, it's fine. But go in the room, hold circle to skip the dialogue. Tap L2 to answer the call and skip it. Now use the chloroform. So this is where we use the chloroform skip. The chloroform skip is going to take us all the way back down to the first floor. And completely skips us having to go back through the laser section. We have tested other times for using this. This is definitely the fastest use of the chloroform. I'm going to use it now. And then these 2 guards. You don't need to engage these guards. You can just run away from them. They won't call the radio. You won't get an alert. You can get through this room. Should note on console, at the moment, on the current console patch 1.04, this door, you cannot go through this door until this alert has worn off. So you will have to take those guards out. But that gets fixed in later patches. You can get into this room fine. And then just run through. Hold circle to get ready to skip dialogue. Just hold circle throughout this whole section. You go up to here, sickbay, await. Again, I'm not letting go of circle throughout this whole section because I know that there's going to be more dialogue. Over to here. Now, you have to go back in to see if the doctor's all right. This is the point where if you don't have 6 health kits, you will get a dialogue and you'll get a cutscene. So ideally, you want to go in with 6 health kits. So don't use any health kits throughout the level. When you go in, immediately just hold circle and just run straight back out again. That's all it takes. All right, we've got our next boss fight. This is Lieutenant Markuson. Lieutenant Markuson's a bit of a pain in the butt because his arena is quite big and you have to chase him around, and there's lasers, and there's also 2 guards. The 2 guards you have to take out straight away. You can try and avoid them, but it's not worth it. It's quicker to just take them out. You're going to take them out with a pistol, but Jesse doesn't kill anyone. It's part of his code. He doesn't kill anyone. So you're going to take those guards out, and before the fight ends, unless you get into a situation where you've beaten the boss really quickly, you're going to heal them during the fight. So move down to here. Don't go in the middle because the 2 guards are on either side here. You want to make sure you're either on the left or the right. Doesn't matter which one, just one of them. Make sure you've already got your health kits equipped. Make sure you got your pistol equipped and you reloaded at the elevator. Move down, hold circle. We start the fight with Lieutenant Markuson. Immediately take out the first 2 guards. And then from here, I'm going to start chasing Markuson. But he's getting too far away. I'm going to go back and heal these guards. And once you've caught up to Markuson, the easiest way of dealing with him is to try and shoot and chase. I'll show you. So I'll show you the fight again. You wanna try and stay close to him and shoot and chase. So shoot, chase, shoot, chase, shoot, shoot, chase. You will have to reload at some point. Now I got quite lucky there. I was able to get Markuson done very quickly. But those 2 guards are going to die very quickly, so I need to now move over and deal with them, and then go back to Markuson. You must heal all 3 of them. Show you the fight one more time. And again, the other thing with this fight is Markuson is random. In these 2 guards, you'll always take those out the same way. Markuson's movements are random. Do not try and go through a corridor. Once you start seeing the lasers, don't enter the corridor. You will not beat them. As I just proved there. If you get trapped by lasers and you can't move, or you can't get any closer to Markuson, then use the opportunity to reload or go and heal the other guards.
Boss defeated.
And ideally, if you can help it, you're gonna have to carry Markuson out of the level. You want Markuson to be as close to this door as possible. You've got to carry him out. If you finish the fight, if you haven't healed those 2 guards and you finish the fight with Markuson up here, then you're wasting so much time. You want to, it's about balancing when do you heal the guards and when do you chase Markuson. You've got to heal the guards no matter what. So even if the boss fight takes slightly longer because you realize I should go and heal the guards, then so be it. It means you're going to save time after the fight because you don't have to heal them. Now, unfortunately, Markuson's still in the top left-hand corner, but it's random. You have to deal with it. So, heal Markuson. Once you finish healing him, don't heal yourself. Then rummage around, double tap to pick him up. It's one of the only times you're ever going to pick a guard up, and you have to take him with you. Here. There was a guard in this room. It's almost impossible to get past this guard. This is where you first came in. It's almost impossible to get past this first guard and ignore him. Make sure if you get the opportunity to ignore the guard in this room, don't ignore him, because otherwise he'll still be here when you come back through. And then go down here and just leave through the door. If you're really behind on XP, you could drop Markuson and take this guard out because he's pretty free. But it's not really, it takes a bit of time. It's not really necessary. As long as you move all the way down, you can get out of this door. The guard will spot you, but you'll be fine. So keep moving down. Guard spots me, but we leave. And that's stage 3. And, you know, your times will be a lot better than what's showing on the screen here. But that's stage 3. Stage 3 isn't, it's quite a, when you do it well, it's quite a quick stage. Won't take you very long. The bosses are the difficult bit. And you can lose a bit of time on the lasers. You just have to be careful. All right, let's move on. Chapter 4, the notorious Chapter 4. This is probably the most important chapter in the entire game. It has the biggest time save compared to a casual playthrough, and it also has setup that is going to be required of you. But we'll go through it as normal. There is a secret here in this truck. I recommend getting this secret because it's nice and easy to get. The other advantage of that secret is you get some free XP off this guard. If you punch... Assuming you don't mess up your punching and just completely ignore him. I'm going to go down here. There's a bush. Should point out, there's a bush here that you can't go through. So don't come too far over here or you just end up behind this bush. Just sort of come to here and then go in. Let's get the secret. Get the free XP from this guard. The other guards will... Oh my... I swear, it's free XP if you actually stood in the right place. So get the secret. Run up to the guard and just take him out. Doesn't matter that the other 2 guards spot you and that you get an alert, because that alert immediately cancels when you come through to this room. This gang of hounds, there's 2 options here, smell or ears. This is how they can detect you. You always want to go smell. Ears means you have to go really, really quietly. And you have to sneak slowly. Smell, you just get a smell.
Their sense of...
You can see the sense of smell. You can see the odor coming off Jesse. And if I then run in front of a dog, when the odor is going up, it wakes the dog and they come and attack you. And you actually can't stop it. There's a couple of different ways of doing this. First thing first, you need to make sure that you call Harrison straight away, because otherwise he'll call you. He'll call you as you run across. So you call Harrison to say, I'm about to go through a room of sleeping dogs. Please don't call me. So make sure you do that. And then your options are you can either really quickly go and just sort of time it right with when the smell is. You got to be careful. You can... No, I didn't. You know, here, those dogs are immediately going to get you. There is a save here. So if you do get caught by the dogs, you can reload the save. So I'm loading this save before that save has come up. But the other option, and what I do, because I have hotkeys on everything, the anti-thermal suit actually disguises your smell. So you can just put the anti-thermal suit on and put it back off again. Don't go into a menu to do that, though. Like, just get around them. Right, this room, you could take these guards out very quietly. The way that I tend to do this room is I always get XP off the first guard and don't get any XP off the second guard. The second guard, if you punch out the first guard, the second guard will notice and he will start his radio call immediately. So what I do is I move round, punch that guy from that side, and then you can get to that guy before he pulls out his radio. So that's those 2 guys. You don't need the weapons or items off them. Just ignore them. Now, there is a secret here. If you move over here, this is some free XP if you need some extra XP. So if you're behind on XP, that's free. Go and get it. I'm a little behind, so that's helpful. There is also a secret here. You kind of have to navigate behind the trees. It's a bit awkward. I think what you're actually doing is you're moving up and in. Like, you're doing this movement. So you're going up, you're going across, and then you're going behind something here, and then back out again. It's a bit awkward. I don't go for this secret because it's a whole screen away. It's a bit awkward. You get that dialogue, so it's a bit. I don't usually go for this secret, but you can do if you want to. All right. Through this door and down here is a little underground base. There was a boss down there called Turret Storm, and the main idea of going down there is to get a mine detector because there are some minefields coming up. The minefields are here. There are 3 minefields. Now, if you remember right back at the very start of the tutorial, just before we started playing the game, I said that you will never ever boot up UnMetal and immediately start a new game or start a new run. The reason for that is the first thing you will do is you will load this chapter and you will work out how to get through the minefield. Now, in very early patches, this minefield was an absolute nightmare. There were mines everywhere. It was really horrible to get through. You had to get the mine detector. On later patches, particularly on easy, I don't know about normal and hard, but on easy, you can quite easily get through the minefield with some trial and error. So if I just start moving straight down, there's a mine there. So I can avoid that on my next turn. So I can just try it again. Unfortunately, the save is here. So I have to take these guards out again. Okay, so I knew that there was a mine directly in the center. So I'm just going to move to here instead. Okay, there's a mine right there. More often than not, there is a straight path down. Where you can just run straight down. So I usually like use the grass to determine where I've gone. So now I'm in the center of this. You see the edge of this bit of grass here? I'm straddling it. Can I go straight down here? No, there's another mine. But that mine was just slightly to my left. What if I were to... There we go. That mine was slightly to my left. What happens if I were to not straddle the line here, but just be slightly to the right of it? Let's try now. Ta-da! So there is almost always a line you can take where you can go straight through this screen and not get hit by a mine. You just have to find it. The thing with these minefields is the mines are not random. The mines are placed in a set pattern. It is just random which pattern you get. But the most important thing about these mines, and the reason why this skip works, is because once you've loaded the game up, assuming you don't change difficulty, because when you change difficulty, the mine pattern will change. But once you've loaded the game up, a minefield pattern is selected. And that minefield pattern will not change until you either start on a different difficulty or you close the game. So once you know what your minefield pattern is, you will have that minefield pattern every time you come back. If you complete the game and start a new run, you'll get the same pattern. If you die halfway through and restart and go back, you'll have the same pattern. If you complete the game and then then load straight back to chapter 4, you'll have the same pattern. You see where I'm coming from here? You always get the same pattern. This was really, really useful during the UnMetal Unleashed event, because it meant that at the very I ran in UnMetal Unleashed for 12 hours. I was playing this game for 12 hours straight. I started the game up. I worked out the pattern. I had the same pattern for the entire 12 hours. So at the start of every single session you play, the first thing you will do is you will come into chapter 4, you will work out where your minefield route is, and then you will start your run. You'll need to remember it. Now, unfortunately, the one I've got here isn't actually... It's not bad. I much prefer it if I can get one where I can go straight down the middle. Well, there might be another one. Doesn't look like there is. But you can, if you're not comfortable trying to find it, what you can do, and I know what a lot of runners will do, is on their very first go through here, they will run off, go and defeat, go down here, go and defeat Turret Storm, get the mine detector, and then use the mine detector to work out where the mines are. I personally don't do that. I find it I find just with a little bit of trial and error, you can get through this. So boot up your game, load stage 4, work out where your minefield route is, and then go back to the menu and start a new game. So we know where it is now. We can go straight down here. We shouldn't get hit by a mine. That's minefield number 1. As I say, it's just trial and error. I'm going to have to do it here again. A lot of the time, okay, a lot of the time you can just straddle these sandbags. Unfortunately, on this occasion, it doesn't work. I'm going to take these guys out again. What you can do is you can use a potty here if you really want to. Use a potty to... So you could get a potty out, use a potty here, so you don't have to take those guards out each time, but each in their room. Mines count as enemies. Remember what I said? Rolling when there's enemies on the screen is quicker than sprinting. So right now I'm not sprinting, so you want to roll through the minefields because they count as enemies. So we already knew that there's a mine about there. So what if we go... There's 2 patches of grass here and a spot in the middle. I'll take that. Nope, there's a mine there. I say, all down to trial and error, but once you know what the patterns tend to feel like, and you get a good idea of what you're likely to get, you'll get quicker at working out where they are. I had a session some point last week where I booted straight in, got into chapter 4 to work out where the minefield was, and I didn't get hit by a mine once. I just predicted where they'd be, got it right, and I was fine. Because eventually you get to a point where you just kind of know a good idea where they're going to be. Okay, so that one's still hitting me. I'm gonna need to work with the sign here on the left. Again, I've got to take these guards out. Oh, I think I was a little too far to the right there. I was being a bit too fast there. Being a bit cocky. Don't get cocky. There we go. Should be fine. All right, I'm going to use this sign as a guide instead. So I'm gonna stand just in front of the right side of the sign, and then usually you can just go to the. There you go. I can just go to the right. There is a mine there, so I've got to make sure I go down enough. This tends to be the trick with minefield number 2. Is it is usually that you're going straight down. Find a point where you can go straight down. Oh crap! Oh, there was one there. All right, so I can even actually run, like, almost run into the sign so that I know that I'm lined up. It's there. I'm sure that's where I went last time. All right, maybe it wasn't. I said I promise you the minefield is not changing. It is the same minefield every time. You can tell that because I'm getting the same line there. Where? Struggling to find the entry point for... struggling to find the entry point for minefield 2. Let's try going by this. No. There must be a point in between those 2 mines that I keep blowing up on that I can get through. And this is what it takes. Sometimes you can get the minefield right straight away. Sometimes it takes a little bit of experimenting and getting used to. Let's go the other side of this sign now. Nope, there's a mine there as well. This is not a very nice minefield. If you do get into a situation where you've got a really nasty minefield and you're really struggling, just close the game down, boot it back up and start again. Load the game up, you'll get a different minefield. Right, I think I've got to go straight down the middle here, and I do. Yeah, so I needed to go... You can use bits on the ground. So, for example, there's like a line. There's a little line there. So I know that I need to be straddling this line. And there's a mine there, so I've got to make sure I go down far enough. This has been quite a nasty minefield too. But I got there in the end. So hopefully now I know that I can go like that. There we go, and I'm through. These here, you get options of flies or frogs. Flies is quicker because it's on the left. You don't have to move over to the right. Flies is also easier to dodge. Don't want to get hit by a fly, so just roll underneath the second one. Because if you do get hit by a fly, you fall asleep and you die. Luckily, there's a save point here, so you don't have to do the mines again. Just roll under that one, go through here. Minefield 3 tends to be the easiest of the 3 minefields, and there's 2 ways that I would always recommend trying to get through Minefield 3. First is move up against this tree so that you can't go any further left, and then just go straight down and then out. There's almost never any mines about here. Look how far... That's how far I had to go until I hit a mine. Roll under there. So here I know that I can go straight down here and across. If that doesn't work for you, go here and go directly under the tree and straight down. Now, in this case, going directly under the tree doesn't work. If going directly under the tree doesn't work, go further to the left. So you could go to here instead. But more often than not, one of those 3 will work. So Minefield 3 tends to be the easiest one to get past. So I know that I can just go straight down here and then across and we're through. And now we're in the jungle. The jungle is your first break point. So this is a point where you kind of can chill out a little bit because you're just running around for a few minutes. Doesn't matter which way you go, whether you go left or right here. I'm going to go left because I prefer to go left here. And you're just going to run around. And you want to press circle before press and hold circle before entering this screen. There's a lot of dialogue and cutscenes here. You're just going to want to hold circle throughout this whole section. So run over to the body, skip the dialogue, move on. I like to, you don't have to do this, I like to make sure I'm always moving in the same direction. So if I approach the body from this side and skip the dialogue, I then move over to this side. Because otherwise you have to turn around and you might do it slowly and you might lose a bit of time. Second route, so basically what's happening here is Jesse is getting lost in the jungle. He's running round and round in circles and he's finding the same body over and over again. And each time he does it, you notice we came from the top a second ago, and now the bottom has opened up. You're going to sort of do loops around. So keep holding circle throughout. So I'm going to go down to the next screen and down to here. Now this screen here that we are on is exactly 2 screens below the screen with the body. Now, casually, the idea with this screen is that you would then run, you keep going, and you go all the way around and then get back again, and it's Jesse going round and round in circles. For the next body cutscene and dialogue to trigger, you only need to have entered this screen. So actually what you're going to do, rather than go round and round in circles, is you're going to get to this screen and immediately leave again and go back. So you'll notice that when I get back to the body, we get the next cutscene and we can move on. Now the top path is open. If I was going right, the top path would have opened as well. So now we go right, same again. Get to here, immediately backtrack. As soon as you go right or left, if you've gone the other way, backtrack, and you get the scene. And then that's all of them. Once you're at this point with the glowing body and you've gone round and found the body 3 times. You don't need to search the body. The next bit is Jesse getting even more lost in the jungle, and there is a compass that you can get to help guide you. Now, obviously, we know what the route is. The route never changes. It is always the same route. So you don't need to get the compass. You can just head straight off. You can go left or right again. It doesn't matter. The exit screen is the screen below this screen. You'll never go to this screen that I'm in now, but the screen below that screen is the next screen. So we're just gonna I don't know why I'm rolling. There's no enemies. Just gonna go around. So this is where we'd usually backtrack, but now this path has opened up. We're gonna go into the jungle. With this section, there is a specific route that we have to take. Basically, if you take a wrong turn at any point here, you are transported straight back to this room. Doesn't matter which way you go or what you do. If you take a wrong move, you go back to that screen and you have to go all the way back around here and you have to enter it again. There is a compass you can get which will tell you the correct route, but the route is always the same. So we have some notes for this. Ba-ba! That is the jungle route. That route never changes. Those are obviously compass coordinates. So if you prefer to go up, down, left, right, you can do up, down, left, right. I prefer jungle coordinates. I prefer compass coordinates. So I go with west, west, south, south, and so on. So there are always these weird enemies. I don't know what these enemies are. I don't understand what kind of animal or creature they're supposed to be, but it's some sort of like walking plant, but we just ignore them. You're never going to take... I'm going to just load to be sure. You're never going to take enough damage to get killed by them. Of course, because there are enemies in every room, you want to be rolling. So a lot of the time, you're going to avoid damage anyway because you're going to be rolling. And you run through as quickly as possible. So west, west. It's going to go west again. Then south. Then south. And make sure if you know ahead of time what the next room is going to be, then then you can prepare for it. So for example, we've gone west, west, we've gone south, south. I know my next room is east, which is this way. There's no point in me coming into this room and then going south and like ducking down to the middle, because now I need to go back over here. So try and keep everything tight. So stay on this side. So east. My next one is north. So I know from here I want to go east and then immediately north. And then east, east, north. So I want to go 2 more east whilst getting ready to go north. And, of course, keep rolling. So then east, north. And it's east again. And then it's south. So, again, stay here, south, and then roll. And go south again. Then we're going to go west, west, and then south is your exit. Now, unfortunately, because I messed around a little bit, I took too much damage. But I promise you, if you are good with your movement and you're constantly rolling, you will not take enough damage to die. That was only because I did it a bit slow. So I'll show you it for real this time, what a good journey through the jungle looks like. West, west, south, south, east, north, east. Oh, try not to get hit by the trees. East, north, east again, south, hug this left side, south, west, west, and south, and that is the exit. Now, because I have done this so many times, I know the route. If you don't know the route, then I have another piece of advice for you. I have another note I'm going to keep up for the rest of the time while these notes aren't being used. And that is, it's okay to keep notes. Speedrunning is not a memory game. You shouldn't need to have a good memory to be able to speedrun. If you cannot remember the jungle route, have a post-it note that tells you. I did. My screen, I showed you at the very start in my options. I'm playing in a 1080p window. I've got a 1440p monitor that I'm playing this on, which means I've got plenty of space on my monitor. Even now, even during the race I did on Saturday, I still had notes around my game giving me that information. Now, I know it now. I don't need those notes, but I had it there just in case at some point my mind just went blank. I was like, I don't know which way I'm going. Quick, have a look. If anyone tells you that you shouldn't have notes whilst doing a speed run, ignore them. It does not hurt you. In exactly the same way that in Metal Gear Solid 1, you just use a timer to know when the card keys are frozen and heated. Don't try and count it. You can use music, but you've got live split. Just use it. Same with this. Have notes. There is still one section. There's still one section of the game it'll be in tomorrow's session. There's still one section of the game where I do still use notes because I just can't memorize it. But have those notes up. As I say, I've got those notes here on the screen. Is the jungle route. Just that. That is simple enough. Have a little post-it, sticky note. You should have. All Windows computers come with the sticky notes app. Just put a sticky note on your computer, and so that you know what the route is, and just use it. So much easier. Don't make it harder for yourself than you need to. Okay? So, that's my bit about keeping notes. Once you're out, you're now out. Once you're in this screen, you're done. You can ignore your jungle notes for the rest of it. You're through that. You're through this section. All right. Punch that tree, because that's got a secret, and that is, I always get whether or if you know, I've said before, you can make your mind up which secrets you go for, which ones you don't. Always get that secret because it's so free. It's like the easiest and quickest secret in the game. Always go for it. Then go through here. You can go behind this tree. It's quicker to go behind this tree than it is to go in front of it. So go through go behind this tree like this. And there's enemies in this room, so just roll. When you do your final roll, then hold circle, because the next bit you're going to be skipping some cutscenes. So you skip one there, go down to the van, skip there, and that is stage 4. Obviously, it won't be half an hour if you do it well. But yeah, have your notes. Just get used to I said that section is kind of your break moment, because it's a moment where you get to chill out a little bit and just run around. It's a really good time to optimize movement and to get to use that time well to practice moving around, moving between stages, and sort of preparing for where you're going to go next. So I say it's a good break moment. Don't not use it well though. It is really good for that, and to practice rolling when there's enemies on screen and things like that. So as I said, because of the minefields, stage 4 is probably the most important level in the entire game. And it's just something that you will get used to, and it will become easier as you come along. All right, stage 5 is next. This is going to be the last stage I'm going to do today. This is in 2 parts. If you're watching this on YouTube, there's no cut in between where the whole video is all one thing. If you're watching the live stream now, we'll do stage 5, and then we're going to call it a night and come back to this tomorrow. So, stage 5. Now, when you first did your first hold circle as you enter the level, because there's always a cutscene. When you first did your first run through a stage 5, you probably thought this is going to be a nightmare to speedrun, because this whole section is about avoiding being spotted by guards. So don't want to get spotted by that guard, so we're going to come down here, and there's guards here. So I'm going to take this guard out, but now that you can't leave guards on site, so you have to then go and put them away. So, because otherwise, you get to the end, and you got these guards patrolling. Shit, that guard saw me. And on a casual playthrough, this stage is horrible. It's really difficult. And for a perfect speedrun, this is going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be very difficult in perfect. In any percent, whilst this looks really tricky and a pain in the arse, this is the fastest stage in the game. Now, you might think I'm crazy, but I'm not. The way to do stage 5 is you just fucking pitch it. And there is a very, very important trick that we do very early on that seals this level perfectly. You don't take out any guards. You roll past, you run past every single guard in this stage. You've got 2 objectives here. Your first objective is you need to pick up some grenades, which are in a room at the very end of this section, and then you need to get to Machine Mike, which is the next boss. The important thing with this is remember what I said back in stage 3, at the very start of stage 3, we talked about that guard, and that if that guard starts calling on his radio, we get an alert. But if you leave the room before he starts that call, you only get a caution. And doors don't lock on cautions. Doors only lock on alerts. So the way we get through stage 5 is we deliberately get at a caution and don't turn it into an alert, so that the door with the door to the room with the grenades in remains unlocked. And this is how we do it. I'm going to load the... Oh, I didn't want to... Oh. Okay, I'll just... You don't want to load there. try not to get to this point where you're loading here. I'm just gonna have to wait for this guard. You don't want to get spotted by this guard. Or actually, that would work. I'm actually going to go back to the main menu, and I'm going to load Chapter 5 again, because it's better to start this from the start. So hold circle as we go in, straight up, make sure that guard's turned, and get past that room without that guard seeing you. Because if that guard sees you over whilst you're coming out, you're going to get an alert and you're going to get spotted. You want to instead get spotted by this guard, and then leave the room before he starts his call. So if I load that again, for some reason that load now hasn't come in. I don't quite know how that works. If I start this room again, so wait for that guard to turn, so that guard doesn't spot me, move over here, and get spotted by that guard, immediately move into this room. And now we just run. Same route every time. Ignore every guard. Try and roll under. Try and roll. See, if you get hit, it's not too much of a problem. But try and avoid it if you can. Stop rolling when you get to here. Run. Run. Roll again because there's a guard in here. And the main thing is because you're not in an alert, this door hasn't locked. Show you that again. Exactly the same thing again. Go up into here. Wait for that guard. Sometimes that guard will wait a second. Just wait for him to turn. Down to the center here. As soon as you get the caution, as soon as you hear that whamp, immediately leave the room. You won't get an alert. What I'm going to show you now, actually, before we go through the whole thing again, is I'm going to show you what happens if you do get an alert. And if you do, you can deal with it. So I'm going to get caught by this guard here. There we go. That time, I'm on an alert, and every single door is locked because he started his call. And now also there's a lot more, because the alert's gone off, more guards are being called in. No guards in this room, so we can just keep moving. Guard there, so we have to roll. But now this door is locked, and we just have to wait. If that door is locked, you'll probably have to take this guard out. You have to pick him up. You have to wait. Just wait. I actually got quite lucky here that it's just the one guard. If the guard who's been chasing me, or that guard over there on the right where the tank is, if they spot me, they'll come over and they'll start having I'll have to take them out, and you have to bring them all in here, because if you leave any of them outside, you can't progress. So, as I said, the trick is, don't start the alert. Wait for that guard to turn. Roll. Just move to the center. As long as you see this track on the floor, as long as you approach the edge of that track. So watch where I move to here. I'm rolling. I move into the edge of that track. I'll immediately get spotted. But he hasn't had time to pull out his radio. And that is what makes Chapter 5 so fast. Just keep rolling. Every time there's an enemy on screen, we roll. Stop rolling. There's a useful bit of tech here. As you go past these boxes, you can move down into them. Ow. The reason it's a good idea as you're running past here to move down into these boxes is because then you are perfectly lined up next to these vans. If you move past these boxes and move down to here, as you come into this screen, you'll run into the vans. So as you run past the box, move down into the box and then just keep going right, and you will completely avoid those trucks. So let's do it for real this time. Roll, because there's a guard. Go to the center of the screen. And for the most part, you can just keep mashing roll. Sometimes you'll want to stop mashing roll so that you can avoid getting shot. Up here. As you can see, all of the guards ahead of me are completely oblivious. So run. Move down into the box. Keep going right. Start rolling. Doesn't matter if that guard sees me. Doesn't matter if any of these guards see me. And that door is open. And in we go. grab 8 grenades, because 8 is the maximum amount of grenades you can have. Grab that first aid kit. There is a secret here. This is going to be another occasion where I tell you, you must grab this secret. This secret is the bulletproof vest. Half of enemy bullets cause no wounds. Basically, it gives you a 50-50 chance as to whether a shot does damage to you or not. 50% of the time, you'll take damage. 50% of the time, you will ignore damage. It is absolutely crucial you get this secret. It is not skippable. Do not skip that secret. You can go for this box as well, because there's bullets. There's nothing in this. Oh, there's more bullets in it. You can get both of those if you really want to. And then leave. Do not take out any more guards. And if you get spotted by everyone, doesn't matter. Just go with it. Doesn't matter that you've got an alert now, because you're going through. You're going through to Machine Mike. And as soon as you get into Machine Mike, if you were damaged, so I'm not at full HP and I was bleeding, you won't get all your health back, but you will stop bleeding. And then you're into the next fight. Now, Machine Mike's not particularly difficult. We have to beat him with grenades. As you can hear, sometimes I wasn't taking damage there because I was getting hit by it, because the bulletproof vest was taking it. The thing you have to be most careful about with this boss fight is this. If you die to Machine Mike, you have not had a checkpoint and you will have to restart Chapter 5. Now, luckily, as we've already explained, Chapter 5 is very, very quick. So it's not a huge, it's not a huge time save, but it is one of the most punishing deaths you can take in the game. Luckily, there's another boss after Machine Mike called Splash Mike. There is a checkpoint before him, so you're fine. Oh, I got hit. If you do get hit here, don't worry about it. Ideally, you don't want to, but if you can avoid getting hit, avoid it. Again, I'm just going to do the exact same thing. Don't take out any of the guards because you'd have to move them. Got the health kit. Gonna equip the health kit. The best time to use the health kit is after breaking this box, because again, there's a small amount of time between the bulletproof vest appearing before you can pick it up. You're still wasting time by using a health kit, but you are mitigating the time you've wasted. Oh, and select your grenades because you're going to need them next. We'll grab these bullets. Why not? As I said before, on your way out, ignore all the guards. You can even ignore all of them. It doesn't matter. As soon as you get through to Machine Mike, you've got your health back. Now, there's a couple of ways of doing Machine Mike. You can just wait. He takes 6 grenades. So you can just wait and play it safe and then just throw out all 6 grenades between his shots. That's the safest way of doing it. And as you can see there, took him out. I haven't got much health left. The amount of health you have doesn't really make a difference. The next fight you're going to do, Splash Mike, shouldn't be taking any damage, because if you're at full health, I think Splash Mike will kill you in 2 shots. But he is so easy to avoid damage from, you really shouldn't be taking any. So don't worry too much about how much health you've got. Obviously, the main thing with this fight is don't die. Because if you die, you're going to redo the whole of this stage. I don't quite know why that load is now here instead. Because when that load is there, that guard is doing that. I don't know why I've now got a save here, but I have. Oh well. We'll take this again. The only awkward thing with this now is obviously I have to... Well, there is a toilet that I could use nearby just to save it so we don't have to redo Chapter 5 every time. But it's very quick, so it doesn't really make that much difference. And it's good to show it. So with Machine Mike, you can take a chance. You know, you have to decide how much of a chance you want to take with taking damage or not. Important thing is, as long as you throw 6 grenades at him, and only 6 grenades at him, you cannot You can afford to you can afford to miss grenades, but ideally you want to throw all 6 at him. Because if you throw all 6 at him and you have 2 spare, those 2 spare are going to speed up the next boss, which is Splash Mike. I'll leave here. They do not take any guards out because you'll have to move them inside. Just keep rolling. There I go. I've got full health this time going into this fight, so I can afford to play this fight a little bit riskier. So instead, I'm going to go straight up to him and start, like, sort of move to the side so he at least has to move directions. Now, unfortunately, I got really unlucky with the body armor there. The body armor did not help me at all. And unfortunately, the body armor is RNG. So sometimes you just have to deal with it. So again, it's another moment where you kind of have to make a judgment call. You have to consider the situation and what you're doing. Sometimes you can just tank him completely sometimes. Particularly if you're like if you're doing ILs, if you're doing individual levels and trying to get records from individual levels, you'll have gotten every single secret up until that point so that you're best prepared for it. So you know you'll just tank his entire damage. But obviously in an any % run, we've not got all the secrets. So health kits, heal there. Let's grab the bullets. Now, there is one more trick. Ow. There is one more trick with with Machine Mike. I'm not going to show it here because partly because I don't want anyone to do it because it's really stupid. In an any % run, it is very foolish. There is a trick where you can beat Machine Mike, and when Machine Mike dies and he takes his final hit, if you are already running into his sandbags, you see where he's got sandbags around him. If you are already running into his sandbags as he takes his final hit, and you keep holding up, you can run into the next screen before the boss defeated, before that comes up and save you time. There's 2 problems with that, though. If you do that, you will not get XP from that fight. And if you're behind on XP, you may desperately need that XP. The other problem with it is you have to be perfect on your timing. If you are slightly too slow on getting into the next screen, you will soft lock the game. Jesse will move into the next screen and he'll be you'll just stop. You'll be able to open your menu, you'll be able to swap weapons and stuff, but you'll be stood in place and you won't be able to do anything. You will soft lock the game. You can you'll be able to load your save and carry on. The run's not dead because you can load your save, but if you haven't used a potty and you haven't used a toilet, you're going straight back to the start of chapter 5 again. So I would not recommend it. If you are interested in it, go and watch some ILs. If you go watch my IL, go to my YouTube channel, youtube.com/NickRPGreen. Go and find my chapter 5 individual level world record. That has that skip in it because I was only doing chapter 5. I could afford to take that chance. So if you want to see it, go and have a look there. But for an any %, I don't do it in an any % run because A, I don't want to kill the run by soft locking, and B, I need the XP. So I'm not going to show it here. But so that you know that it exists and you know to look for it, then you can have a go. I'm going to 1, 2, 1 more. There we go. Hold B, hold circle even. Now, I haven't got a lot of XP, but it doesn't really matter. Hold circle as you come into here. Just keep holding circle. As soon as you beat Machine Mike, just keep holding circle. Move up to here. He'll blow that up. And now this is Splash Mike. Splash Mike, to beat Splash Mike, we need to shoot him from behind with the missile launcher a number of times. The missiles are dotted all around the map. They're always in the same places, and there is a map available on the UnMetal Wiki. I'll give you the link to that in in the stream chat now. If you're watching this on YouTube, there will be a link to the UnMetal wiki down in the description below. But on that page, if you go to the tutorial page for stage 5, there is a map showing you all of the different item locations. The main thing that we want to do here is we want to use grenades to blow up multiple boxes at the same time and allow Splash Mike to break the rest of them. And you can do lots of different routes. There's different ways of doing it. I'm going to show you just the route that I take, which works every time. I'm going to pick up that. I'm going to throw the 2 grenades I've got left over to break those 2 boxes. Grab the rocket launcher, fire both rockets, grab that one, and then move up to here. Whenever he breaks one, make sure you grab the rocket from it. Fire another one there. I'm going to let him break this one. Now, his movement is kind of random. Sometimes he will move down, sometimes he'll move round. But basically, you want to make sure you get to that set of grenades, because you can then throw, if you throw those grenades correctly, I'm going to start this again. If you throw those grenades correctly, you can break all 3 boxes. So, I'm going to grab that. I'm going to throw the last 2 grenades that we've got there. Oh, he didn't fire. I don't understand. He didn't fire. I think I got too close to him. If you get too close to him, he doesn't fire because he knows he can't hit you. And it's very important that you're letting Splash Mike fire as often as possible, because he's getting you your ammo. So now I'm going to move all the way over here because I want to start getting close to that truck. Shoot him there. I want to get behind this truck so that he shoots this truck. I can get my 3 grenades. I'm gonna 1, 2, blow up all of those. Get out of the way. And now 1, 2, grab that one, 3, and 4. So that is the route that I tend to take. It will vary slightly, but the main thing is breaking those sets of boxes in that way. The reason why I find that method to be good is it's fast because you're getting more ammo quickly. But also it finishes the fight with 1 spare grenade and 1 spare missile. The spare grenade is very useful at the very start of the next stage. The spare missile you can fire early on a boss in a later section. You're not going to get any more missiles up to that point. So I'll show you that fight one more time. So up to here. Grab the rocket launcher. Throw those 2 grenades so that they definitely both hit, so that it hits both of those boxes. And we can deviate slightly. I can start to already move over to these boxes if I really want to. Basically, as long as at some point Splash Mike has exploded everything you need him to explode, and that you don't get hit. Remember how much health I've got here? I cannot afford to get hit by him. Make sure you pick up all 3 grenades there. Only throw 2. Wait for him to blow that up. Kapow, kapow. That was actually quite slow. He actually ended up shooting 1 more than I needed him to, because that was quite slow. So we'll try that one more time. And it's all about optimizing what you're shooting and what he's shooting. So I'm going to shoot all 3 of those. I'm going to start moving over here. Oh, he shot that, so I'm going to have to move back over here. It's going to shoot that. Yeah, this isn't going very well. Hopefully we can finish this up here. Select my grenades now. Up to here. Unfortunately, I was too close to him. So you can't get too close to him, and you cannot afford to get shot by a missile. Because if you get shot by a missile, particularly with the health I'm on, if you're on full health, you'll be able to take 2 missiles. But as I say, it's so easy to dodge his attacks. As long as you're hidden behind something, shouldn't matter. This is better. Hopefully I can get him. He's not going to shoot us. He's going to hit that box. I knew he was going to hit that box. There we go. So then we can do that. Throw 2 up there. And then he's going to shoot again, so I'm going to have to be really careful here. And just make sure I take him out before he takes the shot. As I say, by doing that, by making sure that you take out the 2 boxes at the... By making sure you take out the 2 boxes at the bottom, and then the 3 boxes in the top right, not only do you finish the fight quicker because you get more ammo quicker than waiting for him to shoot them, but also you end the fight with 1 spare grenade and 1 spare missile, which is going to help you later. Oh, Luna Freya, congratulations, you've won the giveaway. You are the winner of a copy of UnMetal. Well done. I set it on a timer, and that timer has just expired. So congratulations, dude. All right, so one more time. Throw the 2 grenades. Oh, let's load that again. I fired a missile in the complete wrong direction there. So go and grab the missile launcher. 2 grenades. You don't. It's worth noting you don't get any ammo from the launcher itself. Now I'm going to move all the way over here. Oh, he didn't get around there. Didn't get around that quick enough. Shoot that. He can run you over as well. Don't get in front of him, because he can. Wait, what? Why is it now said Carrigs as 1? I've only got 1 to give away. I don't know why it said that 2 people have won it. And boom. And we've got 1 left over.
Boss defeated.
And luckily, we level up. You should be hitting level 4 either off splash mic or machine mic. If you're not level 4 by this point, then you're probably underleveled and you've probably done something wrong. So yeah, you should be trying to make sure that you're level 4 at the end of this boss fight at the very least. This level up, this is the contentious one. For any % easy, I would recommend Rolling Thunder. What is going on? Everything is saying that everyone's won the giveaway. I don't know why. I think I know. I think I know why, actually. Anyway, Luna Frey won it. It's because they didn't type claim in chat, but they might not be here. Anyway, that's beside the point. So with this, for any % easy, I would recommend Rolling Thunder. There may be times where Tiger Lunge is useful, but it's very situational. I think Tiger Lunge might be more useful for perfect, might be useful for hard. But any % easy, I always think Rolling Thunder is going to be the better option. Cooldown between rolls is hard, so you can roll a lot more and a lot faster. So take Rolling Thunder, don't take Tiger Lunge. But there may be other categories where we do start taking Tiger Lunge instead. So take Rolling Thunder, and that is the end of Chapter 5.
After dealing...
Hold circle, skip the cutscene, stage complete. And there we go. Okay, so now we go into Chapter 6. You want to hold circle immediately because there's a dialogue. Keep holding circle throughout this truck section. So once you've skipped the first cutscene, you're going to be receiving a phone call. As long as you're holding circle, all you got to do is tap L2 and you'll instantly answer it again. have to wait a second. There'll be another bit of dialogue. You're going to make a phone call. You need to call Harris, hold circle, and now we're in here. So this first section, for reaching the engineers, we need as many grenades and as many health kits as we possibly can. Now, the number of health kits you enter into here could be different from what I have now. Right now, I have 3, but if you've been more conservative and you've picked up more, you might have more. If you've been less conservative and you have less, then you might have less. You just have to deal with what you've got. Ideally, you don't want to use that many health kits throughout the run, because this is the moment where you're going to be using a lot of them. The other thing that's important for this mission is how many grenades you have. And at the moment, I have 1. So if you remember back in during Splash Mike in Chapter 5, deliberately took a route so that we grabbed 3 grenades. That allowed us to throw 2 grenades at 3 boxes, but keep 1 grenade left over. Now, the reason for keeping this grenade left over is because you need more grenades and more health kits for what's coming. And a really, really quick way of getting a load of those is to throw a grenade here. If you throw a grenade here, it will break those 5 boxes. There's actually an achievement. There's actually a challenge for doing so. I think it's... Which one is it? That one. There we go. Just some boxes. Destroy 5 crates with the explosion of a single grenade. The easiest place to do it, I don't know if this is the only place, but the easiest place to do it is right here. So if you throw a grenade at those 5 boxes, you get a load of grenades and a load of health kits. So I'm going to do that now. Boom. You get 3 grenades and 2 health kits. You don't need to break this box. You can do if you want. If you could do with the extra health kit. 5 health kits for me there would have been fine. I didn't need that one. So generally you don't need to get that. The important thing is making sure you throw that grenade in the right place. Now, obviously, if you don't have any grenades, you could just go up and break them. If you have 1 grenade and you want to keep that grenade, you could go and break the boxes manually, but it takes that 5 boxes takes ages. So throwing a grenade is quite good. If you don't have a grenade, so if you didn't manage to pick up an extra grenade from Splash Mike, the previous boss, there is a grenade in this box here. So instead, you grab that grenade, throw that grenade at those, go and grab those, and then you've got everything. So I'm just because I want to make sure I'm on the correct page, I'm gonna waste a grenade here. So I now only have 3 grenades. I kind of don't want 6 health kits, but that's not too much. In fact, I can just load to show you so that I've got exactly what I came in with. So we're gonna select grenades. We're going to throw the grenade at those 5 boxes. Pick up all those items. You can be hurt by your own grenade. So once you've thrown it, you do want to start moving over, but don't move over too far, otherwise you will hurt yourself and you'll have to use a med kit. We want our med kits equipped because we're going to be using those. And then we're going to run. There's no enemies in these rooms, so we can just run. Come into here, hold circle, skip a dialogue. Now, this section, we have to use a combination of grenades and health kits to get past these engineers. Each engineer is on its own control panel, and you have to blow up the control panel in order to stop this blade. There is no way past this blade without destroying them. We've tried, we've tried to try and outrun it, but we can't outrun it. I can try, but I die. If anyone ever finds a skip for this, then this level gets massively sped up, but at the moment there is no way around this blade except for doing the correct method. So you're gonna throw 3 grenades. So firstly, you're gonna throw a grenade at this guy. You need to make sure that your grenade is also gonna hit those 2 boxes. So if you throw it here, you're gonna miss those boxes. So make sure that you're throwing the grenade so that it hits everything, because you get 2 more grenades. Throw a grenade at that one. Run up here. You want to throw a grenade at this guy, but you want to make sure it hits the box on the left. So throw a grenade there. Now, unfortunately, you have to be quick at this because these guys are dying. I was only just made it there. Throw your extra grenade there, because when you run over, I had to do that quickly because they were all dying. So once you've thrown your 3rd grenade, run over here, grab the 2 grenades that you got from these 2 boxes, heal this guy, run over here, heal this guy, throw one of your grenades at those 2 boxes, because you're going to get another grenade. As you can see from the box, you get another grenade and another med kit. So you're not wasting a grenade because you're getting another grenade back, and you'll have enough grenades. But it gets you another health kit, and there's another health kit there. Heal that guy. Just thinking if there's anything. It's probably worth just showing this bit again, but quickly. So the main thing is if you miss a grenade, if you do that and miss those boxes, immediately load. I would say, you know, there's different ways of, you know, if you do it, then, you know, go up and break the boxes manually. Just load. You can't. That load is so fast that it's not worth trying to deal with not getting that grenade right. So over here, you can start holding square as you approach the engineer that you're going to heal. Throw a grenade there, because Jesse will then run towards them quite quickly, and he'll immediately run on top and start healing them. So hold square as you approach the engineer. From here, don't pick up any of the other items. You want to go straight down, because you've got the same thing again in this room. Now you've got thank you, Sepacali. You've got 3 engineers in here. There's 2 boxes here. This box on the left has a health kit in it. If you need a spare health kit, then go for it. But I've got 2 on me at the moment, and I've got 2 up there to pick up. So generally you won't need this. It's only if you're really behind. Like if you came into this level with 0 health kits from the start, you might need to break this one. But break this one, and make sure you break it before you throw the grenade. If you throw a grenade here now, it won't hit. I'll show you. It misses. That radius, the radius there, doesn't quite hit the unit. I'm going to have to reload there because I need that grenade back. I'm going to throw one there. Well, there are enemies in this room. Everything in this room, the buzzsaw, the engineers, they all count as enemies. So you want to be rolling over to them. So roll, heal, grenades, heal, down. So we're going to grab that grenade, throw a grenade, grab these items on the way back, straight back down again, throw one there. Now, oh, and I missed. Now I don't have enough grenades, so I'm going to have to load. Grenade there. No enemies in this room. Enemy there. Throw. You don't need to wait for that grenade to land. The grenade I threw there, as soon as I threw it, I then ran out of the room. It will still go off. You don't need to be in the room as it explodes. Move down here. Grab that grenade. As I said, there is a health kit in that box if you want it. Grab the extra items here. You've got exactly 2 grenades left, so throw one there. Now this guard here, this engineer, I'm just going to pause it for a second. The grenade can bounce off these boxes that are here. The grenade can bounce off it. So if you're too far forwards, you'll throw the grenade backwards. It will bounce behind you. You kind of want to be on this. If you see on the floor where I'm stood now, there's a line. There's a line going across. Being stood on that line is a good indicator. So I'm gonna now redo this bit again. Go throw. Throw that one. Start rolling. Heal, roll, heal, throw grenade, heal, down here, punch, 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 throw grenades, grab these items. You've got plenty of time. It takes a while for the engineers to go out. So see, I'm stood on this line, and that was perfect. You'll need to go a bit further down if you want to hit the middle one. But as long as you're on that line, you'll hit the guy behind. You'll hit this one here every time. There we go. So I finished that with 0 grenades. I've got no grenades left over, and I've got 1 health kit. So there's a spare health kit in that box there, and there's a spare health kit in this box here. There are no spare grenades. If you have 0 grenades at the start of this, you will have 0 grenades at the end. Which is fine. We're not going to be using grenades again for a while. If you have 1 spare grenade, there is another little trick you can do to save time, but it's so minor. Going into this next screen, there is a phone call that takes place the moment you enter this screen. The door in this screen is about here, where I'm stood down here. I'm about to move through. There's also a door. You can very easily run into the door, get the phone call, and then every time you hit the trigger for the door, you get Jesse saying, "Before I left the room, I answered the call." And it's really annoying. I'll show you now.
I answered the
And because I'm still holding down every time I skip, I get it every time. So you have to skip, stop, answer the call. Okay? Now, it's saved now, so I can't show you again. But basically, the best thing to do here is once you've healed this guy, as soon as you come onto this screen, hit L2 and answer the call. Or if you think you're going to miss it, just take a slight step. If you're here, you won't get that dialogue. Answer the call and then go in. We can't go through this gate yet.
I inspected the mini submarine.
We inspect the submarine first. So we're going to go find the logbook. Let's move into here. Hold circle. Files. We've picked up files. We need to call Harris. And that's the last time we have to call Harris. In fact, the dialogue that you skip at the end there is Jesse saying, "That was the last time I called Harris." And then leaving him. That door has now opened. There's going to be another call. Make sure you answer the call before you reach the door. And now we're going to go and recycle our useless junk. Now there is I did say if you've got an extra grenade, there is a little trick you can do here. I almost never have an extra grenade, so I don't ever do it. But if you do have an extra grenade, you can stand here, throw it at this wall to your right. So throw it right. It will bounce off the wall and hit that box there, because you need that box, because that box has got the key, the submarine key that you need. So if you've got a spare grenade and you want to do it, throw a grenade to the right, it'll bounce off and it'll hit that box. But more often than not, you probably won't have a grenade and you just hit the box instead. So go hold circle again. Every time you're about to do something like that, hold circle so you skip it instantly. Break the box, grab the key, equip the key, and head over to the submarine. And that's it for items and weapons in this stage. Everything else now is in the submarine. As you're approaching the submarine, as you're approaching the desk on the submarine, can't hold square, but you do need to use the key. So as you're approaching it, tap square, so that the moment you hit it, you use the key. Skip. And now we're into the submarine section. The submarine, I remember when I first started doing this in a casual play, I was like, oh god, an underwater section. This submarine section is not nasty at all, particularly on easy difficulty. It's not nasty at all. Once you get used to controlling the submarine, it's fairly simple and straightforwards. There's a very specific route you're going to take. I'm not going to go too much into detail about moving around. Try and avoid damage where you can, but don't worry about it too much. You've got plenty of health. So get to this first bit. And here we are stocking up on missiles. Now, you can have a maximum of 50 missiles. You do not need 50 missiles. I usually take anywhere between 20 and 25 because it's difficult to get an exact amount because you get them quite quickly. But ideally, anywhere between 20 and 25 is fine. So just stand there, wait until it gets to about 20, 23, that'll do. The main thing with missiles is you're not going to use that many on your journey to the next boss, which is Hugeel. If you do, for whatever reason, run out of ammo during the Hugeel fight, then there is an ammo box in that fight that's really easy to grab. But anywhere between 20, if you're struggling, if you want to play it safe, go up to 30. If you want to play super safe, get max, go up to 50. If you really want to play it safe, you can go all the way up to 50. But generally, I've got away with 20 before. I usually end up anywhere between 20 and 25. Go back in, mash square so that the frame you hit the control panel, you can go. And then we're going to head off again. Now, there is a very tricky room coming up. You want to make sure that you're using your missiles well. You don't want to be shooting every single mine, because that's a waste. This room, that room, you can, if you want, just hit that bottom mine. I actually, because we're already over here, I usually hit that one and then hit that. Obviously, don't do that because that will kill you. And the other important thing to note about the submarine section is we're now right back at the start. The next save point is as we start the Hugeel fight. This section is extremely punishing on death. So it may seem like a short section, it may seem like a bit of a just filler bit, but it is important that you practice this and you get good at it, because it's one of the most devastating deaths. If you do take one, you will lose so much time, because every time you'll do it, you'll then have to come back here and do this bit again. So go down. Say on the first few bits, really try and avoid taking HP, because you are going to want to deliberately take some damage later. So I usually do this because we've got quite some speed, and that's just a little bit safer. As I showed, you can just hit that one. You really want to. If you want to just throw a missile at that one and go underneath, you can do. You're going to bounce against the bottom slightly, so you're going to take some health. But also, because you're coming down here at such a rate, you need to stop yourself and then move on. So you've got plenty of time to throw two out and hit the worst thing you can do is hit the bottom one and hit the top one, because you need to hit the middle one. This room. This is probably the hardest room with the submarine to get done well. Again, you could, if you really wanted to, only hit the bottom one. Of the 3 mines that are there, you could only hit the bottom one. I think you can get under that first one, but you still got that other thing over there, and it's a bit awkward. If you want to play it safe, you just take it slow. Just hit, hit all 3, hit that, stay out of the way of the missiles, and then go. And I would strongly recommend that is what you do when you first get started with this, because this room is horrible. That enemy that's there is the only time that enemy ever appears in the entire game. I don't know why. I don't know why they only put that in there and it never appears again. And it's such an annoying enemy. But there is a faster way of doing it. The way that I tend to do it, and it requires some precise shooting, is to move up, to fire about here, so that your first shot misses the mines and hits the enemy. Then you can throw one up there and hit the top mine, and then hit the middle mine. I am gonna kill myself so that I can. I say it's gonna be a punishing death, because we're gonna have to go all the way back. No, I don't need to climb. I need to leave. But I do want to show you that room again with a slightly more optimized room. And with this section, pay attention to how I'm using the D-pad. You know, little taps up and down. You know, when do I stop moving and start like going in the opposite direction? And make sure I get a few more tornadoes than I usually would. So you do want to be countering your movement. So as I'm moving along here, I then change and start going right so that I turn around quicker. At that time, my shot was bad, so I just completely missed over the top of that mine. Okay, so here is, if you can do well with your shots, a better method: fire one there, fire one there, and fire one there, and you're through. You can avoid shooting that one. As I say, you could shoot the turret and then shoot that one. You have to take time to maneuver anyway, so give yourself the chance to shoot out the mines easily. Try and avoid taking damage. So if you can take that first shot where you take out the little turret, then that's great, but it is quite a precise shot, particularly if you want to do it whilst moving. So again, it's something to practice. There is a secret here. Be careful with that wall. That wall, whilst that wall is flashing, it's still there. So if it's flashing and you move into it, you're going to bump off it and take damage. Wait for the wall to fully disappear and then go and grab it. Again, you could skip that secret if you really want to. It's completely down to you and how many secrets you want to be getting. I personally grab that one every time because it's not too far out of the way. This section, again, you're just making sure that you're timing your shots correctly. Up here, you've got to take out both of these. Make sure you're reasonably low down towards this pipe. Don't be shooting up here because you're going to miss. Make sure you're shooting so that your torpedoes are towards the bottom of the pipe. Then back down again. Up here. Now, when you first enter this room, it may look really foreboding. You may look at this and go, oh god, there's so many mines to get through. You only actually have to destroy 2 of them. So as you come up, destroy that one. And then the thing with bouncing against the wall, every time you bounce against it, you'll take damage. But once you've bounced against it and I'm now up against the wall, I'm no longer taking any health damage because I'm just riding along the top of the wall. So as long as you've got the health for it, just bounce up into this wall, keep hold of up, and then just move along and fire your missile like that. Very, very simple. Those are the only 2 mines that you need to take out. Hey, Apache, thank you. So just take out those 2 mines and just stay up against this wall until you get past them and then move down. All right, this is the Hugeel fight. Hugeel, now I've talked about some of the other bosses, and Grenade Guy can be a bit of a pain, and Splash Mike, you got to know where you're going and stuff like that. I'm not lying here when I say Hugeel is the easiest boss fight in the game. There is an achievement for Hugeel, which is piss easy. It's this one, Unagi Blast. Defeat Hugeel firing just 6 torpedoes. Getting this challenge and hitting him in 6 torpedoes is what you should be doing every time, and it is so easy to do. So, let's see the fight. So, as soon as you get past this line here, there's going to be a cutscene. We're going to skip it. Go into Hugeel. You're going to fire. Straight away fire. You're going to dodge. You're not going to get hit by him.
Yeah.
We'll do that again. So fire and move out of the way. It is important that you don't move out of the way too quickly, because if you move out of the way too quickly and go like if you go straight down, I'll show you. If you go straight down at the start of the fight, so I'm gonna fire and then I'm gonna go straight down. So fire straight. All right. Clearly I wasn't fast enough. If I start a bit lower down,
You had to.
Fire and go straight. All right, never mind. I swear one time I did this, I moved down so quickly that he spawned at the bottom instead of the middle, and now I can't recreate it. But trust me, don't move down too quickly. The other thing you can do is once you're comfortable with where the trigger is for when that cutscene starts, you can fire your missile preemptively. So as you're moving into it,
You had to feel
fire,
locked in that
then hit the cutscene, and I actually shot too early there. So you want to make sure you don't you want to fire the moment you're about to hit that cutscene. It's a bit tricky if you're not comfortable with it. Just play it safe. You want to try and position yourself in the center of the screen. And the moment Hugeel disappears, fire your next torpedo. So just keep going up and down, up and down. As soon as he disappears, fire. So he comes out, he eats it, disappears, fire. And as long as you are constantly moving up and I'll show you the fight again. As long as you're moving up and down consistently, and as soon as he disappears after he's gone back into the tube, fire your shot, move out of the way. The other thing that I said at the start of this submarine section with the missiles is you can see that there is an ammo crate there. If you need them, you can grab them. You shouldn't need to. If you're getting, anywhere between 20 and 25 missiles on your approach, you should have enough missiles. But if you do need them, they're there. They're not too difficult to get. If you're struggling to get out of the way of Hugeel and he's biting you, take a step back. Just, let me actually start the fight so I can show you some positioning. Fire. So if you're struggling to get out of the way of Hugeel in time, come a bit further away. You know, I'm no longer center of the screen. I'm now more over to the left. Center of the screen is really good. I'm not facing the right way. This is where I like to try and sit. Even there, you know, I was really late on getting out the way there. Don't go any further. Don't go any further forwards than the center of the screen. If you go any further forwards, you're gonna start to get chomped. So I'll show you that now. So I'm gonna come and sit here. I'm actually doing now I'm struggling. And now the fight's starting to go a bit array. The further forward you are, the quicker the fight is going to be, but also the more difficult the fight is going to be. So, you know, as you get better, move a bit further forward, but really being in the center of the screen is absolutely fine. I'm now going to show you the fight one more time. I'm actually going to show you the fight all the way through and continue on. The reason I want to show it all in one go like this is because the final shot you make should be at the bottom. Don't ever go to the top unless you're more comfortable going up and down with the top two. I've always done middle down, middle down, middle down. If you want to go middle up, do it. It doesn't matter. As long as stick with only two. Don't go middle down, middle up. You know, don't keep just swap between two of them. The reason mainly for that is because you want to make sure that the final shot you do on Hugeel isn't in the center, and this is why. I'm gonna shoot straight away. We're gonna move down to the bottom. He's gonna eat it. Make sure you wait until he's disappeared. If you shoot too early, then he won't open his mouth in time. So if I shoot now, it just hits him there. So again, shoot him before the timing on that was pretty good. There we go. I shot too early. As soon as he disappears, shoot. So on your final shot, shoot. Oh, I'm going to show that again because I was a bit too far forwards. On your final shot from the bottom, shoot, move up, and immediately head for the middle pipe because that's your next destination. That's your next destination. Let's shoot there. Shoot there. Shoot there. So then shoot, immediately move up and right and through the middle pipe. And then straight up to the water above.
Boss defeated.
And if you're fast about it, you can get to the water above before that comes in. Now, leveling up. If you're doing well with your XP and you're on top of it, you should be hitting level 5 off Hugeel. If you're not, now you can see my health, you can see my XP meter there. Not that far behind, so it's not too much of a problem. We can pick up some extra XP in the next level without any issues. But ideally, you want to be hitting level 5 as you beat Hugeel. So we'll talk about what you get at level 5 when I actually hit it. But it is one of the interesting things about this run. It's one of the reasons why your sum of best, if you're using live split and you're using sum of best, your sum of best you always have to take with a pinch of salt, because every single split you do, you might have saved or wasted more time because you've leveled up. So your sum of best is always going to be faster than you can actually do because you level up at different times. Once you finish the fight, once you finish the, I think if I load, yeah, I can go back to here. So once you've hit the water, hold right, so that as soon as you come into this bit, Jesse's already moving to the right. Go up the ladder, and that is stage 6. Okay, we only got one of the secrets. The other secret is massively out of the way, so we don't go for it. You're always guaranteed max XP, because all of that XP has either come from the engineers or from Hugeel. There's no other enemies to go and get. You'll always get max XP on level 6. See, ignore that time. That is not a great time. All right, now we move on to Chapter 7, Boondocks. This is where the challenge of the game starts to take a bit of a turn. It starts to get a bit trickier from here on out. The first objective is to buy the SS Velles. I assume that's how it's pronounced, I'm not sure. And for that we need money. The money is in very specific crates. Luckily the money is not randomized around crates. They're in the same crates every time. So as soon as you start, again, same with any chapter, as soon as the chapter starts, hold circle so that you skip the dialogues. Go and open this crate, because there is a potty in it. You now have 2 potties. We're going to use both of those potties in Chapter 9. There are other opportunities where you can grab potties, but the 2 that we've done, so the one in Chapter 1 and the one here in Chapter 7, these are the 2 easiest potties. And it really doesn't take time to get them. Your first set of money is in this crate, so grab that one. And then you want to hold circle, because you're going to skip a dialogue. Answer the call whilst holding circle, so that you do it straight away. Next set of money is in this crate. It moves to the right, so you can grab it and then go straight up, because the next one is in here. You could go and get this one first if you really wanted to, but I always get this one first because I've got to move back to the right to grab the money, and it always lines me up nicely to just go straight up and open the crate.
Nothing useful.
But it's completely up to you. Through here, next bit of money is in here. You want to try and get through this room quite quickly, because there is a boat that's coming, and you want to try and get ahead of that boat. If the boat's behind you, you might get shot by it, and you shouldn't really need to use a health kit. You've got plenty of time up to the next save point, but the next 2 rooms are quite tricky. Now, we talked in earlier chapters about sometimes when you first enter a room and there's random guards, you have to just make a very quick assessment on what you're going to do and how you're going to tackle that room. This is one of the more complicated rooms to do that in. Things can go south very, very quickly here. And you can lose a lot of time. Your biggest problem with here is that if you die and you go back to the start of the level. So it's another very punishing section of the game for deaths. Your next save point isn't until you buy the SS Velles. Isn't until you buy the boat. I'm just gonna say buy the boat. Let's grab that money. Move. It is worth noting, we talked about you need to roll when there's enemies on screen. The boat doesn't count as being in here until it's on screen. Once the boat appears, then you should start rolling. You don't need these 2 boxes, by the way. There's bullets in one of them. In fact, there's bullets in both of them. At this point, we're not worried about bullets. We don't need them. You want to get through this room quickly so you don't get shot more than you need those bullets. So, coming into here, you immediately have to make a decision. Now, the first thing that I know is I'm not level 5 yet. I didn't hit level 5 from Hugeel. So from the next couple of rooms, I really want to try and get some XP. But sometimes these guards are going to be in a position where you just go, you know what? You know, right now they're all the way over there. Waiting for them to be in a position where I might get XP is going to take a while. If I entered the room here, absolutely perfect. Bang, bang, bang. Get that one. And that's some XP right there. But you have to make that judgment call. You have to weigh up whether or not it's going to be quicker for you to just take, you know, at all costs, avoid the alert. Don't do anything that's going to get you an alert. If you do get an alert, you can deal with it. You as long as you take the guards out, you can stand in the room with the boat and just wait it out, but you'll waste a lot of time. So ideally, you don't want to get an alert, but you could get spotted. You could get spotted as long as you can dispatch both guards before the alert happens. So this time, I'm just going to go straight in and make a decision. It's going to take way too long. And I've got an alert. So not ideal. I should have tackled that in a different way. But immediately I could see that guard was on the left. He was walking towards me. I was going to have to wait a while until that guard wasn't looking at me again. So I should probably look at trying to just deal with it and just take it. So let's see what I get with the next one. And see what different route I can take instead. And throughout the entire game, this is one of the main skills and main things you will need to learn to get good at, which is assessing a room and deciding what you can do. You can make noise. Your radio makes a noise, and if you open and close your radio, nearby guards will hear that ping. So you can use that as a noisemaker. You can punch something to bring them over. Anything you can do to bring them over and maybe get some XP is great. Same goes for these guards here. I'm just going to wait a second and see what I can get. Okay, I didn't get anything. The next set of cash is in here, so make sure you get that one. And with that, that's $50 million. That's all 5. So leave. Doesn't matter that I'm bleeding because there's going to be another save point. Break that box and keep hold of circle, because we're now going to go and chat to the captain, and you're just going to hold circle throughout this whole bit. You go in, we got the boat. As soon as, if you're bleeding out, now is the time to load. So we load there. If you're not bleeding out, you don't need to load. And now we can leave again. As you enter this room again, hold circle. Something I can't remember if I've already said throughout the run. If you ever need to hold circle preemptively for like a cutscene or something, if you just do it as you're running, you'll punch and you'll stop for a second, roll and then hold circle, because you won't punch whilst you're rolling and you'll keep your momentum. Hold it as you come up here, because there's going to be a lightning strike. This guard now has a grenade on him, so grab that grenade. These boxes here, obviously avoid the boat if you can. These boxes here, you want to grab the second two. That one's got a health kit in. If you're desperate for a health kit, grab it, but you should get the other two. You want both grenades. Here, the next boss is Nuke Sub. Nuke Sub is arguably the hardest boss in the game. I'm gonna agree with that sentiment. Nuke Sub is the hardest boss in the game, because it's just finicky and it's a big time loss if you die to him. Your last save was buying the boat. So when you're first learning and you're first going through this, use this toilet. Don't use one of your potties, because the only time you empty a potty is when you go to the toilet, and you're not going to go to the toilet again. Well, you might want to go to the toilet in stage 8. But I would just use that toilet when you're first starting out and you're first learning, until you get comfortable with Nuke Sub. There's these 4 boxes here. At this point, you should have 6 grenades. You see in my inventory, I've got 6. That's not by accident. You should have 6 grenades at this point. You want to throw a grenade at these 3 boxes and punch out this one, because you don't need that ammo. You get 2 more grenades and you get through that nice and quickly. Now, this room here, we've got an alert. Doesn't matter. We're about to go into Nuke Sub. And Nuke Sub is going to give us a free... is going to take that alert away from us. This room here, one of the other things that we did during Splash Mike, we grabbed an extra grenade. We also grabbed an extra missile. If you fire a missile just before you enter this room, so right now I'm right on the threshold. If I moved just a little bit further forwards, there we go. We start moving into the Nuke Sub fight. So what you can do, it's good. See, it's good that I saved at the toilet, so we can come back to here. So what you can do is you could fire a missile just before you enter that threshold. So let's do that here. And you can hit Nuke Sub before the fight starts. I'm going to fire. Oh, I think I either fired a bit too early or a bit too late. Unfortunately now... Oh, okay, I can go back to the sleep point. So let's try that. Let's try that again. So there we go. That worked. As you can see now, Nuke Sub has taken damage. So if you're that missile is not easy to hit. I actually don't normally do that in runs. It's only something I learned about recently. So I think actually that's the first time I've ever done that successfully. But it's a nice little extra bit of damage if you've got the extra missile, which is nice. When you start the fight, this fight is very, very fast. You need to be on your toes. It's going to be difficult to sort of explain as we go along. But let's have a look at how Nuke Sub attacks first. Every attack, he fires 2 missiles. And you need to keep moving. If you get hit by these missiles, you will take so much damage. I'll show you now. There you go. That was from 1 missile. And also the bits of, these bits here that it leaves behind, you can die on those as well. As I do honestly believe this is the hardest fight in the game. And basically the whole fight is going to be you trying to get what ammo you can and firing back at him. The main thing is you do want to use some of your you do want to use some of your grenades on the boxes. So when you're throwing your first set of grenades, make sure you've got a grenade left over and throw them at those boxes, because then you get, see how much ammo you trade for that one grenade? It's huge. So make sure you make the most of it. And really, there isn't a lot to say about this fight other than you just got to come in, do it for yourself and practice it. Keep moving. Whenever it's fired its missiles, keep moving. Do not get hit by a missile. Use your grenades to break up more boxes, because there's 3 grenades and 3 missiles in every... Well, there's either 3 grenades or 3 missiles in every box. So make sure you get them. At the end of the fight, make sure that you break boxes and get as much ammo as you can. You should at the very least have 3 grenades. You should be able to get 3 grenades from a box. And you should at least try and get 1 missile. That 1 missile is going to be very important for another boss. Not the next boss, but another boss coming up. So use your grenades wisely to destroy crates. Try and destroy as many crates as possible. I always do the same set of crates at the very start of the fight. I'll show you which ones I mean. Swap to my missile launcher. Fire, move in. Make sure you skip the cutscene so that your missile hits. Bang. So throw grenades until you've only got 1 left, or 2 left. Now luckily that wasn't a direct hit. Throw all my grenades. I'm going to throw there, so I get those ones. Throwing grenades. Right, I've got plenty of missiles now, just on standby, so I'm going to fire some missiles, fire another one, go over here, grab these. The missiles you can only use on the bit that points up. That bit that sort of sticks up further than everything else, you can only use missiles on that. You can't use missiles on the other sections of the submarine. Grenades you can throw anyway. You can throw grenades at any part of the sub. That bit that sort of that bit that sort of comes up the command deck or whatever it would be on a submarine, that's the only bit you can hit with missiles. So once the fight ends, make sure you're going and grabbing ammo. Use this time wisely.
Boss defeated.
Boss defeated. Now, if you're not hitting level 5,
My triumph.
if you're not hitting level 5 off of Nuke Sub, you are massively behind, and you've really got problems. You really, if you're at that point, you've done something terribly wrong. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. Level 5, you're going to take Gunslinger. Camouflage is completely useless in this speedrun because you're not going flat up against a wall. So take Gunslinger. It is very useful. You don't need to reload the gun anymore. And then just leave. I mean, if you want to break some more boxes on your way out, I've already got... See, what have I got? I've got 2 missiles, and I've got 8 grenades. So at the end of that fight, I've managed to restock completely. You don't have to restock completely. Don't go out of your way to restock completely because it'll take up time, but make sure you've at least got 3 grenades, because there should be a spare box to get 3 grenades from, and you've at least got 1 missile, because you get 3 missiles from a box. So it might be that 3 missiles pop out of a box, you grab 2 of them, shoot the 2 of them to kill Nuke Sub, and then grab the 3rd one on your way out. Just make sure you've got 1. Okay, and then just leave. Hold, once you've left, keep hold of circle. You're going to be answering 2 phone calls here. Answer the phone calls, keep moving. You want to go all the way to this box, get the gasoline. Oh, try not to get shot if you can avoid it. Previous save is only here. If you get shot, don't load a save. I just did because I really don't want to be taking damage whilst I'm trying to teach. Yeah, there we go. You don't need that medal. Don't ever need to grab medals. There's these guards here. Now, you can, if you want to, try and get some extra XP. It can go a bit sideways. I actually had a run on a stream the other day where I thought I don't normally get the XP from these guards. I usually just run straight by them. But I thought, oh, I could really do with some XP. and it all went horribly wrong.
Base.
But you can just do that. That's fine. That I got the XP, and now that I'm in here, nothing's gonna. The fact that I've got an alert isn't an issue. You go over here. You want to go over to the left boat. So on the left is a boat, on the right is a hovercraft. We're going to use the boat. Do not use the hovercraft. You get presented with these options, and it's either gasoline or string. You want to go gasoline. That's why we got the gasoline tank from earlier. There is string that you can get, so you like it's the ripcord string. However, the string doesn't appear until you take the option for it. The string is actually in a box the moment you finish the nuke sub fight. So you finish the nuke sub fight, you go up north, and there's a box right there. That box doesn't appear until you've come to here and selected string. So come to here, select gas tank.
It's gas tank.
There's a save point there, so if you do it, you don't actually need to heal there and load that save point, because as soon as you get on the boat and move off, you're going to heal anyway. So you don't need to use that save point. I just did because I want to talk and I don't want to bleed out. Then, obviously, select said gas tank and use it. Now, you need to be very careful here, because there are walls on the either side of this, and if you start moving around, you're going to run into one of those walls. The reason I know this is because this option here, under gameplay, these two options to turn off gameplay and tutorial tips weren't always in the game. These were patched in later. So when I first started speedrunning this, there is a tutorial dialogue that comes up when you move into the next screen to teach you how to use the boat. And what I would do is, as soon as that tutorial would come up, I would hold circle to skip it and immediately hold right to start moving into position. If you immediately hold right now as you go into it, you immediately do that. So do not hold anything, otherwise you will just immediately wipe out. Just go in, as soon as you're out, move to the right. This is Black Thunder. Black Thunder's not a difficult boss. It's very easy to die to, because you gotta pay attention to two things. You gotta pay attention to the river, and you've got to pay attention to Black Thunder itself and what it's firing at you. And more often than not, you will die to the river before you die to Black Thunder. So when the fight starts, you're going to align yourself over to the right-hand side of the river like I am here. But not too far over to the right, because otherwise you will hit the side of the river. And it's very difficult to judge. Even that was too far over. So you want to be sort of lining up. Here's probably good. As soon as Black Thunder appears, start firing and hold left. Because then Black Thunder will always strafe to the left with its first attack. And by doing so, every single one of your shots will hit if you strafe left straight away. Now, of course, don't keep strafing left and get ready to strafe back to the right again, because otherwise you're gonna die to the river. This is what I mean when I say that you are more likely to die to the river than you are dying to Black Thunder. So, line yourself up on the right-hand side. As soon as it appears, start shooting. Left during the boss title. Strafe. And watch for the river. And then you want to... This is how you're going to fight it. You're gonna keep strafing, dodge its missiles. And as long as you're... Actually, I can load here. We still died. As long as you are starting to shoot whilst you're slightly ahead of it, all of your shots will hit. Now, the river is randomized. Exactly how the river, like where the shores are and that, is all randomized. If you get very lucky, you can two-cycle this boss. You can start firing straight away, strafe to the left, strafe to the right, and as you strafe to the right, beat the boss. If you don't get it, don't worry. 3 is pretty good. If you can do it in 3 cycles, pretty good. If you do it in 4 cycles, good. Any more than 4, probably too slow. But as I say, it's random. Sometimes you won't be able to do it quicker than 4. Sometimes you'll be able to do it twice. it varies. So I'm going to repeat this boss a couple of times for you to see the sort of different variations and timings that you can get. The important thing is this: you get so much damage off in your first set. Now there we go. I too cycled it, but I didn't keep an eye on where the river was, so I then got taken out by the river. So, you know, it was great that I two cycled it, but you can't two cycle it and then die. So keep an eye on the river. Like I said, it's not a difficult boss. It's just very, very easy to die during this boss. And sometimes you're not going to get a lot of damage off as it strafes over because you've got to keep an eye on the river. All right, let's actually try and get through this damn thing now. Luckily, if you do die to it, it's not the previous checkpoint wasn't far away. So it's not a huge time loss unless you're dying over and over and over again. And obviously, watch out for its missiles that it fires at you. There we go. That was a really nice one as it came back over. As soon as the fight's finished, get to the center of the river and just stay there. Don't turn, don't do anything, just stay in the middle of the river. Done. And that is stage 7. All right. Stage 8. Stage 8. Again, stage 8 isn't difficult. It's not like, just like the last boss that we did, stage 8 isn't difficult at all. It's a very, very easy stage. It is just very punishing when things go wrong. And as a result, this is one of the most annoying levels. It's probably everyone's least favorite level because this level has security cameras. Luckily, a recent patch changed it so that on easy, we get to see the vision of the cameras. Originally, you didn't see the vision of the cameras at all. On hard, you don't see them. On medium, you do see them, but only if you're wearing the sunglasses, if I remember correctly. I don't know exactly because I don't play medium. No one's going to play medium. So, as you enter stage 8, first thing you're going to do, you're going to practice your rhythm punching. A really good opportunity to practice some rhythm punching. You do need all 6 of these reeds. To get all 6 of these reeds, hold circle as you approach this old man. And again, this is another opportunity where you just hold circle throughout this whole thing. So hold circle as you greet the old man. Head over here. Head back again. Every time you're hitting a cutscene, you're immediately skipping it. Head back. Wait. Bolt cutters. Now, once you've got the bolt cutters, then you can let go of circle. Equip the bolt cutters. Right here. And through to here. Now that you're in this building, or you're in the courtyard for this building, your last save point was the moment you realized you needed the bolt cutters. The moment Jesse went over to the fence and decided I need bolt cutters and went back to the old man, that's your last save point. So again, I would strongly recommend as a new runner, when you're first learning this and first doing your runs, go and use the toilet. There's a toilet right here. Go and use it. Because this section is punishing as hell if you get spotted. The whole point of this stage is you are not allowed to get spotted at all. It's the only section of the game where you get a game over if discovered. You don't get a game. I'll show you. If I go in here, I get spotted by the camera. I run away.
Didn't you say that the alarm never sounded? You're contradicting yourself. Sergeant, execute this liar.
Yes, sir.
You get a game over. This is the only stage where it is game over if discovered. I'm gonna go and save it here again because now I've hit that save point. I shouldn't have gone that way. That save point now isn't going to happen again. I'm going to have to remember that. So use the toilet here so that you come back to here. Don't use the toilet. Don't, when you're first starting, just use the toilet. Don't use a potty because you don't have the opportunity to go and dispose of that potty. You dispose of potties by going to the toilet. This is the last toilet in the game that you're probably going to end up using. So don't use a potty, just use that toilet. Go over here, grab this string, go up here, and you're into this first room. Now, the cycles of these cameras are random. There is very little room for error. So if it looks like it's going to be super tight to make a cycle, don't go for it, because chances are it is going to be super tight. You're just going to have to wait. I'll grab this string. You can go underneath the cameras like this. Wait for the camera there. Go here. When you enter this next room, make sure you go up here, because there is a camera there. If you're stood here and you immediately run like that, you're immediately going to run into that camera. So you do have to be careful when you're going into a new room. You're not immediately going to be caught by a camera. That one's not too bad. This one is very easy to get caught with. So you got to be careful with that one. And actually coming back through this room is probably the worst one. Getting caught by the camera that we're dodging right now as you come back in here can be a pain in the ass. Just wait. Wait for it to pass and then go. Into here. We're going to grab these uniforms. Get those bullets. Very easy to get those bullets. You've got to wait for the uniforms to pop up. So whilst you hit that one, get the bullets, then go and grab the uniforms. Whichever way, doesn't really matter. Move back. As I say, if you come out of that door, there was a save there. If you come out of this door here and the camera is looking on the left-hand side, chances are it's probably going to hit you. I think I'm probably on the same cycle now every load here. Yeah. Chances are you will get spotted by it. So play it safe until you get better. As I said when we were in the other room, this camera's very easy to just run straight into. So make sure as you go into this room, you are being cautious. Okay, that cycle lined up a bit nicer. It was moving away, so I knew I could beat it. Just wait for it. That's a really easy opportunity to get spotted. Up to here. Just wait. Don't try and leave now, because... Oh, well, I was all right there. You can still get spotted by that camera on the right. Right. Into here. There's going to be a cutscene when you first come into here. Now, because I came into this room to show getting spotted, I've already hit it. There's also a save point after that cutscene. So here's your next save point. In fact... I don't want to reload the whole thing. It's actually really important with this one that you come in here and you get this right first time, because if you get it right first time, you will be on the correct cycle. So I think I'm nicely set up for it. Anyway, to get past these guards, the camera will notice if a guard has been taken out, so we have to create these little guard clones. Create these little guard clones. At the same time, if you haven't done so already, and we haven't yet, you're also going to need the handkerchief. So the handkerchief is the handkerchief plus chloroform will give you the handkerchief chloroform. And that's what we're going to use to take these guards out. So sit here, wait for the camera to move. Make sure you're holding shoot or R2 before you approach the guard. You got to be careful with these, because you can very easily get spotted by a guard as you're approaching them to get to hit them with a handkerchief. If you like run through them, then they'll spot you. So make sure you're holding R2 before you reach the guard. Eventually, once you're in range, Jesse will automatically move towards them. Now in that previous room, I'm gonna load the save and show this again. Obviously, I've got to go back to here because there wasn't a save point, but there should be a save point as you enter that room. Go to here. Wait for this camera here. Here. You know what? Whilst we're waiting, well, when you're in the pause screen like this, the cameras aren't moving. You are pausing the game. You're just not pausing the in-game time. Move to here. Be careful here that we don't get spotted by that right camera. So when you first move into this room, there'll be a cutscene and there'll be a save point, and the camera will very quickly move across to here. So this is how you will approach this room. So have the clone equipped, have the handkerchief equipped. As you start to move over to him, use the chloroform straight away. Move him down. Now this camera can't spot you this far away, so you're totally free to just I don't know if he spotted the... I don't know if it spotted the guard there. Make sure the guard's out of the way. I don't think I kept that guard properly out of the way there. That's my fault. Oh, see, I could have tried to go for that, but I knew that it was too late. Gonna craft the handkerchief as well. It's probably a good idea to try and craft the handkerchief earlier. I actually tend to craft the handkerchief the moment after I've used the chloroform in chapter 3. The moment I've used it and done the chloroform teleport is when I usually then use it. Not going to beat that cycle, so we just got to wait. Down. So make sure you drop the guard out of sight, because I didn't. But the camera won't see you. Make sure you drop her. There we go. I can drop him there. I can drop him there. The camera thinks that that's the guard, and it can't see the guard there. The camera can't see me here. I'm too far away from it. So with this, you can just grab the guard, drop him, and then immediately run into the next room. As long as you're on the correct cycle, when you first enter this room, you should be able to do that every time. You'll immediately be able to take that guard out. You won't have to wait for the camera. As long as you're on the first cycle. If you've already been spotted, you won't be on that cycle. In here, we're going to grab the EMP grenades. Now, I only grabbed 10. You can have a maximum of 12. So if you wanted to, you could then grab 2 more and have 12 instead. Just going to get rid of 2 of them. There are some bullets here. It's usually a good idea to grab those. Now I'm actually on max bullets, so it doesn't matter. You'll also notice I grabbed a secret. That tree that was there, I punched that tree out and took the secret that was there. I would highly recommend getting that one. It's very, very easy to do. So I would go for it if I were you. Again, when you come into here, be careful that camera isn't going to see you. If the camera in here, when you come back in, if the camera is moving to the right as you enter, as soon as it's out of the way, you can go straight away. If you don't see the camera moving into its right position as you enter the room, if it's already stationary and just looking at the right, do not attempt to beat it. 90% of the time, you will not beat it. Unless, like, the stars align and you're absolutely perfect on your timing, it will start moving and it will catch you up. So just wait. But if you see it moving over to the right where you're coming in as you enter the room, once it's past this box, you can move, and you will be able to beat it. And move through here. You want to throw your electromagnetic grenades at these cameras. Be careful with these grenades, because the less of these grenades you use, the easier time you're going to have in chapter 9. So be accurate with them. Throw one there, break that. Now the reason I only pick up 10 electromagnetic grenades instead of all 12 is because there's a secret here. Now, this secret does take a little bit longer than some of the other ones. So this is one, if you were going to drop a secret or you wanted to swap out a secret for a different one, you could avoid getting this one. I personally like this secret because it gets me my electromagnetic grenades back up, because the secret is awkward. It's in a hidden door behind this tree. It's not in the center of the tree. It is in the center of the tree. I always like end up sort of going right here along this line. But if you're in the center of the tree, you can hit the door. If you're sort of here, you won't hit the door. And I'm now just forever going up. It's just here. You need to be. Ideally, you want to be here. That's the center of the door there. So as you come into here, break this box. And whilst you're waiting for the heart to be ready to pick up, break that box. And that puts you back up to 12. So you've used 1, you picked up 10. You picked up 10, you use 1, go down to 9, pick up 3, you're back up to 12. That's why I like getting this secret, because secrets are good, gives you more health, but also we're now back up to 12 electromagnetic grenades, and we've only saved 1. We've only used 1 before we got here, so it's only a pickup of 1. That 1 does make a difference. And you'll see why in the next chapter. Throw 1 at that one. Straight up to here, throw 1 at that one. You want to equip your bolt cutters. If you're using hotkeys, I highly recommend having a hotkey for the bolt cutter, because you use it multiple times. Throw 1 there. Here, you need to be careful because there's a camera there. Now, when you're moving straight up, as long as you're going straight up, that camera won't see you. So it doesn't matter where you enter this, as long as you don't go to the left, camera won't see you. Remember, your last checkpoint before you got to here was as you grabbed the electromagnetic grenades. If you get spotted by a camera here, you're all the way back to the room where you first got the electromagnetic grenade. So play it safe. Be careful. Move up, throw, just wait. Do not try and move. I've done that before. Do not try and move out whilst the electromagnetic grenade's still in the air. Wait for it to explode, because just the slightest detection, all it takes is a frame. It's a single frame of you being in that camera's sight and you're spotted, you're going straight back to the room where you first got the electromagnetic grenades. This one, throw 1 there. Move over. There's going to be a cutscene. Skip it. If the camera's already aligned, great. Go and grab the pizza box. Equip the pizza box. Use the pizza box. Move to here. Wait for the camera. Now, this is another room where if you can do this on the first cycle, it will be quicker. So if you can get it right first time, you will massively speed this room up. If you get spotted and you have to take a load, now you have just had you have a save point entering this room. So you're safe. You're not going to lose as much time now because you've got a save point. But if you can get this right on the first time round, it will be nice and fast. If you have to load, if you get spotted and you have to load, it will take you longer because the cycles of the cameras are different. The cameras move different speeds. The left camera, as you can see, moves very quickly, and the right camera moves very slowly. So you are forever going to be waiting for the right camera to move. If I load now, you can see I've got to wait for the cameras because they're now pointing straight down, so I've got to wait for them. Go through. Grab the pizza box. You must use the pizza box. The reason you use the pizza box is because you need to know that it is a pepperoni pizza. Again, this is what I mean about the cycles. Now we still have to wait. If I hadn't had to load, this would be a lot quicker. Throw. Grab the fire extinguisher and run straight for the door. The timing between throwing that electromagnetic grenade at that camera, grabbing the fire extinguisher and getting to that door is very, very tight. So as you're running across, you're going to need to combine because the hitbox for that door is quite close to you. And if you hit the hitbox for that door before you've had a chance to go into your inventory, you're gonna die. The reason why is we have to be at that door with a smoking pizza box and you have inspected the pizza. If you have not inspected the pizza, if you have not combined the fire extinguisher with the pizza, you are going to get a game over because you're not going to be able to get past the door. You don't have to have the pizza box equipped. Worth noting. I'm going to equip this bottle and go into the door. Hold circle throughout. And your options you want to take are pizza and pepperoni. They're all in the same place. Pizza's always on the right. Pepperoni's always on the left. So I'm going to load this again just to show you one more time. Again, this is going to be slow because I've had to load. Going to select the pizza, inspect it. Wait for camera. Don't use more. You could, well, if you're on a really slow cycle like this, you can't hit that camera above me with an electromagnetic grenade. Ideally, you really only want to use one. Quickly grab this. If you feel like, oh, I'm not going to make it, then just wait. And you will have to use another electromagnetic grenade. If you do have to wait and you're going to have to use another one, there's one more in there. So you can go back to here, throw, and go. Ideally, you just want to use the one and move across quickly. But again, it's up to you. If you're struggling to make it across in time, then use a second electromagnetic grenade and grab that spare one from that box. But if you can do it right, you can get there with time to spare. I'll show you again. I'll show you doing it without getting the spare grenade. Throw, go. This is going to be tight. See how tight that was? Now, I did choke a little bit. I messed up when I grabbed the fire extinguisher. I just had enough time. That's why it's so important that you combine the fire extinguisher with the pizza before you hit the door, because you don't have time. You will hit that trigger very, very quickly. You can't go into your inventory once you've started it. Okay, pizza, pepperoni, and they let us in. And that's stage 8. Stage 8 is a pain in the butt. It is annoying. Cameras are annoying. It is very, very punishing if you get spotted. So don't think it's a DOS level. Don't think it's a level there's no guards, there's no enemies. It's really, it's just a bit of movement around. Very important you get that movement right, because you will lose a lot of time. If, like I did, you got both secrets, you will get an unperfect rating for this level. I think there's a time limit on unperfect, although that was 19 minutes. So I think the time limits. I did talk about unperfect at the very, very start of the tutorial about it being a bit wonky and not working properly. I think that's one of the things they still need to patch, that stage 8's unperfect should have a time limit on it. It's either it's supposed to have a time limit on it, or it's supposed to, you're not supposed to be spotted. And Jack Lafayette, one of the developers, is in the chat right now saying that it is going to be fixed in the next version, 1.011. So yeah, so chances are when you come to this, if you're on 1.011 and you get a time of 19 minutes and 56 seconds, you won't get an unperfect. You'll get perfect rating, so very easy to get perfect rating in stage 8, but we're not worried about perfect, unperfect. It's just one of those times. Throughout an any percent speedrun, I usually get unperfect on 8 and 10. And Jack is also confirming you also need to use a correct amount of EMP grenades. This route should get unperfect if you don't miss a grenade. So it's not a time limit. It's a grenade. It's the using the minimum amount, the maximum amount of grenades. Anyway, we're not worried about unperfect for this. All right, let's move on to chapter 9. Jericho's Heart. Hold circle so that we immediately skip the cutscenes. All right, get ready, folks. We're going to be here for a while. Chapter 9 is the longest and most difficult level in the game. There is a lot going on. This isn't like chapter 8 is a bit of a gimmick level, because the gimmick is the cameras. You don't get those cameras in any other stages. You get the detectors in stage 3, but they're not quite the same. So stage 8 is a complete gimmick level. It's all about those cameras. Stage 6 is a double gimmick level, because it's about the engineers, and then it's about the submarine. Stage 9 just throws so many different things at you. The game has a really good learning curve, because everything you've learned up to this point prepares you for stage 9. It actually throws that learning curve out the window at the end. Stage 10 is a piece of piss. Stage 10 is one of the easiest stages in the game. The final boss is really easy. Stage 9 is brutal. So, first thing we're going to do is we're going to run up here. We are going to break this. We're going to equip our bolt cutters, and we're going to break that and skip a cutscene. We have now cut the alarm's wire. You don't actually have to do this, but you're going to have a bad time if you don't. Basically, what's happened now is if we get spotted, oh, excuse me, if we get spotted, we won't go into an alert. We'll go into a caution, and we'll still get chased and still get taken down, but doors won't lock. That's important. Doors won't lock. But also they won't be able to call for backup. So one day there might be a way of us doing this without cutting the alarm, and that'll save us a couple of seconds, but it's not really worth it. Don't need that box. There's binoculars in that box. We don't need those binoculars. Right, up into here. Here is a point of contention. As you enter this room, you are if you don't know the story of UnMetal, Jesse is telling his captors what happened. So he's telling a story, and quite often along the story, you get given options as to what happens in the story as he's telling it. So at this point, he comes up to here and he goes, "The place was crawling with." Is it Scandinavian guards or exterminator guards? So you get options. That's how the story works. This is a point of contention in speedrunning. Some people prefer Scandinavian and some people prefer exterminators. There are pros and cons to both. I will explain the pros and cons, and then I will explain which ones I go for and why. Scandinavians, well, I won't explain the pros and cons. I'll explain the differences. Scandinavians are like normal humans. They have Viking helmets, I think. We'll see in a second. I can't remember because I don't pay attention to the little details like that. They're just guards. I have to run away from them. Scandinavians only do one shot at a time. They can be taken out by normal means, but they are very, very strong. So if you go to punch one of them, you won't stun them as you punch them, and they will take more than 3 hits to punch out. The actual easiest way of taking them out is with the handkerchief. Chloroform handkerchief is the easiest way of taking them out because that still takes them out at the same speed. The other thing with Scandinavians is if you knock a Scandinavian out, they will get back up off their own accord after a short amount of time. If you go Scandinavians, a lot of the boxes around the area will contain string, and you can use that string to tie up knocked out Scandinavians so they don't get back up again. Exterminators are robots. Exterminators can be temporarily disabled with EMPs. You can blow them up using missiles. You can shoot them with a pistol. You could use grenades. You can use missiles to destroy them. The advantage of that being that if you destroy them, they're not human, so they don't count as a kill. So whereas every other guard in the game, if you shoot them and they go down, you have to heal them. So for example, the 2 guards who were with Lieutenant Markuson in Chapter 3, the engineers in Chapter 6, we injured them. We had to then heal them afterwards. Otherwise, we'd have got a game over. Exterminators, you can just kill because they're robots. As I said, some speedrunners prefer Scandinavian. Some speedrunners prefer exterminators. Personally, I go Scandinavian. And the reason I go Scandinavian is because, number one, Scandinavians only shoot 1 bullet at a time. Exterminators shoot them in sets of 3. Okay? Exterminators are tougher to take out, though you shouldn't be taking any of them out anyway. You are going to, in an any % run, you are going to completely ignore them. Some people will go exterminators because you can use the electromagnetic grenades to stun them. But if you're doing this well, you shouldn't be stopping and doing that. You should just be running straight through. And so that's why I go Scandinavian. The other reason why you might want to go exterminator is because if you take one of them out, they're out forever. You're going to go through these rooms a couple of times throughout this stage. So if you do want to take them out so that you don't have to deal with them again later, you might want to go exterminator so that you can take them out for good and they're not going to be there. But I can't force you to do anything. I can't force any other runners to see it my way. Everyone has their own opinion as to which one they go. I would highly recommend Scandinavian because it's what I do and it's my tutorial. But if you come to this and you try both of them, you really think Exterminators is the one for you, go for it. Each to their own. I'm going to teach this with Scandinavian. So don't, I'm not going to teach exterminators. So the other advantage of Scandinavian is it's on the left and it's already selected. You waste a slight amount of time going right and picking exterminator. Scandinavian guards. And then we are just going to roll. We're just going to keep moving. Every room that's got guards, we want to roll. Every room that doesn't have guards, we don't. Obviously, we don't want to get shot, so we're going to keep trying to avoid getting shot. We need to go in here. You can shoot that little silo thing with a pistol. You want to grab everything in here. This is some free ammo right here. Obviously, we're already maxed on bullets and grenades at this point, so we don't get them. But try it. Just go for it. You need the blood bag. The blood bag that we just picked up here. That's the reason we've come into this room. But these are two, at this point in the game, these two boxes here are like some of the easiest boxes to get ammo from. So make sure you grab them. You probably won't, I'm going to actually just go back and do that bit again. Because you probably won't stop that alert. Just immediately get spotted. Don't try and hide. Just get spotted. Just immediately get spotted. Run. Grab the pistol. Pistol's another one that you should probably have on a hotkey. Because I'm not teaching hotkeys because of the difference between PC and console with hotkeys. Now, there is a slight point here of deviation. If you used the correct amount of EMP grenades in the previous section, you will have 6 left. If you have 6 left, if you have 5 left, kind of a bit finer, you could go on without getting any more. When you're first learning and you're first starting out, so there's going to be another one where it's when you first start, do this, but as you get better, you don't need to. There is a weapons locker in this room. And this weapons locker gives you more electromagnetic grenades. When you first start out, go and fill up on electromagnetic grenades. As you get more comfortable with the game, you don't need to if you've got 5 or 6. Even if you've got 5 is cutting it fine. If you've got 4 or less, go and get some more because you're going to run out. You are going to run out if you've got 4 or less. 5 is risky, but you can go for it. 6 is good. If you've got all 6, you can get away with not going in that room. It will save you a bit of time. It is still risky, and you'll see why in a few minutes, because we're going to do one of the biggest skips in the game in a minute. And you need electromagnetic grenades for it. So you have to weigh it up. Decide whether or not you're going to take the risk. When you're first starting out, go get more grenades. This room here, we want to get in the elevator. So you want to get to the center as quickly as possible. And you just want to try and keep moving around. As long as you haven't been shot too much, you're not going to die. But it is a bit tricky. But aim straight for the middle of the elevator, move from side to side, try and dodge as much as you can, and get up as quickly as possible. You're almost certainly going to be bleeding when you get in here, so load. Before you go through the next door, make sure you've equipped your health kits. Health kits are another thing that should be on a hotkey. Going to go into this door, we're going to hold circle to skip past all of this dialogue. We need to heal this guy. And we're done. If you don't have any health kits at this point, there's a health kit in this box. So if for whatever reason you come into this room, you have no health kits, whilst he's bleeding out, grab that health kit and go and help him. If you use your last health kit on him, you might want to go and grab it anyway. All right. We are now going to do the biggest skip in the game. This is called the Red Room skip. The normal way of doing this level, we don't talk to that guy. We don't get that. We don't get that save point. Normally, you go through that door, you go through a whole section of rooms where there are spider bots, and you have to take them out with EMPs, and at the end of it, there is a rad suit. The rad suit protects you from radiation, which is in what we call the Red Room. We're going to avoid getting it, and we're going to run the Red Room without it. It's one of the trickiest bits. It will take a while to learn and get right. and it's one of the moments where we use an empty potty. Always use a potty here. I didn't. I went through a phase where I was like, you know what? I think I'm good with the red room now. I'm not going to use a potty. It takes a second to use the potty. That save that I got a second ago, when I started moving over to the left-hand side here, and the scientist stopped and chatted and we got a save, you won't do that. Your previous save before the red room was out here, where we loaded to stop bleeding. If you die in the red room and that's your last save, you will have to come in here, you'll have to do the dialogue, you'll have to heal the guy with the health kit. So just use a potty here. Just one of them. I've used a potty. It's now a full potty. We're never going to empty it. You're going to have that until the end of the game. Once you've used that potty, you're going to want to equip the blood bag, and you're going to want to equip your electromagnetic grenades. There's then going to be a dialogue from this guy. You can use the potty after you talk to that guy. It doesn't really... You skip that dialogue so quickly, it doesn't really matter. All right. The blood bag heals you back to full health instantly. So whereas health kits normally a health kit will stop you from bleeding and will slowly start to put you back. You'll slowly recover. As long as you don't take any more damage, you'll recover. The blood bag will instantly put you back to full health. In this next room, because we haven't got the rad suit, we are constantly taking damage. And if you use a health kit, all it will do is stop you bleeding. It won't start recovering you because you'll instantly take damage and start going back down again. So we have to use the blood bag. You need to use the blood bag halfway through so that you've got enough health to get out. You don't want to use it too early because you won't have enough health to then get through the rest of it. You don't want to use it too late because otherwise you'll die before you finish using it. Remember, it still takes some time to use it. It's not a health kit. You've taken an upgrade so that health kits and bandages get applied quicker. It doesn't apply to the blood bag. The blood bag still takes a second to use, so make sure you're giving yourself enough time. You want to use your electromagnetic grenade to take out the spider drones that are in here, and you want to keep rolling, you want to keep moving, you don't want to get shot. Okay, I know I've just said a lot of stuff as we go in, but it's going to be very difficult once I'm inside to actually explain and stop and pause. It's also another one where there is RNG. The layout of the spider bots that are in this room are going to be random. You have to make decisions on the fly about how you're going to tackle it. This is why we use a potty just before we go into the room, because once you've used that potty, the layout should be the same. Assuming you then immediately go into the room, the layout should be the same, so you're kind of prepared. So let's go in. You can see I immediately start taking damage. I'm going to throw electromagnetic grenade there. I'm going to run. There's one there. I'm going to throw and I'm going to move. Make sure I don't get shot. As soon as you enter this screen, move slightly down so that if the spider bot coming from the left here does come onto the screen, he doesn't see you straight away. Keep rolling. Keep going. And done. Now, I'm going to show that again because I only did it once and want to show you more ways of doing it. This room is tough. I made that look very, very easy. This room is very, very difficult. Sometimes it will come down to whether or not your body armor takes one of the shots of the spider bots. But that's why we use the potty before this room. If you really want to, if you can try and get 3 potties throughout the run and use a potty after you come out of it. The danger about these next few rooms is your next save point is when you get the level 4 access card, which isn't for another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rooms. You've got 5 more rooms to get through until you get to your next save point. So if you do pick up 3 potties, you might want to use one here. I don't, because I don't usually have any problems with these rooms. But you can use a potty here as well. Anyway, let's load that last potty. If you do want to use a potty there and you only have the 2, then instead of using a potty here, either use that toilet or go and get that save that we got there when we started to move over to the left. Just grab that save and then move over. All right, so let's try this one more time. Make sure you've got the blood bag on. Make sure you've got your electromagnetic grenades on. Enter the room. Right, it's over there. I'm not even going to throw an electromagnetic grenade. I'm just going to make sure I dodge. That spider bot is there. I'm going to throw there. Just so that we're past it. Move out of the way, so if one does follow me in, I'm already out of the way. And move. Keep rolling. And done. That was pretty good. I want to try and get one where it's a bit trickier. Okay, this one's a bit trickier because I have to make sure that we want to. Oh, this is not a nice one at all. If you get shot, particularly early, you're probably dead. If you get shot sort of halfway through, just as you're about to use the blood bag, then you can probably make it. But if you got shot very early on, like I did, you're probably dead. So I'm going to throw one there. Ow. Might be all right here. The problem is now is not only am I taking radiation damage, I'm also bleeding out. So if you can make it, you can make it. If you are bleeding as you leave, you must use a health kit. You are not going to be able to save scum your way out of it. So this is no word of a lie. This is one of the most difficult rooms in the game. You will need to practice this. Play it safe. Use a potty and practice it. Let's move out of the way so that spider bot can't see me straight away. I wasn't quite quick enough. But it's another one where as you progress and you get better, you will find yourself doing better at this room. It's all about making decisions. I'm going to load because I already know that I'm dead. If you get shot in that first room by that spider bot, you're dead. Load your potty. Yeah, I'm going to... Dead. See, you can try, but if you get shot, you're probably dead. Let's go again. Sometimes you might not even need to throw in electromagnetic grenades. I got lucky there because my bulletproof vest took the shot for me. Blood bag. Roll. So this is what I meant about the electromagnetic grenades and deciding whether or not you go and grab more. You need electromagnetic grenades in here. You need to make sure you've got at least 2 before after you've left the red room. I'm going to carry on from here because you've got to take out this camera and you've got to take out one more camera. You don't need to... This camera on the right, you don't need to take it out. You could throw an electromagnetic... You could throw one there. You probably won't make it... Yeah, you won't make it over time, so don't try. Remember, like I said earlier, if you get spotted by a camera in here, it's not game over. It's not like stage 8 where it's game over if you get spotted. You'll get an alert and you will struggle. You will almost certainly die. I've once managed to claw my way through this with an alert and not get spotted. I wasted so much time. I'm pretty certain I would have saved time by using a potty and going back through the red room anyway. So you really don't want to get an alert here. So I've got to take the red room one more time. That's actually going to miss. But I didn't get shot. That's the important thing. Wow, super lucky there. So that the bulletproof vest is an absolute godsend, but it is complete RNG. So kind of lucky with that red room. All right. So I've seen that camera moving to the right. As soon as the camera starts moving to the right, you can throw an electromagnetic grenade at the first camera and then move on. If the camera isn't moving to the right and it's still over to the left, wait until it starts moving. If it's moving over to the left or it's already on the right and it's about to start moving over to the left, just wait another cycle. As you can't afford to get spotted here. That's the call. Throw one at that. And that's your two mandatory, that's the two that you must have EMP grenades for. So after you've left the red room, you must have 2 grenades left. You need 2 more for these, but there's 3 more EMPs in this box. So you're fine once you get to here. You don't need to grab those, but if you've got 2 EMP grenades left, you won't need to grab those. So throw one there. Up here. Throw one there. Cameras don't count as enemies, by the way. You can just run. All right. And now we're back to assessing guard rooms. Again, remember, the last save was the potty before red room. Massive, massive time loss if you get caught, and you don't want to get an alert. There is a door you're going to have to go through. If you've got an alert and it locks, you're going to waste a lot of time. You're going to have to fight a bunch of guards, and you're probably going to get killed. So sometimes you're going to have to play it safe. A really good opportunity here to get some XP. If I didn't need that XP, I really want to get to level 6 before the next boss. I could have just... He was moving to the right. I could have just easily just ignored him and gone to the left. But you are going to have to take each of these rooms as they come. And make sure that if you are going to be in a situation where you're going to get spotted by a guard, you can take him out before he calls an alert. I would like to run through this room one more time, but I've got to go all the way back to... We'll go back to the red room. Because the next room we're going to go in is here. That's where the level 4 card is. So we'll run through the red room one more time. I'll run through the whole thing nice and quickly this time. And just sort of move straight through. I've been shot. I'm going to load because I'm almost certainly dead. Roll him. I'm so dead. So dead. So this room is no joke. It is very tricky and is very much down to RNG how well this room goes. I got around that one quite handily. Keep rolling. Move out the way. Heal back up to full. There we go. I'm good. And we're through. Didn't need a health kit. That camera's now moving to the right, so we can aim there. Get out of the way. Answer the call. Throw one there. I've got 9 grenades left, so I don't need to grab those grenades on the right. Throw one there. Under that camera. Throw one there. I didn't think I'd hit that one, but that was all right. Health kit there. Right, assess these rooms. Normally I would ignore that guard and just go straight to the left. I could really do with the XP. This is tough. Good. Again, it was really good because I got XP from the guard in the room on the right and this guard here, but I had to make sure I got to this guard before he raised an alert. So make sure you do. Enter this room, even inside them. Enter this room. A little cheeky bit of thing you can do here is you can throw a grenade at these boxes to blow them up both up instantly. As soon as you... I'm now under an alert and the door is closed. When you pick up the level 4 card, there is a dialogue that you need to skip. As soon as you skip that dialogue, there's a save, and you can then load it and you'll lose your alert. You don't have to throw that grenade. You can just go and punch the boxes if you want. And the main thing that you remember is that you must skip the dialogue to get the save. There was one time where I didn't realize that. I came to here, I picked up the level 4 card, I loaded, and went all the way back to before we shot the scientist and had to go and heal him. So make sure you load once you skip the dialogue and you see the save in the bottom right-hand corner. And from here we can leave. There's a guard in this room. We can't get XP from him.
Escaping prisoner. Send back.
And we can't, as you can see, we can't just ignore him. Even if you roll, actually, if you roll well straight away, you can actually. No, you can't. See, I never ignore him. I wanted to test this whilst we were here because I knew I'd have time to test it. So no, you cannot ignore this guard. So as you enter this room, let him spot you. You're not going to try and distract him or anything. Take him out before he raises an alert. And now you're back in here. We're going to go up to floor 3 now. And whilst you're going up these next elevators, make sure you use a health kit if you're not at full health. Use the health kit on the elevator, because of course, as you're going up the elevator, you're not moving, so you're not wasting time sat there healing yourself. We actually, in a casual playthrough, you'll go through room 3 first. You'll go through floor 3 first. We actually go through the rooftop first in a speed run, because otherwise you're going to have to go through floor 3 twice. So we go up to the rooftop first. However, there is a nice little trick you can do here. I do it in an any % run because I really like it. This floor that we're on right now is easily the most difficult floor in the game. I hate this floor. Everyone hates this floor. It has some very weird guards that are a pain in the arse to deal with. Because you get saves at different points, and because you might end up coming back to here, like you'll go through 2 or 3 more rooms to the left here. Because the save is here and you'll come back to it, you can set this room up so that you don't have to take care of the 2 guards that are in here every time you do it. So we come to floor 3. Take these 2 guards out. There's some free XP from that guard. This guard you want to take out using slingshots. So these are Japanese guards. These guards, most guards have a cone for their vision radius, so they see sort of directly in front of them and a little bit to the side. So they have a nice cone. Think of Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2, the radar. You see the cone of the guard's vision. The cone of the guard's vision for the Japanese guard is 180 degrees. They see to the left and the right. So that first guard that I took out, I'm just behind him, just slightly behind him. If I go to here, he spots me. If I go to here, spots me. Normally, any other guard, I could stand there because he's looking straight forward. These guys see 180 degrees around them. So this one, just punch him out. The downside to these guys, well, the downside for them at least, their weakness, whilst their advantage is they have a much wilder field of vision, and they don't need to use a radio to call an alert. If you saw that guard, he spotted me, and I've instantly got an alert. They don't call a radio. As soon as one of them realizes, an alert raises. You do have slightly enough time to take a guard out before that alert raises, though. Their one weakness is that they are weak. They only take one punch to deal with, or 1 slingshot round. Yes, we have not used the slingshot since well, most times you won't have used a slingshot since chapter 1. You might have used a slingshot to finish off Sewerjunk, but finally, back in chapter 9, the slingshot comes back into its own. So these guards will get knocked out with 1 hit of the slingshot. Reason we don't use the slingshot throughout any of the other parts of the game is because a normal guard takes 3 slingshot rounds, but one of these guards will only take 1. You have enough time, if you aim it correctly, to run out in front of them and shoot them before they raise the alert. So on your first route through here, come into here, take those 2 guards out like that, and then go back to the lift. You don't have to do this, but what it means now is when we come back to this room to actually go through floor 3, these 2 guards are already taken care of, and if we get spotted in any of the rooms going forwards, we don't have to take these 2 guards out every single time. So go up to the next floor. We're going to swap to the pistol. And as we leave this room here, hold circle. It's going to immediately skip a huge scene of Jesse pretending to be these guards' superior. Right, we now need to disable the communications tower, which is this thing here. For this, we're going to need some wires to go punch this box. You can shoot these. You got to make sure you shoot them well. These things are really awkward. Sometimes it's very, very difficult to shoot them. And I don't really know what their hitboxes are, but there you go. Now this one's not getting shot, and I have to move. It's weird. Picking up these metal clamps is weird as well. Sometimes they don't pick up straight away. You'll get used to it. Pick up all the metal clamps. There is a secret that we're skipping here. We don't need the secret. You can shoot that. You can punch these. You can punch that out if you want, but just a single shot to get through it nice and quick. Your next wire's behind here. Move up here. Up and diagonally. Next one is here. So note there that I actually went across 2 screens. So there's this screen here in the bottom right. This screen here in the top right. This screen here in the top left. And this screen here in the bottom left. You actually want to go from bottom right to top left. So you are going through 2 different screens there. Get those wires. Once you've got all of the wires, run back. As you're running back, you want to combine the wires with the clamps and then equip them immediately. And then you want to head up to the communications tower. Now, to take out the communications tower, we have to do it in a particular order. The room where we got the level 4 access card, there was a room on the right that we didn't go in. In that room are the notes to tell us what order we have to do things in. The order never changes. The order is always the same. So, of course, we have some notes. And it is this set of notes. So, and again, what was the note that I had up before? Oh, I pushed the wrong button there. What was the note I had up before? No, that's settings. There we go. Remember, it's okay to keep notes. I did say when we used notes last time that there's a set of notes that I still use. It's this set of notes. I cannot, for whatever reason, I can remember the jungle route. I can remember the labyrinth route, which we're going to come to at the end of stage 9. I cannot get these notes into my head. I cannot memorize this. And as I said earlier in the tutorial, speedrunning is not a memory game. You shouldn't have to have a good memory. You shouldn't have to. You have to, you have to remember stuff. You can't write everything down. But for stuff like this, where it's very, very easy to keep a set of notes on screen at all times, do it. No one's going to stop. No one's even going to be able to check. Like, if your submissions don't have a webcam, don't have you on a microphone, and is just your game with a timer, no one's going to know that you've got notes. And so it's impossible to police. And probably not for that reason, probably for the reason that it's not a bad idea. No one is going to have a go at you for using notes. No good verifier in any game should be complaining at you for using notes. I'm the main verifier for UnMetal. If you use notes in your run of UnMetal, I will not bat an eyelid. Use notes. I do. There you go. That's your second use notes monologue. So remember, it's okay to keep notes. Anyway, let's actually have a look at the wire notes. So, taking out the wires comes in 2 stages. The first one is using wires with clamps to connect 2 sets of wires, and the second one is then using the bolt cutter to cut individual wires. You do them in this order. Use the wire with clamps, and when you do it, you obviously push square to start using the item, and then you're going to be presented with options. Now, you'll notice that the options I have there say left, right, right, middle, middle, left. Do not make your notes with the colors, because when you get given the options...
I use the wire with clamps to connect the...
When you get given the options, you will get given the colors. Do not make your notes on the colors. Do not say, right, it's going to be... So left, it's going to be red connected with whatever's on the right in the next screen, because you've then got to remember what order the colors are in. So go left and right. If you prefer 1, 2, 3, I know some runners prefer to have their notes as 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3. If you prefer 1, 2, 3, go 1, 2, 3. I'm quite happy with left, right, middle. So that way you are very quickly able to just ignore the colors completely and just go with the positions. So we connect the red wire. You can hold circle throughout this whole thing. So just hold circle. Red wire with the white. Square again for the next one. Hold circle. Right. Middle. Middle. Left. I'm gonna deliberately go right to show you what happens if you fail. And remember that your save point is right here. So it's not a huge time loss, but obviously this is a very simple bit of the game. You should be able to get through this. So go left, right, right, middle, middle, left. That's the first bit. Then swap to the bolt cutters. Same again. You're going to cut 3 wires. So cut left, right. Yeah, you have to reuse the bolt cutters each time. So square every time you're about to cut a new wire. And that's the bolt cutters. Next up, check the helicopter. Very, very important. A lot of people, a lot of runners forget to go and check the helicopter. If you don't check the helicopter, something will happen later. I'll tell you when it happens. Well, something won't happen later. I'll tell you what it is when we get there. There's no point in trying to explain it now. But make sure you check the helicopter. This rooftop is a pain in the ass because we start in this room. We have to go all the way to the room with the helicopter to get the last wire, come back to this room to then disable the communications tower, then go back to the final room to check the helicopter, and then come back to here to leave again. It's a pain in the ass, but we have to do it, and you have to remember to check the helicopter. We're going to run back to the helicopter. There is a secret passage down to floor 3 through here. Punch that, you can go down to floor 3 and there's a secret there. In a casual run, that's very helpful. We don't use it in any percent because we only go to floor 3 once. If you go down to floor 3 through that now, you're trapped and you can't go anywhere. You have to come back and go through floor 3 first. We only go to floor 3 once, so you don't need to use it. So this time, don't go up to the top left because you want to get around this post here. Over to the helicopter, hold circle. We've checked the helicopter. Now we're going to go and deal with floor 3. Run all the way back again. Run, run, run. Run, run, run. Slow, slow, slow. Hit the button here. Said this on the previous elevators, but this is your last chance to do it. If you're not at full health as you go down this elevator, use a health kit. You want to be at full health for the next boss. And you're not going to take any damage until you get there. So now we're going to deal with floor 3. We answer the call. And there's a save point. So now we've got a save and these 2 guards are taken out. So this is why we come to floor 3, take these 2 guards out and then go up to the roof. Now, if anything goes wrong in the next few rooms and we have to come back to this save point here, we don't have to take these guards out every single time. And trust me, when you're first starting out, you will die and come back. You will have to load this save. If you get an alert, immediately load your save. You're not going to be able to deal with the guards that come. And again, another section where you have to you're going to have to make a judgment on what you're going to do as you enter the room. I'm going to throw that in. That guard is checking on him. I am going to make sure I wait and take that guard out. Partly because it's some more XP. XP is helpful. We want to be level 6 before we take on the next boss. Ideally, there are 2 strats for the next boss. One is if we're level 6 first. One is if we're level 5. So I'm going to try and be able to show both of them. I'm going to have to go through this room again. There is a toilet here. You can use it if you want to. Wouldn't worry about it too much though, because we're going to use a potty in a minute. But a thing of note here, you've got to come back. Once you've beaten the boss, you're going to go into another room. You're going to collect an item. You're going to go back through the boss room. You're going to come back through here. If you take out a guard and another guard investigates and picks that guard up, when you come back through here the next time, they're going to be running around trying to find you. They might even follow you into the next room. So ideally, you want to try and take out both guards at the same time. Now, this guard here, the guard down below is kind of interesting because that was very, very close. If I'd waited a split second later, I'd have got an alert. That's how much time you've got to take the guards out. Now, that guard down in the bottom left-hand corner will never leave his post unless he hears something. So now, in this situation, we can leave that guard alone. He's never moving. But if he starts to investigate this first guard that we've downed, if he heard it, take him out. Wait take him out safely. Down to this room. As you come down into this room, notice the arrow of this guard here. Because if that arrow is pointing up to you, then he's going to spot you. Now, that's not normally a problem because we can either punch him or we can use a... There we go. Or we can use a... There we go. A slingshot to take him out. Again, that guard hasn't spotted him. We're going to have to take that guard out anyway. But yeah, just be careful of this guard. This guard, step out, slingshot. When you get to here, this is where we use the second potty. Because this next room is a pain in the arse. And remember, if you get spotted in this room, or if you die in this room, or if you die during the boss fight that's coming up, your previous save was back 2 rooms ago. Use a potty here. This room is horrible. Because as you saw there, that guard spotted me and I didn't have enough time to take him out before I got an alert. This room is just horrible. If you watched the relay on Sunday, you'd have seen that I really struggled with this room. That worked. That was quite nice. I'm still not level 6. That was quite nice. They can't see all the way across the room. Let me load that again and see if I can tell how far away. You saw that? There you go. That is how close that guard had to get. So it's about half the room. They can see you from about half a room away. So that gives you an idea of when you need to be taking them out. You can see here that from the...
That hurts. Mike! Are you okay? Wake up, Mike. What happened, Mike? Someone...
Take them both out. Because, as I said before, if you only take one of them out and you don't take both of them out, then they will investigate. And if they investigate quickly, when you come into here, they might follow you in. The other advantage of taking them both out now is that when we go back through this room after we've defeated the boss and got the item we're after, they're still going to be taken out. We can just waltz back through and it'll be nice and easy. So yeah, that is a really, really tricky set of rooms. This room in particular, if you don't, I am gonna do one where I don't take both of these guards out before I come into this room, so that we can look at how you might take them out on your way back out again. But it's tricky. It's not easy. But I'm gonna have to load a save it anyway because I want to show the next boss at level 5 and level 6. So the next boss is in this room. He is called Takagashi. I tend to call him TT because I can never remember how to pronounce Takagashi. I just call him TT. For TT, you are going to want your pistol out. You don't need an item. You're fine for items. Now, there are 2 strategies for TT. If you're level 6, the level upgrade that you take at level 6 means that your pistol does double damage. So there is a very, very quick way you can take him out if you're level 6, because you do double damage to him. If you're not level 6 when you enter TT, you're going to have to do a slightly slower method. The one advantage of that slower method is if you level up after beating TT, for some reason it doesn't happen. I think there's one other boss that it might happen with, but we're never at a point to level up with that boss. We're only ever at a point where we could level up with TT. If you level up off the back of the boss, for some reason, the boss defeated, the bit where it goes, boss defeated, the level up cancels it out. You'll see it, because you can see my level there. You can see I'm about to level up. I will level up to 6 upon beating Takagashi. Upon beating TT. This is why I just call him TT. I'm going to level up, and you'll see what happens. And so it is a little bit of a time save, but I think being level 6 is faster. So, if you're not level 6, you're going to just use the pistol. You're going to pepper him a few times straight away. And then roll away. And roll towards the door. Now, unfortunately, he got into that swiping motion and just took me out. And of course, I'm back here. I'm back to where I last used my... Oh, he saw me? What? So this room is horrible.
It hurts. Mike!
That was all right. Okay, so we're gonna go in and try and deal with this again. So move. He will follow and chase you. So I did, and there's the level up. For some reason, the level up completely overrides. The level up completely overrides the.
Mike!
Got it. The level up completely overrides the boss defeated. Don't know why. It doesn't happen with every boss, but it does. So let's see that one more time. So pepper him instantly. Move out of the way of his. You're gonna. If you're at full, this is why you need to be at full health. You need to be at full health going into this fight so that you can take some shots.
Great courage in combat.
Boss
I saved there. No, I didn't want it. Damn it! I didn't realize there was a save there. I didn't want it to save. I really didn't want it to save there. That's annoying. Okay, I'm going to have to go and get more XP for this. So, anyway, if you're not level 6 yet and you do the pistol option, you can take the first slash, but then roll down, move out of the way. I'll show the fight one more time. Move out, roll down, move out of the way. Oh, and then sometimes you get this where this guard just like sits there and does. I had this on Sunday. Unfortunately, that guard saw me and I want the XP. There we go. That's perfect XP from them. So I'll show you this fight one more time. Make sure we got the pistol. Hold circle to skip. Move out the way and slowly move down towards the door. Because the next place you're going to go is through this door. So end the fight down here. So that's you get a nice little time save with the boss defeated being cancelled. It's quite nice. Now I'm going to show you what you can do with this boss fight. What? Hate this. This is the hardest room in the game. This room is such a pain in the ass because of these two guards. So now I'm going to show you what happens if we tackle this room and we're already level 6. You won't come up and take that guard out. I'm just taking that guard now so that I hit level 6 before the fight. So if you hit level 6 before the fight, we can take lethal weapon. Guns now deal. It's not double damage. It's 30% more damage. This is going to require you to be able to shoot quickly, and you're going to need to be able to swap to your rocket launcher. You can either swap to the rocket launcher in the menu or put the rocket launcher on a hotkey. I personally have it on up on my right analog stick. It looks like it's M because I have up on my right analog stick set to M. But I'm not doing that because obviously PC consoles can't set loads of hotkeys. So I'll do it with the menu. But all you're going to do is you're going to pepper him with bullets until he attacks. Then swap to your missile launcher and fire once. Boss defeated. Now, because we're already level 6, we're not going to skip the level up animation. That could have been done fast. I peppered him very slowly there, but you could pepper him a lot quicker. So take those two guards out. I need to go back up and get this guard so that I'm level 6. Damn it, he spotted me. I need to take out all 3 of these guards. Oh, I hate. Let's go. Got him. No, you will not come up into this room and get this extra. You can see he's already walking down here, so I've got to wait for him. There we go. You won't ever go to that guard and get the XP. I just want to be 6 to show you. If you're not 6 by the time you come into this fight, don't go out of your way to try and get it. If you can B6 before it, fantastic. You should try and aim for it, but don't go out of your way for it. Just do the level 5 version. All right, so let's do this nice and quickly this time. Let him hit you once. Ah, I didn't use enough. I didn't shoot him enough. So I only shot him 7 times, and you need to be able to shoot him 8. There we go. I'm going to try that again. My peppering is a bit off. Over here. Yeah, there we go. I'll show you this one more time. I'm going to try and get my peppering to be better. Lethal weapon. Always take lethal weapon, because you're going to need lethal weapon. You need to be level 6 for the rest of this stage. That was better. 1 missile.
Boss defeated.
So there you go. Those are the 2 different methods of beating TT. Finally, what I want to quickly do is I want to try and get through this room whilst leaving one of these guards alive. I want to try and get through this room whilst leaving one of these 2 guards alive and not getting spotted.
What was that?
Right. So,
Mike!
So, for whatever reason, if you end up not taking both of those guards out, particularly... must make sure you get out of the way of that. You take 1 hit from TT as he slices up and then get out of the way. So the 2 guards before this room, I took one of them out and the other one then went and investigated. I'll show you what we can do if... Sometimes it may turn out that that's what you have to do. Hold circle with this guy here. Grab that map. Earlier, I said if you forget to go to the helicopter, something will happen. If you forget to go to the helicopter, the guy won't give you that map. That guy will only give you that map once you've checked out the helicopter. So that's... If you get to this point and he doesn't give you the map, you got to go back up to the roof, go and check the helicopter, and then come back again. If that does happen, if for whatever reason that does happen, and you screw that up, make sure that you take that box out. If you take that box out, when you go up to the roof, you can come down the secret passage here and come straight back to here rather than going all the way through floor 3. Answer this call. And there was actually a set that our newest save point is actually here. Once you grab the map, that's another save point. So our newest save point is here. So I shouldn't have loaded that save. Anyway, I'll go through. So as we enter this room, you see that these guards are actually quite nicely organized. That's because we loaded that save. If you leave particularly if you leave one guard down and one guard up, the one who's up will go and check the guard who's down, and they'll start running around investigating. The easiest way to stop them from doing that is to load the save as soon as you pick up the map. So if for whatever reason you've only taken one of the guards out in that room, done the boss, grab the map, immediately load the save. I'd have shown you what it looked like, but I then loaded the save. I could load the potty and go back, but we're spending a lot of time in here as it is. So we'll keep moving on. And then from here, because we've taken out most of these guards already, we can just move through. That guard counts as an enemy, so we've got to roll. Go back. And our next objective is to find the night goggles. Night vision goggles are on the first floor. Gonna have to go to here. And once again, we are just gonna roll. Try and time your rolls so that you don't get shot. You avoid bullets. You want to go to this room here. A little bit of tech you can do here. Oh, you can't do it in here, never mind. grab the night vision goggles, and then make your way back to the elevator. The elevator going through this time is actually a lot easier because these guards have been chasing you. So when you get to here, there's no guards to deal with. Go down. If you're bleeding out, your next save point, if you did get shot, your next save point is there. Okay, so that's your so if you were bleeding out coming into this, talk to the dungeon master, and you will then load that save. How many health? I've got 2 health kits. So the next section is the labyrinth. First thing to know about the labyrinth, if you've been watching the stream and you've noticed Jack Lafere was chatting in the chat a minute ago, this guy is voiced by Jack Lafere. It's pretty cool. The labyrinth, there's a couple of things to make note of. You need to have a decent amount of ammo because you're going to be shooting ghosts. Ghosts take 2 shots to kill as long as you're level 6 and you have Die Hard. If you're still not level 6 by this point, you're gonna have a hard time. It'll take 3 shots to kill each ghost and you will probably run out of ammo. So I can't, as I said, if you've got to this point and you're still not level 6, you've run out of time. You can't, there isn't any more XP to be had. Once you're here, this is it. There's no more XP from here on out. So if you're not already level 6, you're gonna have to just deal with it. My advice is don't put yourself in a situation where you're not level 6. This is why throughout the run, I've shown the importance of getting XP and getting free XP. That guard at the start of chapter 3, I said so many people just run straight past him. Free XP. The guard, after you've grabbed the first secret in chapter 4, free XP. Anytime you've got opportunity to get XP, get it, because you must be level 6 at this point. Otherwise, you're going to struggle. You're not going to have Die Hard for these ghosts. You're not going to have Die Hard for the final boss. All right, so the labyrinth. The other thing that's important with the labyrinth is your health kits. So I'm going to make sure I've got those equipped as well. The reason why health kits are important in the labyrinth is because the labyrinth is your last opportunity to get rid of them. The reason for that is if you've got a health kit whilst you're fighting the final phase of the final boss, he will steal a health kit and go back to full health. The only way he won't do that is if you don't have any. Jack's in chat saying hi to him. Hi, Jack. To defeat the final boss quickly, we must get into the final stage of the final boss with 0 health kits. Now, because of that, you either want to enter the final boss, stage 10. You either want to enter stage 10 with 0 or 1 health kit. Okay? I tend to go 0 these days. If you go with 1, you must make sure you take damage at some point from the final boss before he gets to stage 3. And sometimes if luck is not on your side, sometimes you won't get shot because of the bulletproof vest. It happened to me once. I usually try and get shot by the second phase, and I didn't get shot because the bulletproof vest just didn't let any of the shots hit. So I had to make sure I deliberately took damage at the start of the final phase so I could use a health kit. Anyway, we'll talk more about that when we get to that boss. The important thing is that in here is your last opportunity to ditch them. So make sure you've got your pistol out. Make sure you've got your health kits out. All right, we're going to start moving through the maze. Hold circle as you approach this first intersection. You'll automatically get shoved to the right, so go right. Here, again, you're automatically going to get shoved to the right as you're going right. The thing with the labyrinth, if you've done your casual playthrough, you'll know that if you go the wrong way... Oh, that's your save point, by the way. This is the last save point of the chapter. If you die at any point up to the end of the chapter, you come back to here. If you go the wrong way, as you'll probably know, you fall through the floor and die. So this is a labyrinth. You have to go the correct way. Now, you do have a map. You got given this map by the guy after TT's boss room. you do have to get this map. It pushes the story progression. If you don't have this map, Jack's character at the start of the dungeon won't let you in. It will only let you in if you've got the map and you've got the night vision goggles. So you have to go and collect them. Rumor has it Jack and Fran, the two of the developers on the game, have considered dropping the night goggles from this so that you could do it in the dark. If that happens, we're going to save some time and we're also going to have to do this in the dark. But at the moment, on this patch, you have to have the night vision goggles and you have to have the map. The map is always the same each time. I'll show you the map as we actually have it this time. So those are your coordinates. So of course, we have some notes. What did we say about notes? It's okay to keep notes. Just have them up. Just have a little post-it note showing that sequence. There they are. I do them in blocks of 4 because handily there's 2 sets of 4 north. You go north 4 times. You actually notice that it's a set of 4, set 4, a set of 5, a set of 4, set of 4, set of 4, and that's because the 5 is nicely. It's, you know, you got a set of 4, then you got north, 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 north. Set of 5, north, 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 north. I like how that's how I lay it out. It makes it easy for me to see if I lay it out like that. Lay it out however you want. If you want to lay it out like it is in the game, if you want to lay it out like it is in the game, just one long row underneath your game, do that. Whatever works for you. But keep notes. I know the route now. I don't need the notes, but you will need the notes when you first start because you won't know what you're doing. Now, these notes do actually start from the very start of the maze. So the 2 easts, this is the second east. We're not getting to here and then starting the notes. We've already done the first 2 easts. So then it's west. Ghosts. Ghosts take 2 shots to kill. If there is a ghost in the room, you want to roll. You can take some damage from ghosts. Sometimes it's quicker to just try and get round a ghost rather than shoot it. Sometimes it's quicker to shoot. I tend to find if the ghost is on the opposite side of the room, shoot it and then just sprint. So west. I like to try and avoid those ones. Shoot that one. You don't want to go around shooting every single ghost because you want to hold on to ammo. Then we're going north once. That ghost is right next to the exit. More north. Now we're up to east. So east. South. And then east. Now we've got 2 souths to go to south. Ghost is on the other side of the room, so I'm going to shoot it. South here. And now we've got our next set of 4 norths. That one, because we've got to go all the way up there, I shoot it. Because otherwise, if I got hit by it, I'd be taking damage from it all the way up here. But remember, we do want to get rid of our health kits. So roll. That's 3 norths. We've got 1 more north to go. If you do start running out of ammo, there is limited ammo. Those 2 boxes don't have any ammo in them. You have to know where the ammo is. There's ammo in this box, which you can get as long as you don't go too far over. If I went a step further, I'd fall through the floor. There is ammo in this box if you need it. You shouldn't need it. You've been keeping on top of your ammo and not overusing it. You should be fine. Don't start trying to go break these because this takes ages to get. There's ammo there, but that took ages to get to. Don't go breaking those. And we're going to go west here. 2 sets of ghosts on the other side of the room. Would have been a pain in the arse to try and get around them. Shoot them. In here, only 1 little ghost there that I'm not going to have a problem with. Into here. I'm going to shoot both of those. I could have ignored the second set probably. We're back on the north, so we're on the final little set of instructions here. So north, east, shoot that one. Use this health kit so that I only have 1 left. Let that one hit me and get out. It's going to load now before we go in, before it gets to the next stage. You are still during the section at the end there where you approach the door. you skip the cutscene, and then you walk through the door. If you're being attacked by that ghost will take damage from you throughout. Getting through skipping the cutscene is not enough to end the level. This is the end of the level. Skipping the cutscene isn't enough to end the level. That ghost can kill you as you leave. So if you haven't got enough health to withstand that ghost, make sure you kill it. So we'll go through this one more time. So this time we're going to focus more on the layout and shouting them out which way we're going. I was more talking about the ghosts last time. Let's talk about the route. So we've already done the 2 first easts. So then it's west. West again. So that's east, east, west, west. Then 4 norths. So 1. I'm going to use a health kit now. 2. 3. 4 north. Then east, south, east. So east. South. And then east here. Then 2 more south. So south. South here. And then 4 north again. There is ammo in this box. So then 4 north. 1, 2, 3, 4 north. And then east. North and 2 west. So north, west, west. I'm going to use this health kit. And then north, east, north, north. And we can just go straight through this ghost, skip the cutscene, and go. There we go. Stage 9 complete. You will not get a lot of XP. You will only get 1 set. The secret was the blood bag. You won't go for the other 2 secrets. One of the secrets is very quick and easy to get. One of them isn't. But we don't need them. Wow. Spent an hour on Chapter 9. Chapter 9 is the longest level in the game. In a speedrun, you're looking at anywhere between 9 and 12 minutes. Depending on how well it goes. It is tricky, it throws a lot at you, it can end runs, and it's the hardest stage in the game. You just gotta deal with it. But from stage 9 we go on to stage 10, which apart from one section of stage 10 which requires a bit of luck and a bit of skill, most stage 10 is pretty simple. It's not too difficult. So we are now on the home stretch. We come into stage 10 with 0 health kits. Held circle as we loaded so that we skipped any cutscenes or dialogue. So we've got 0 health kits. Very, very important that we have 0 health kits. As I said before, we need to make sure that we've got no health kits for the final boss. If you've got 1 health kit, you need to make sure that you take some damage from one of the phases of the boss. But we'll talk about more about that when we get there. For this section, I'm going to go into this room here. And we are going to grab 4 sets of C1. We need to build some C4. And so the game thinks it's hilarious, and it is genuinely hilarious the first time you do this. It's funny that to make C4 we have to combine 4 lots of C. It is, the whole game is hilarious. In a speedrun we ignore most of the jokes, so it's nice that we still do have to just deal with this joke idea. Break that. There's a watch in it. We need the watch. Several guards have watches throughout the run, but we just don't go for them. We don't go for those guards because there is always this watch here. Grab that watch. Leave. And then we need to combine them. So C4 and C4 to make C2. C2 and a C1 makes C3. C3 and a C1 makes C4. C4 on the watch makes C4 with wristwatch. You now have plastic explosive with a countdown. Tap square as you approach this this gas canister so that the moment you get close enough, you attach it. Hold circle throughout this bit so that you skip that dialogue. Enter the room and just keep circle held. So hold circle throughout. You'll get the option, just select God. Wait for all the guards to fall down. So there's a big long cutscene there that you just skipped, so don't worry about the fact that the guards all just fell on the floor. Pick up the colonel. You must pick up the colonel. You can't leave without him. Move over here.
Let's go.
Don't
Not
hold.
coming, Fox.
Don't hold circle.
There are
Don't hold circle before you reach the door whilst carrying the kernel. Otherwise, you'll drop the kernel on the floor and you have to pick him back up. That's one of the times where you don't want to preempt. You don't want to preempt it. Wait for it and then hit it. You're now out here. This is the tricky bit of stage 10. This section is, we call it the Death March. You're going to get a scripted alert. And there's two things you can do. You can either take out the guards, or you can do what we call the Death March. I'll show you about taking the guards out first. What I'm going to do is I'm going to drop the kernel. I'm going to stand here, force the guards to come into here, and then punch them all out. Pick up the kernel, move on. You're going to get a second scripted alert. I'm going to drop the kernel. I'm going to wait for the guards. Doesn't matter that I've got doesn't matter that I'm bleeding, there's going to be a save point. Get to the elevator, go up the elevator.
I went up.
Hold circle to skip that. I'm not going to step out of the elevator because there's going to be a save point and I want to go back to here to show this again. So that is the quick and easy, well, sorry, that's not the quick and easy method. That is the easy method and the guaranteed method of getting through here without getting killed. If you want to do it quicker, you can do what we call the Death March. This Death March is one of the reasons we have gone out of our way to get so many secrets throughout the run. The Red Room is another reason. Nuke Sub is another reason to have a lot of health, but this is kind of the one that kind of determines how many we need. I get the number of secrets I get to make sure I've got enough health for this section. This section is horrible because it's very RNG reliant as well. Basically, what you're going to do is, rather than take out these guards, you're just going to keep walking. You're going to march, and you're going to get shot. You're going to try and dodge shots. You're going to hope and pray that your bulletproof vest takes a load of the shots. And if it doesn't, you're just going to have to die and do it again. But the way we do the Death March is go up against this wall here. Move forwards. As the first guard shoots, take a step down. Shoots again, take another step down. I didn't do that very well, so I'll show it again. To come in, step down, step down. I still didn't do it very well but the body armor helped me. So, step down again to avoid the shots. And then, as you're moving up to here, you're just going to have to take some shots. Try and get out of the way. Wait for these guards to come into the room a little bit, and then go through. And then here, you're going to want to move from left to right, because hopefully by moving left to right, you're going to dodge the shots. And I got very lucky there. The save point is just as you come out of the elevator, so immediately get out of the elevator. But I got lucky, very, very lucky with how many shots got taken up by the bulletproof vest. As I say, this section is partly skill-based, trying to dodge these shots, but then also just luck with how many shots... your bulletproof vest takes. Gonna move over there. We're gonna move. We're gonna keep moving. Try not to get shot. I'm genuinely getting very lucky here. I do want to try and show you that this will just fail sometimes. Look, again, the amount of shots that the bulletproof vest took there. You don't have to wait there. You can just move up straight away. But sometimes it's a bit easier just to wait. You just keep moving left to right. And if you do this method where you move left to right, you avoid these first shots at the bottom. So step down again, move up, got shot again, move so that you don't get shot, move up like that so you don't get shot, wait for these guards to come in a bit. Oh, I got shot by a guard there. This time, it looks like I'm gonna... Nope, because I've managed to dodge them all. You just have to keep dodging. I say, I'm getting very lucky. If I'm being perfectly honest. Stay at the bottom, move up, wait for some guards to come into this room, move through, hold circle. There is a cutscene there. Move over, keep dodging, hit the button, and dodge.
I went up.
Again, I'm so... I was really hoping I could show that sometimes luck just isn't on your side, but I'm kind of doing it. Or if you just, you know, take an extra shot when you shouldn't have done. Like there. I took an extra shot that I probably shouldn't have done. But because I'm moving left and right, I'm not getting shot. I'm gonna deliberately go out of my way to die now. To dodge. Ow. Oh no, I got shot there as I got around that corner. I got shot there as I went around that. Now I'm going to die. There you go. So it's about, it's a mixture of trying to dodge the shots that you can dodge and making sure you get out of the way of the shots that you can dodge. Don't get shot when you can dodge it, because you need the luck for the times. You need the luck for the times where you can't dodge it. There we go. Not good movement. I did not go from side to side properly there. All right, I think I've shown this enough now, so let's just get through it. This is where now that I say I just need to get through it, now I'm gonna die. Move up. Dodge. Over to the center. Dodge. Move. I see, that was even better. And your save point is here. So load the game. Drop Harris. This room has one of the most annoying items in the entire game, and it's this thing here. There is a dialogue that takes place if Jesse goes in front of this box. The hitbox for it, you can see how the room's floor is tiled. It's the two tiles in front of it. So I can go hit...
Wow! That asshole General X had some cool music equipment.
It's slightly more than the two tiles directly in front of it. I thought I was going to get around it. You have to get around it without getting that dialogue. You have to go like that. You can't go near it, otherwise you get... And with you skipping it, the time it takes you to skip it, you will always hear Jesse go, "Wow!" It's always a funny moment in the run. If it happens, and it's hilarious. In the relay race when I did this, I actually let the whole of the first line go out because it's funny. You know, it's a funny line. Wow, that asshole General X. It's a great line. But yeah, ideally, go around it and avoid it. You want to go into this room. This is the armory. There's a dialogue here to skip. And here you need to assess what you've currently got and what you need. You don't want to spend too much time in this armory, because the more time you spend in this armory, the longer you're going to take to finish the last stage. So it's worth having a quick look at what you've got, or just go nuts and get everything. You could just quickly go punch out everything. What I usually do is punch out the first box here, see how many electromagnetic grenades you have. You don't need maximum electromagnetic grenades. The fight can be done with 2. You can do the fight with only 2, but 2 is risky. I would make sure you have 4 or 5. So break open the first box and see how many you then have. You shouldn't really need to open your inventory, because opening your inventory is going to waste time. The timer doesn't pause whilst your inventory is open. So you shouldn't really open your inventory. You should break the first box and see what that gives you. So right now, I broke the first... Let's say I broke the first box. There were 3 in it. I didn't break the second box. I'm on 11. I know I don't need to break the next box. I've already got 2 missiles. Why have I got 2 missiles? I've got 2 missiles because I didn't do the missile tech on Takashi. There is a missile box here. You should always break this box open and just make sure you've got missiles. You need 2 missiles for this fight. There's grenades in here, so break 1 and see what you've got. I've already got 8, so I don't need to break either of these 2 boxes because that's just more grenades. Similarly, the last time you used grenades was the nuke sub fight, and there were grenades when you picked up the blood bag. So if you can remember back to when you got the blood bag and then you broke open the box with the grenades, if you know that you then couldn't pick those grenades up, you know you don't need to get any of these boxes. And then these ones are all ammo. You should, at the very least, get... I would always go for at least 3. 33 bullets is enough. The fight can be done... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think 20 shots is minimum. I think you have to have at least 20 bullets if you got every shot right. And the thing is, there's a lot of drones flying around. You're probably going to miss at times. So be cautious. Go over the top. At the moment, I've got 6 in my barrel and I've got 33. I'm going to play it safe. I'm going to get another box. Doesn't take that much more time to get another box of ammo. So just, play it safe. And as you get better and you start to remember how much ammo you've got and you can manage it, you can start to get less and less. There are health kits in these boxes down here. You do not want them. Pick Harris up. Back on the elevator and go up. There is a cutscene on the elevator. Make sure you hold circle. Just keep holding circle throughout this. And then finally go through the door. There's a save point. Hold circle to skip. And then we are now into the final boss fight. Remember what I said before when we were in the labyrinth? You must make sure that before you get to the 3rd stage of this fight, you have 0 health kits. So check how many health kits you've got. I've got 0. I deliberately came in here with 0. I always try and make sure I've got 0. Because even if there's one moment where you're likely to get shot. And you've got plenty of time to finish the fight. You can't bleed out during a boss fight. So if you do get shot and you're bleeding, don't worry about it. You just got to make sure you don't die from an actual shot. So you don't need to worry too much about it. You do need to make sure that you've got 0 health kits. This fight is done in 3 stages. You're going to need the pistol for the first one. You're just going to shoot these drones. One from there. I tend to try and move back to the center of the room so that no matter where the drones come from, I'm ready to go shooting again. Once you've dealt with the second set of 3, that's the end of the drones. Go and stand here. You see where I'm stood? There's like... If you see where I'm stood, there's like a black... There's a black bit on the floor just to my left. So I'm stood just to the right of that black bit. The reason... And the left and right isn't too important. It's the up and down that's important. The reason why the up and down is important is because there's the trap door that's to the right. You can see there's like a little trap door just to the right of General X. A robot mech... Oh my god, it's like Metal Gear. Is going to appear out of that trap door. It fires 2 missiles. If you are stood in this section, along this section here, those 2 missiles will miss. Shoot me, you bugger. Why isn't it shooting? There you go. Those 2 missiles missed me. They missed me again. That gun that it shoots, if you have 1 health kit left, you must make sure that that gun hits you and does damage so that you can then use your last health kit. Okay? If you don't, you're going to have to take that. You're either going to have to take damage from General X and use a health kit, which is going to be slow, or you're just going to have to let General X steal that health kit and you're going to have to do more damage to it. So if you do have a health kit, that is your last chance to use it. I'm just going to load. We'll start this fight again. So move over to the center of the room. Shoot the first drone. 2 sets of 1. Then you have 2 sets of 2. Then 2 more drones. Then you have 2 sets of 3. As you can see throughout this fight, General X is stealing your items. He will never steal things you need for this fight. So don't worry. He'll only steal health kits during the last phase of the fight, so you still got them to use. He won't steal any ammo or weapons that you need. In this fight, you can use pistol, electromagnet. In fact, you can use everything that you've got. You could even use the slingshot if you really wanted to, but don't. So last set of 3. Go and stand here. Skip the cutscene. Swap to your electromagnetic grenades. And just as the tank is about to appear, throw one. That's going to take it out for a short amount of time. Swap to your missiles. 2 missiles. Swap to your grenades. Just throw grenades at it. Don't try and count them out. And you see there, I got shot. That, if you've only got 1 health kit, you want to get shot there. If you don't get shot there, you're going to have problems. So, if you've got 1 health kit, make sure that that shot hits you. And then immediately, as soon as it starts blowing up, use that health kit. You want to use that health kit before the next cutscene happens. If you do get shot and you don't have a health kit, don't worry. You're not going to bleed out. You're not going to take damage from General X. He can be a bit tricky to kill, but you're not going to take damage from him because he's really easy to dodge. So, you've thrown all your grenades at him. This is why you need to make sure you've got plenty of grenades. I've only got 1 grenade left. I threw 7. And it's easier to just throw them all. Don't try and count. Just throw everything. Throw all of your grenades at him. Doesn't matter if you use them all up. You don't need any more. Hold circle so you skip the next cutscene. Now we're into the final phase. You want your electromagnetic grenades. And you need to see where he's shooting from. He's invisible. Throw an electromagnetic grenade at him. Get your pistol out. And you want to run towards him. And then start shooting him. So we're going to run towards him. And then shoot him as he walks away. The reason why we run up to him, start shooting him, and then turn as he turns is it's possible to take General X out in 1 phase. So where he's now, if you see now, he's now buggered off. I'm going to have to throw another electromagnetic grenade at him. So there. And here I can just... Ah, I missed the last one. There's another reason why to go towards him. If you go towards him, shoot. As he runs away, you can then turn and shoot after him. And if you do it quickly enough, you can do it all in 1 phase. I will attempt to do this. It's not easy and it doesn't always work. I'm easily not the best person at it. But when you can do it, it looks really swag. It was really, really swag during the UnMetal Unleashed event. Because during the UnMetal Unleashed event, we had Jack Lafir and Fran on comms, and they were talking about this fight, and one of the other commentators suggested about, you know, could we do this in 1 phase? And Fran, who is the main developer of the game, he pretty much made the game, said it is impossible to take him out in 1 phase because I coded him so that once he's taken a certain amount of damage, he will run away. The next time, I think it was Puzon did it first. The next time Puzon took on General X, he took him out in 1 phase in front of the developer who'd said it was impossible. It was hilarious. And he was just stunned. He was just like, I honestly did not, I thought it was impossible. So yeah, I'll see if I can do it. 2 missiles. Back to my electromagnetic grenades. Hold to skip the cutscene. Right, where's he going to be? I just want to roll as soon as he shoots. Or I was just not quite enough. If you get shot once, doesn't matter. You'll have plenty of time. Plenty of time to try and take him out. Before you... As I said before, you can't bleed out during this fight. You can only die to being shot. So if he shoots you once, that's fine. As long as he doesn't shoot you to put you down to 0 health, you'll be fine. I'll show you this fight one more time. If I don't get the 1 cycle here, you'll have to go and have a look at some ILs or something to check it. Oh, no, that one. Just as it's about to pop up, throw. I've gone with grenades first. Oh well. A bit slow there because I went to the grenades for some reason. Circle to skip. There you go. 1 cycle. As soon as the fight ends, hold circle.
Harris and I went to the
This bit of
helicopter
dialogue isn't skippable.
a few minutes later when
eventually it is skippable, and all you got to do, as soon as you get into here, move down slightly. You can't punch him from here. You have to move down slightly, punch, and then just hold circle. So punch and hold. You'll skip the credits. Time. As soon as the credits are skipped, that is time. Run is over. Congratulations. You just finished your first run of UnMetal. And that's it. That's the run. That's all 10 levels. Obviously this the times you're seeing there were all the times for the tutorial. So that tutorial took obviously a very long time. For a speed run, my world record currently at the time of this video is 47 minutes and 14 seconds. For a first time runner, you will probably be looking at somewhere between you'll probably be looking around 120. Your very first speed run, you're probably going to be looking at 120. If you haven't done very well, you'll probably be 130. If you've done a bit better, you might be closer to 110. Your first major milestone is going to be sub-hour. So don't be disheartened if you do your first speed run and you get 125 or something. You'll get that time down. It is a tricky run. As I said throughout this tutorial, the game itself isn't actually that difficult. The difficulty is the RNG and how you deal with everything. How you deal with each guard room as you go in. What you have to think very quickly. What's going to be the quickest thing to do? Can I get some easy XP? Do I just need to run for it? Do I need to make sure I take all the guards? Can I ignore the guards? It is Mockingjay is just saying in the chat that I kind of want to learn it, but it seems so much to learn. There is a lot to learn. But the nice thing about this run is because it's split up into stages, you can do IELTS. You can do each stage on their own. Learn each stage as its own separate thing. Submit runs for each stage. We have a leaderboard on speedrun.com for every single stage. At time of writing, I have the world record on all of them except stage 2, because Glenn pulled stage 2 back by a second yesterday, and I verified it today. I had the clean sweep. I had all 10 easy ILs and the any % world record, but it's never been shown because I'm the only one really verifying, and I can't verify my own runs. But yeah, there is a lot to learn, but it's a really easy game to just do in stages. Learn each stage separately and then put them all together. And in the end, it's not, as I say, it's not a very long run. I say the world record currently is 47 minutes. That's not a very long run in the grand scheme of things. Think about other runs in the series. Metal Gear Solid 1 on console is at least an hour. Metal Gear Solid 2 is at least an hour. Metal Gear Solid 3 is an hour and 20 or so. I can't remember Metal Gear Solid 3. I don't run it myself. Phantom Pain is God only knows. It's like I said, actually Jack's just put a message in the chat here. I'm rereading it for the sake of the VOD. He says, I've never speedrun before, and this is my first game I speedran, and the tech on this game is rather easy, and the routes are pretty straightforward in each stage. That's absolutely true. The tech is quite easy. There's not... Jesse doesn't do a lot. Jesse doesn't have 110 different options to do. He can run around, he can roll, he can shoot, and he can use various items. So you're quite limited to your actions and what you can do. You don't have full 360 degree control over him. You want to use the D-pad. You don't want to use the analog stick because he has D-pad control. So it's quite limiting of what you can do, and with that, it makes it easier to learn. The difficulty, the route is always the same. You don't deviate off and go different ways and things like that. The route is pretty much always the same. The difficulty with it is the RNG and knowing what to do at what time. What is going to be the best way of getting through the exact layout, the exact format, the exact set of guards, or this boss has gone this way instead of going this way. Not all bosses are RNG. Sergeant Rosco in stage 2 is not RNG. Hugeel is not RNG. General X isn't that much. Where General X in stage 3 will start isn't really RNG. Is RNG, but it doesn't really matter where he starts. You can still get in the right position. The drones flying in, they will fly in at different positions, but it's not really that much of a difference. You know, exactly where nuke sub pops up, that is RNG that you've got to deal with. You can't just route that. So it's more the difficulty about this game doesn't come from the tech and the routing and the actual difficulty of the game. The difficulty of this speedrun comes from that there is no one set path that you can't just go into a room and know I have to do this in this room. It's not like Metal Gear Solid 1 or Metal Gear Solid 2 where the guards are in fixed positions, so every time you enter that room on every single run, you will do the exact same set of movements. You couldn't TAS this game, really. You probably could if you tried hard enough, but a TAS wouldn't really work because there's too many random elements at play, and that's what makes this game difficult. You do have to think. There's a lot to think about. And as a result of that, this speedrun isn't going to be for everyone. Now, I'm hoping if you've watched the VOD, if you're watching this on YouTube and you've got all the way to the end, that means you're probably someone who is interested. If you weren't interested in speedrunning this, why the hell did you sit through, well, according to that timer, 2 hours and 42 minutes, but I know the stream has been longer. But it is tricky to deal with that level of information, but that's why, you know, for example, one of my biggest tips for you, it's okay to keep notes. Even I only showed 3 sets of notes here. If you want to keep notes on other stuff, absolutely do, because they're going to help you. And you know, just learn it in stages. Learn each stage on their own. If you want to try and get good at the stages and run ILs for a bit before you tackle any percent, do it. ILs are really interesting. To do well at an IL, you have to set up for an IL on its own. You have to do things differently for an IL. It's really interesting. I'm not going to go into too much detail because this video is already very, very long as it is. But there is a wiki page on the on the Metal Gear Speedrunners wiki under the UnMetal section. There is a page dedicated to ILs and talking about what ILs are, why they're different, and I'm currently working, it's not finished yet, but I'm currently working through talking about how we set up and perform each individual IL. For those who don't know, IL stands for individual level. So each level has its own speedrun, but you don't do individual levels quite the same way you would do them in an any percent run. You have to set them up and you would perform them different. So they're very interesting. So if you're interested in that, go and check out the wiki. There is a link to the wiki down in the comments below. But yeah, that's it. That's UnMetal. Once you've finished your first run, make sure that if you are going to use hotkeys, and I know we haven't really talked about hotkeys because of the difference between PC and console. If you are going to use hotkeys, make sure that during your first run, you set up the hotkeys you're going to be comfortable with, so that when you then start your next run, you have those hotkeys are saved and ready for you to use. If you're playing on console, it is more likely that you're going to have to change your hotkeys up as you go along. It's something I haven't experimented with yet because I primarily played on PC. Once the Switch version has caught up to at least version 10, which is what the PC version on now, I'm going to look at console. I'm going to look at routing console hotkeys because they're going to need to be routed. But that's very advanced stuff. Don't worry too much about it. Don't worry too much about hotkeys. Get used to the game. Get some hotkeys that you're comfortable with, that you're happy with, so that you've got those things. Ideally, you're probably going to want pistol, health kit, grenade, missile, and electromagnetic grenade. That's 5. Oh, that's 5. And you are on both console and PC, you can assign a hotkey to the right analog stick. Up, left, right, down, and click in. Both PC and console have access to all 5 of those hotkeys. PC, you can then do every single keyboard button. Not every single keyboard button, but most keyboard buttons. So find 5 that you're comfortable with and want to have throughout, and then you can look at doing other stuff with hotkeys later. I will probably do a video about PC hotkeys separately at some point. I'll probably do a video separately about console hotkeys at some point. So keep an eye out for those. But But yeah, I think that's it. I don't think there's anything else I need to say. The only other reminder that I would say is that when you get to the end of your run, if you immediately start a new game again, your minefields are going to be the same. If you've only just booted up the game, remember you need to go to Chapter 4, learn where your minefields are, and then start a new game. But I think that's it. I don't think there's anything else really that I need to... I desperately need to go through with you. If you've enjoyed this video and you want to see more, then please check out the rest of my YouTube channel. You can catch me on Twitch. I stream this. I stream other games in the Metal Gear Solid series. I do other speedruns as well. I speedrun Clone 2 Lunacy's Veil. I've speedrun Little Nightmares, Sonic Generations, Crash Bandicoots, and a couple of other things as well. So please check out my Twitch channel, www.twitch.tv/NickRPGreen. Again, links are below. If you're interested in Metal Gear Solid and you're not in the Metal Gear Speedrunners Discord, go and check that out, www.metalgearspeedrunners.com. There is also a link to the Discord server down below. Go to speedrun.com, check out the boards for this. Mockingjay did ask how big are the boards. At the moment, there are boards for easy, normal, hard, and Iron Man, and then for each of those, any percent, perfect, and unperfect. There are then ILs for all of those as well, so individual levels for each of those different variations. Vita has its own separate bit, PC and console are separated, and then there's a whole category extension section as well for earlier patches of the game. There's one all achievements run done. There's a couple of other category extensions. We haven't really explored those too much. It's not a very active game right now. There's pretty much been me and Glenn running it in preparation for the relay. And that's the main reason I did this tutorial, because I want to get something out there to get more people to come and play. Because it's a fantastic game and it's only going to get more interesting and better. We're going to find new stuff and new discoveries with more people running it. So please run the game, play the game, come and join the Discord. Come find me on Twitch. If you've got questions, if you're if you're watching the VOD, go to the comments below. Find me on Discord, find me on YouTube, send me questions, whatever. I'm always happy to chat to people and talk to people about this. I'll show you stuff. If there's something you want to see that I haven't shown, then and you can't find it in another video, come and ask me. Say, can you show me this? I'm always happy to show stuff for UnMetal because it's a great game. It's hilarious. Even, to be honest, even if you have no intention of speedrunning it, buy it and play it, because the casual experience, it's so funny. It's really, really fun, and I'd absolutely recommend anyone just playing it, even if you've got no interest in speedrunning it. But please also speedrun it. We need more runners. So yeah, that's going to be it for this tutorial. Thank you all very much for watching. I hope you have fun learning this run. I've been NickRPGreen. Goodbye.